hive's forces, but this meant more eggs to lay. And Marcus, who was already uncomfortable laying eggs on his own, couldn't even process the level of embarrassment he would experience if his guests witnessed him during such an act. The thought alone was almost enough to make him feel physically ill. Still, he didn't really have a choice. To ensure his own survival, he needed all the drones he could get. He would have to just take care of this dirty business while hidden in the storeroom, and maybe station a warrior drone to the entrance to make sure the humans wouldn't get in. Taking a look at the pile of eggs near him, Marcus decided to make at least 2 drones watch this room at all times. Felix came back a couple of hours later, carrying a small but very full bag with him. As soon as he entered the cave, he looked out for Clara, finding her resting on a bunch of furs laid on the floor. "Hey, Clara!" he shouted, waving at her. "I'm back!" Clara turned a bit to look at him, a grimace of pain on her face. "Took you long enough," she said weakly. "Did you find the things I've asked for?" "Yes, and then some." He smiled, emptying his bag on the floor. A lot of herbs, roots, and fruits rolled out. "I've also gathered some food, since we both lost our backpacks, and our provisions were in there." Clara frowned, hearing this. She'd been about to scold her friend for taking so long and leaving her alone in a nest full of creepy creatures. But she couldn't fault his logic. They needed to eat. "Well, let's give a look at your injury, then," Felix said. "I've got the toad birch bark, the dawnshade berries, and even some blood mold, just in case of an infection." Clara's side was swollen, bruised, and incredibly sore, and she felt a sharp pain every time she took a breath. The first thing Felix did was to give her a dawnshade berry. The berries were a very good painkiller, but they would become toxic if you ate too many of them. He took the toad birch bark and soaked it in water before putting it directly on the injury. The bark had a painkiller property too, but most importantly, it would reduce the inflammation. Felix tore the blood mold apart, since it would be needed in case of an infection. That particular mold would, in fact, grow pretty well if applied on a suppurating wound, eating away the infection. After being treated like this, Clara seemed a little more at ease, and they started eating. Felix had been able to find various things, from berries to edible roots, and even some small pine pears, while still very unripe, would do nicely to fill their bellies. So do you know where Marcus is?" Felix asked while chewing a root. "I can't see her." "I don't know," Clara replied while eating a few berries. "She's been gone for at least an hour now. I think she's gone to one of the other rooms. Not that I miss her, though. After you left, she stared at me for a very long time without blinking. It was awfully creepy." "She did give you some furs to rest on, though," Felix said, looking at the bed she was lying on. "Some of the other things did it, not her." "Well, I think she must have ordered them to," the apprentice sorcerer mused. "The others don't really seem that smart." "Whatever." "Ouch!" Clara shrugged, then grimaced, as the movement still felt painful. "Well, I guess I'll have to tolerate her presence as long as we stay here. We're basically at her mercy, and it's better to stay on good terms with her. But we must stay on guard. These creatures could turn on us. And besides, there's something about this monster girl that bugs me." "Eh?" Felix snickered. "So the bug girl bugs you?" "Shut it. This is no joking matter. Our lives are at stake." Okay, I'm sorry. Please calm down." "So why does she bug you?" "I don't know," Clara replied. "There's something about her that feels weirdly familiar." Before they could continue the discussion, Marcus emerged from the storeroom, walking toward them. She looked a bit weary, as if she'd done some strenuous physical exercise, but she smiled at Felix, clearly happy to see him. "Oh, hi, Marcus." Felix saluted her, waving his hand. "Nice to see you." "Oh, hi, Felix," Marcus replied, trying to repeat the boy's speech. "Nice te sayeth." "Very good, Marcus," Felix laughed. "Very good. Just a bit more time and you'll be able to speak properly." Clara said nothing, merely staring at the creature as she picked up a fruit. Marcus looked at Felix, indicating first the fruit, and then at her own mouth with a quizzical expression. Her question was immediately understood. "Of course you can eat that, Marcus." The apprentice sorcerer nodded. "You can eat all you want. Here, have some roots and berries, too." He gave some to the monster girl, who looked at them with a puzzled expression and then gave most of them back, just keeping one of each kind for herself. She proceeded to bite the fruit, grimacing a bit because of the sour taste, but ate it all nonetheless. She then ate a berry and a root, and she seemed to really take a liking to it. Then, suddenly, she hit her forehead with the palm of her hand, frowning and repeating a word in her weird language. The two humans couldn't really tell what she was saying, but it sounded like, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." Clara and Felix looked at her with confusion. Is everything all right?" Felix asked. "Perhaps you didn't like the berries?" The monster girl looked at him, still frowning, and shrugged, as if saying that it was nothing. Okay." Felix went back to eating. The meal didn't really take long since it wasn't that abundant, and it left both Felix and Clara still quite hungry. They tried to sate their hunger by drinking a lot of water, but it just wasn't the same. "We need to find something more nutritious soon," Clara said, eating the last of the berries. "These vegetables may keep us alive, but if we eat only things like this, we'll just get weaker. Also, I need proteins and calcium to heal faster." "Yeah," Felix concurred, "but we're still in the wrong season for nuts and other more nutritious things. I'm not a hunter like you, so catching prey would be difficult." The two remained silent, trying to think of a solution. Then their thoughts were disturbed by a crunching sound. They both turned to the source of the sound and saw Marcus, who was watching them while loudly eating a piece of mold wax. The monster girl looked at them, then the mold wax, and offered it to them. Clara didn't move, but Felix took it from the creature's hands and tried to bite into it. It was quite hard to chew, with an almost wood-like texture. At first he couldn't even sense the taste. Then, after quite a bit of chewing, his saliva finally started working on that substance, and a foul taste invaded his mouth and almost made him throw up. He spit out the rest of the mold wax, coughing and gasping, and he ran to the river, trying to wash out the taste. "So, I guess that it wasn't to your liking," Clara said sardonically. "Pah! Not really," Felix admitted, still spitting. "Tastes like rotten eggs and spoiled milk. I guess I could eat that stuff if I was about to starve, but not any sooner." He turned to Marcus, who was staring quizzically at him, apparently surprised at his reaction to the mold wax. "I'm sorry, but do you happen to have anything else to eat?" Felix asked. "Clara needs to be well fed to heal, and some meat would greatly help." "Hey, are you really asking her for meat?" Clara intervened, astonished. "Well, it's worth a try, isn't it?" Felix gestured for something to eat, pinching his own arm to indicate the word meat. As always, the monster girl seemed to immediately guess what he meant. He made a quick nod toward the drones scuttling around them, and less than a minute later, one of the more humanoid-looking drones came from the storeroom, carrying various pieces of meat. "See?" Felix said to Clara. "The problem is solved now. With all that meat, we could eat for days." His voice slowly died out as he realized the nature of the meat that was being presented to him. There were two varieties. One was purple, and the skin seemed dark gray and sometimes covered in dark chitin armor. It was obviously the meat of the drones. But the other was even worse. There were a few recognizable body parts, like arms and feet, that obviously used to belong to a goblin. Both humans looked in horror at the meat, while Marcus merrily gestured them to serve themselves. "Felix?" Clara asked. "Yes?" "Is this creature really serving us the meat of goblins and of her own goddamn kin?" I guess so." They exchanged a concerned look, while Marcus, studying their reaction, noticed their disgust, and with a quick nod ordered the drone to take the meat away. She shrugged apologetically, as if trying to excuse for making them uncomfortable. "Don't worry, we're fine. I know you were just trying to get us something to eat," Felix said, still trying to get the image of the severed goblin arm out of his head. Even if the hand had 4 fingers instead of 5 and the skin was gray, it looked far too human for his liking. Clara, on the other hand, seemed even more alarmed than him, as she had gone completely silent, keeping a hand on the handle of her knife. She stared at Marcus as if the monster girl was about to pounce her and rip out her throat. "Well then, I guess it's better to leave Clara to rest for now," Felix said quickly, trying to diffuse the tension in the air. "How about I give Marcus some language lessons? I'm sure we could all be more at ease if we could better understand each other." He gestured toward Marcus, indicating himself speaking and then the monster girl. She smiled brightly with a happy nod. "Perfect. We can just get a bit further in order to not bother Clara," he said, taking a few steps away from Clara's bed. Marcus followed him. As soon as they were both sitting on the floor, a dozen meters away from Clara, the apprentice sorcerer started his first lesson. "Well then, let's start with presentation. I say, my name is Felix." He pointed to himself while saying this. "And you say, my name is Marcus." He pointed at the monster girl. "Meeth nome es Marcus," she said. "Splendid," Felix smiled. "Now let's try something else." They spent the following hours conversing this way, while Clara kept staring at Marcus with suspicion. Chapter 31. No Fighting in the War Room. The Goblin City was bustling because of the preparations for the invasion. Goblins were running in every direction, often slamming into each other and arguing, only to be whipped into motion again by the human hob overseers who patrolled the roads. Grell felt sympathy for those overseers. Getting most goblins to behave and cooperate was like trying to herd a bunch of cats, and this task fell completely on the shoulders of the human hobs, who were the only ones capable of organizing things. Truly, being in command was mostly a curse, Grell thought. You had to think for those who didn't, take responsibility for everything, try to correct every single problem, and to top it all off, most of your subjects thought you were the one that had it better than anyone else. He shook his head in disgust. Only a fool would think of authority as something to be desired. Grell knew this fully well. He was a human hob himself, but he was also something more. He was Track's second in command, the one the general trusted to lead the troops into battle. Unluckily, or luckily, it was a matter of perspective, really, Grell would never be able to become a general himself. He'd already evolved into a goblin champion, but he was smart and responsible enough to perform well in his current role. Sadly, competence was like a curse. It meant you were always needed, and you never had any respite. Grell had just come back from leading the attack against the human explorers, and wanted nothing more than to eat something and get some sleep. Trak, of course, had more work for him, so he had to postpone his well-deserved rest. Grell walked through the streets, cutting through the crowd with ease. He carried himself with such a confidence that everyone instinctively made way for him, even if he wasn't that physically impressive. About 1.6 meters tall, not counting the ears, Grell was of average stature for a human hob. His face was nothing special either, save for his eyes. They were of an icy blue and filled with a quiet confidence. The only thing that immediately made him stand out was his outfit. He was covered head to toe in blood-spattered full-plate armor, which he didn't have time to take off and clean after the battle. After a few minutes, he reached the old inn Trak was using as a headquarters. The guards, an orc hob and a human hob, recognized him with a glance and stood at attention as he passed. Once inside the great hall, there were a lot of goblins, but 5 in particular caught his attention. They were all sitting at a big table with 7 chairs. Those 5 goblins all had peculiar appearances and radiated an aura of power that would keep anyone on their toes. Those were the top brass of the goblin army, the commanders of the various branches, and each of them was a powerful and gifted specimen. There was a human hob in full plate armor just like Grell, but this one was much taller, larger, and his face was covered in scars. It was Ureg the Scarred, the strongest goblin champion of this army, and the commander of the assault forces. He had a strong dislike for Grell, who, despite being weaker than him, was his superior. But Trak had chosen Grell for his wits in addition to his strength. Ureg was too impulsive and hot-headed to be an effective commander. Near Ureg was a humongous orc hob, one so big he could easily be mistaken for an actual orc. He was more than 3 meters tall and half as wide, with a rough, scale-covered skin that seemed as resilient as rock. It was Grom the Basher, an ogre goblin and commander of the orc hobs, a position which required simply to be the strongest among them. He was still smart enough to follow Trak's orders to the letter, though. Another figure who seemed even bigger than Grom, but after a second glance, one would realize it was an illusion caused by the goblin's gigantic wings. Shock was the biggest gargoyle of the camp, being almost 2 meters tall, but his wings were longer than 3 meters. Unlike other gargoyles, he had a long reptilian tail, and every time he took a breath, he emitted small puffs of smoke. Sitting in the middle between Shock and Grom, almost hidden by them, was a small, hunched, cloaked figure. Its face was impossible to see, but its identity could easily be guessed by the staff decorated with a night wolf skull he carried around. The figure was none other than Klotch, the leader of the goblin shamans. The last goblin sat a bit separated from the others, and everyone seemed to try and not to make eye contact with him. Even Grell found that particular goblin to be a bit upsetting. Arag was the only one of his breed in the whole army, a spider goblin. He had 6 long, thin arms covered in chitin, 8 insectoid eyes, and a perpetual smile full of needle-shaped teeth. He was the leader of the intelligence and scouts. According to the rumors, he was an amazing assassin who had taken the lives of all who opposed Trak. Not losing any time, Grell took a chair with a sigh of relief. He was starting to feel really tired, and the sooner this meeting was dealt with, the sooner he could go to bed. "What took you so long, Grell?" Ureg asked in a caustic voice. "You're late. We've been waiting for you for the last hour." "I was occupied," Grell replied, too tired to actually get irritated by Ureg's amateurish attempts at provoking him. "I've led the attack against the humans, and I had to make sure everything was in order when we came back to town." "Then you'll have to tell me everything about it," said a familiar, confident voice. Grell turned to his right. The general was coming down the stairs. He sat in the last chair available and gave everyone a calculating stare. "Grell, report to me how the attack has gone down," Truck ordered. "The attack was an overall success," the Goblin champion answered dutifully. "There have been a few hiccups here and there, but they were well within expectations. We didn't manage to catch the humans completely by surprise, despite the silence charm over the area, but we prevented them from using their twin stones to warn their bosses about us. We managed to catch most of them alive, as you asked us to do, but we were forced to kill at least a third of them first." "That was within my expectations," Truck nodded. "Good job on catching so many alive. Anything else to report?" Grell paused for a moment, then he added, "Well, there is this. A couple of Hobbs have reported seeing some of those insectoid beasts. According to them, they took a couple of humans and fled." "What?" Ureg asked, baffled. "How did they do that?" "They flew in, blinding the Hobbs with a spray of poison, grabbed the humans and flew away," Grell replied. "According to the Hobbs, they looked like those dragonfly things, but much bigger." "Why would they do that?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Grell shrugged. "They wanted information," Truck said with complete confidence. "They are going to probe the humans for information they can use against us." "What? How can you be sure?" Ureg asked. "It's what any sufficiently intelligent leader would do," the general replied. "Information is power. Those creatures are losing so badly against us, mostly because they don't have enough information. If they manage to communicate with the humans, they could turn the tables on us. In the worst-case scenario, they may even end up making an alliance with the humans." "An alliance with the humans?" Ureg laughed. "As if! The humans would kill those creatures on sight." "Maybe," Truck conceded. "But it's better to be prepared for the worst. We have to deal with those insects before departing." "Isn't that what we've been trying to do for weeks?" Grell asked. "We can't wipe them out without finding their nest, and as far as I know, the gargoyles still haven't found it." "They haven't," Arag the spider goblin said, his soft voice similar to a hiss. "But Arag did." The spider goblin always spoke of himself in the third person for some reason. No one really wanted to know why. "How did you do it?" Grell asked in a bewildered tone. "Did you manage to follow them into one of those tunnels of theirs?" "Perhaps they mistook him for one of them," Shock the gargoyle suggested with heavy sarcasm. Like all gargoyles, he was pretty prideful, and he didn't like other goblins professing themselves more competent than his kind. Arag cackled, a very unsettling sound that resembled thousands of spiders moving inside a box. "You overestimate Arag," he admitted in an amused tone. "General Truck had already located the valley in which the nest is. Arag only had to explore that valley." "What?" Ureg turned to Truck. "How did you do it?" "It was simple, really," the general said. All I had to do was send our patrols in different places to see where there was more resistance. He smiled sardonically. Those creatures may be fairly intelligent, but they aren't strategic experts. They defended with particular care one specific valley, and lo and behold, their base was in there. Wait a second, Ureg said, shocked. Do you mean that all the patrols you sent south and all the skirmishes they fought were all just for finding their base? But of course, Truck nodded. We can't risk leaving those creatures so close to our town while our forces are attacking the human kingdom. They are far too dangerous. Those insects have gone from a small group of about 30 weak individuals to a force of hundreds of strong warriors in only a few weeks. Think about what would happen if they were left to their own devices for months. Everyone remained quiet for a bit, slowly digesting this fact. Then, all of a sudden, Grom the Basher spoke. So, we're smashing the insects now? He asked in his deep voice. I can lead my hobs there and smash them good. I don't doubt you could, Truck smiled. But the attack needs to be swift and sudden in order to not leave any survivors like last time. Your hobs are ill-suited for this kind of job. Better to leave it to the ferals, and maybe the new breed that has appeared recently. He turned to Clutch, who had remained silent until then. To ensure the success of this mission, I need your shamans to conjure some sort of veil to keep our troops unseen until they reach the hive, as well as doing something to collapse their tunnels before they can escape. Can you do that? The old shaman slightly lifted his head, and a pair of glowing yellow eyes met those of the general. I think we should be able to do what you ask, he said with a feeble and raspy voice, similar to that of dry leaves being stepped on. It would take the majority of our shamans to do something of this magnitude, and this would weaken the charm of undetectability around the city. Any serious attempt to divine our location would most likely succeed in that case. I thought as much, the general said. Before the attack, we'll have to make sure the humans don't look in this direction. And how would you do that? Grell asked. Truck smiled at his question, a calm, confident smile that was somehow more chilling than any expression of anger. Why, by telling them there is nothing interesting here. Of course, he replied sardonically. Zeno was not having a good time. Sitting naked in a wooden cage was already bad enough, but being surrounded by hundreds of hobgoblins made it even worse. Still, it was better than being dead. He'd been captured along with most of the others the previous night. Their attempt at breaking through the enemy lines failed when they met another formation of hobgoblins hidden inside the forest. The other caster, Argus, had tried to break their lines by casting a fireball, but at that point, everyone else was too tired to keep fighting, and they were overwhelmed. Argus himself had been felled by at least 3 different blows before he could cast another spell, as no soldier would take any risk when dealing with a caster. This was the reason Zeno hadn't cast a single spell during the battle, as doing so would be like painting a giant target on his head. After being defeated, the survivors had been taken captive. Interestingly, the goblins didn't seem interested in killing them, as they had some of their shamans heal the most wounded humans before tying them up. After all the captives had been massed together, ready to be taken away, Zeno estimated at least half of the original group survived, which seemed to suggest the goblins wanted them alive to begin with. They even kept the Aura warriors alive despite the danger they posed, though they made them drink something that had put them in some kind of catatonic state. Zeno guessed it was some drug to prevent them from using their powers to escape, which only supported the theory that the goblins wanted to keep them alive. The humans had then been taken away to a goblin outpost in a nearby valley, where they had been stripped of their possessions and put into wooden cages. Zeno, in particular, had been given a cage all for himself, after the goblins recognized his possessions as focus instruments for casters, and so he was rather more comfortable than the others, who had been trapped in big groups in tight cages. Still, the situation wasn't good. He was trapped, and he had no way of freeing himself. The goblins had been smart enough to take all of his possessions away, which included all of his foci for his spells, some of which he hid in his clothes, leaving him naked. And even though the goblins seemed interested in keeping them alive, they could change their mind any time. I shouldn't have let Vicar convince me to come here, he thought bitterly. That goddamn book is more trouble than it's worth. All the money in the world wouldn't make up for this situation. I swear if I come out of this alive, I'll never again get involved in Vicar's affairs. He noticed a peculiar goblin approaching his cage. This goblin was physically no different from a standard one, but the way he was dressed was weird. All of his body was draped in rags held together by ropes and bones. In one hand he carried a long staff decorated with countless rat skulls, which identified him as a shaman. In the other hand he carried Zeno's twin stone. The shaman stopped a couple of meters from the sorcerer's cage and gave him an appraising look. "This yours?" he asked, raising the twin stone. He spoke in Imperial, albeit with a terrible accent, instead of the usual goblin gibberish, so the human understood him. Zeno hesitated, pondering the pros and cons of telling the truth, but the shaman didn't seem very patient. Instead of waiting for an answer, he pointed his staff at the human, and a bolt of lightning erupted from it, flaying the sorcerer and making him scream in pain. The lightning dissipated almost immediately, leaving Zeno twitching frantically on the floor of his cage. The goblin raised the twin stone again and repeated the question, this time with impatience palpable in his voice. "This yours?" Yes, it's mine," Zeno cried in a panic. Please, don't hurt me." "You can use this?" the goblin asked. "You is magic man, yes?" "Yes, I can use it," he quickly said. "I'm a sorcerer." "Good. You gonna use it, then?" the shaman said with satisfaction. "You gonna tell other humans what I tell you to tell? If you don't, we kill you. Understand?" "Yes," Zeno said. "Whatever you want. Just don't hurt me." "Good." The shaman smiled with satisfaction, and he handed the twin stone to the sorcerer. "Take it, and tell other humans what I tell you now." Too terrified to do anything else, Zeno complied. Chapter 32. Dance, Earth, Dance. Clara couldn't help but feel suspicious. She and Felix had remained in Marcus's cave for a week, and during that time, the monster girl had been a rather good host. She'd shared the food her minions took to the cave with the humans. Thankfully, she didn't offer them any meat belonging to goblins or her kin, but rather more conventional game meat and vegetables like roots, berries, and fruits. This had been quite convenient, since the weather had considerably worsened, and it had been raining for days. Felix spent most of his time either teaching Marcus how to talk or trying to use his twin stone to warn Bretholtz about the goblins. In the last of these tasks, he hadn't been successful. He kept failing to activate the stone, muttering under his breath about some field in the way that disrupted the link. Clara wasn't too surprised about this, as the only magic Felix was marginally good at were fire-related spells. On the contrary, his progress with Marcus had been stellar. The monster girl was picking up Imperial words very fast, and she managed to more or less hold a conversation. The result was that she and Felix now chatted for hours without stopping. Especially since Marcus had shown the apprentice sorcerer her collection of materials she'd gathered over time. Admittedly, even Clara had been impressed by some of those. The huge antlers of a crystal deer, for example, were a very rare, magical material that could be sold for thousands of crowns. However, she was more interested in the part of the cave where those things were kept. Whenever Marcus wanted to show something, she'd have one of her minions take it from the forbidden room, where neither Clara nor Felix were allowed in. Clara didn't know what was kept in there, but for some reason the monster girl often went there and remained inside for a few minutes before coming out looking weary and tired. Clara would have suspected it was the restroom, but Marcus took care of her business in a hidden corner of the cave like everyone else, and the waste was quickly absorbed by the mold wax. So whatever it was she was doing in that room, it sure wasn't taking a crap. Also, sometimes more of her minions came out of that room, but Clara didn't remember watching them go inside. Something weird was going on in there. She was sure of it. But all of her attempts to peek inside had been thwarted by the creatures that constantly guarded its entrance. And to make things worse, Felix didn't take this seriously. He argued that if Marcus wanted to hurt them, she could have done so any time she wanted to. Whatever secret she was keeping in there didn't matter to them, and it was best to respect the monster girl's privacy in order to stay in her good graces. Still, Clara couldn't force herself to blindly trust their host. Something about Marcus's face put her on edge, as it was vaguely familiar. She just couldn't remember where or when she'd seen it before. Since she was still injured and couldn't walk, the only thing she could do was rest, heal, and get out of there as soon as she was able to. However, she could already tell that getting Felix to leave was going to be a problem. The apprentice sorcerer was completely absorbed with Marcus. He'd probably want to take the monster girl home with them, as if she were some kind of a lost puppy. Or at least, Clara hoped the boy's interest in the creature was only akin to that of a lost puppy, because despite her monster traits and wild, boyish behavior, Marcus was still very clearly female, and quite cute, in an alien way. And there were plenty of humans who had a thing for exotics. She shook her head in disgust. She didn't want to think this way about Felix. It made her feel very, very uncomfortable, sad, and angry for some reason. Maybe she just didn't want to see her best friend fall so low. She just couldn't help but feel bitter whenever she watched the boy chatting merrily with Marcus, which only made her more curious about what was in the room, if only to find some reason to make Felix stop being so friendly with the monster girl. "And this is called a horse," Felix said, finishing drawing a crude picture of a horse on the ash-covered ground with a stick. "Horse!" Marcus smiled, pointing at the drawing, apparently recognizing the image, and then she imitated a horse with her hands, saying, "Neigh!" "Yes, horses go neigh. Have you seen a horse before, Marcus?" Felix asked. "Yes." The monster girl nodded. "Horse, home." "You mean there are horses back in your home?" "Yes, horse back home." Marcus kept nodding. They were both sitting a few meters away from Clara, and between them there was a spot on the ground free of mold wax and covered in ashes. Marcus had his minions tear that substance away in order to make a space for a bonfire, where she'd personally cooked the meat for Felix and Clara. And she even managed to make it somewhat tasty, using the herbs his minions gathered. Felix had been surprised by that, but the more he got to know Marcus, the more he got the feeling she knew quite a lot about humans. She'd cooked the meat, despite the fact she ate it raw, without any input. And since he'd started drawing on the ashes in order to teach her about things that were not present in the cave, she'd often recognized the things he drew. Because of this, the apprentice sorcerer suspected she had interactions with humans before, although if that was the case, he had no idea what kind of humans they were. Medelan was right between the Dionysian Empire and the Thule Federation, and a hub for all trade routes of the continent. Because of this, Felix had heard almost all the languages spoken in the continent, but the language Marcus spoke when talking to herself was not one of them, although it did have some similarities to Imperial. Where does Marcus come from? Felix wondered. And what is she exactly? She's far too knowledgeable for someone that's lived her entire existence in a cave in the woods, and I've never heard of a creature like her or her minions. Of course, only the monster girl herself could have answered these questions, but her grasp of the Imperial language still wasn't enough to do so. So Felix kept teaching her, partly because he was curious about her, but also because it felt genuinely good to teach her. Okay, let's try another thing. The boy drew a stylized goblin on the ashes. This is called a goblin. Goblin. They are the creatures you saved us from. Goblin? Marcus seemed confused and pointed at the figure. No gremlin? No, that's called a goblin, Felix corrected her. The pronunciation is similar, I give you that, but it's still called goblin. The monster girl remained silent for a bit, digesting this information. Then she shrugged. Goblin, she said, while nodding. Goblin bad. Goblin hurt. Yes, goblins are usually bad news, and they hurt people, Felix concurred. Though they're not all bad. A few years ago, some of them actually used to trade with the humans, but then they were... He suddenly stopped talking, raising his head and looking around in alarm. Something's wrong, he said, as he felt the hair standing on his head. I feel a presence all around us. What are you talking about? Clara asked from her bed, while Marcus just stared quizzically at him. I don't know. It's in the wall. No, in the earth itself, Felix replied, his eyes wide. It's magical, and it's strong. Very, very strong. He jumped to his feet. We're in danger, he cried, running toward Clara. Something's coming. We must get away. As soon as he said this, the earth started shaking. Cracks opened on the mold wax covering the walls, and pieces of the stuff started falling from the roof, accompanied by a rain of rocks and dirt. Felix dove over Clara, shielding her with his body, and fell over her when a rock hit him on his shoulder and one on his head. Then, everything went black. Marcus had been shielded by a dozen drones who all jumped over him, instinctively protecting him. He looked up at the partially collapsing ceiling and saw something weird. There were vaguely humanoid shapes moving through the ground. Shapes that seemed made of rocks and dirt, but moved fluidly like water. Then, as soon as it started, the earthquake ceased, and Marcus, when he was certain it wouldn't start again, looked toward the humans. Felix was lying over Clara, unconscious and with blood on his face, while the girl was calling her friend's name with a panic-filled voice. Fearing the worst, Marcus immediately ran toward them, but when he reached them, Clara was checking the apprentice sorcerer's pulse, and she seemed a bit relieved. "He's alive," she said. "But he's hurt. What happened? What was that earthquake?" Marcus let out a sigh of relief, and he looked around the cave. The room was mostly intact thanks to the mold wax, which had absorbed most of the vibration and held the roof together, but all the tunnels had completely collapsed. Considering the tunnels were even more reinforced than the cave had been, this seemed to indicate the earthquake had been caused on purpose to cut off their escape route. After a few seconds, this theory was confirmed when the few drones outside of the cave spotted a goblin army that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, as if the rain had somehow concealed their presence. The explorer drones patrolling outside were quickly taken down one by one, either by arrows or lightning that erupted from the ground. From the feedback, he managed to gauge the numbers of the enemy. The situation wasn't good. There were thousands of goblins out there, and they had the hive completely surrounded. Chapter 33. A tactical retreat is not running away. "Shit!" Marcus cursed. "Shit, shit, shit!" He was completely immobile in the middle of the cave, while his drones were scuttling all around him, relaying all the information they could find about the current situation. Sadly, the more details he got, the more he knew just how fucked he was. Contrary to what should have logically happened, the cave was relatively intact, but all the tunnels had completely collapsed. It was a no-brainer to deduce this was intentionally done in order to cut off his underground escape routes. Still, Marcus wondered how the goblins could have possibly pulled this off. Could it be magic? However, right now, with an entire hostile army closing in, he had no time for idle thoughts. He had to use all of his brain power to figure out a way to get out of there alive. Flying away, carried by the bigger explorer drones, seemed like the next best solution. Too bad the goblins seemed to have thought of that too, because his explorer drones currently flying outside were being taken out one after the other. From the eyes of his remaining drones, Marcus could see cloaked figures marching alongside the feral goblins, each of them carrying a skull-tipped staff that shot lightning at his drones. That meant that flight was out of the question too. No flying away if they didn't want to be fried alive. The idea of trying to fight their way out of this didn't really appeal to Marcus either. The goblins had them completely surrounded, and their numbers were in the thousands. Meanwhile, Marcus only had 312 drones capable of fighting, and 54 of them had been patrolling outside before the attack, and therefore had been cut from him. Moreover, the majority of the goblins were those beast-like ones who were fast enough to catch them even if they tried to run. "Dancing dicks on a fiddlestick!" Marcus cursed. And he gave a quick mental order to the explorer drones, still outside, to fly back to the cave. No reason to lose them now. He made the warrior drones go to the entrance in order to hold it against the attackers, hoping they could gain enough time for him to find a solution. As he was desperately trying to figure out what to do, he felt someone grabbing him by the shoulder. He'd grown so unused to being touched that he almost jumped away screaming, but when he turned, he saw it was Clara, who had a pained expression on her face from managing to walk to him. Now that she had his attention, the girl screamed something at him. Marcus, whose understanding of her language was still lacking, understood only about half of those words, but he understood she was asking what was going on. "Goblins," he replied briefly. "No time to talk. Look to Felix." He returned his concentration to the drones, trying to coordinate his defenses as best he could. Although he knew perfectly well that, against that mass of goblins, even the warrior drones could only last so long. But the girl grabbed his shoulder again, still screaming something at him. Marcus clicked his tongue in annoyance. He had no time or concentration to spare for reassuring a panicking little girl, and turned to tell her to leave him alone. Much to his surprise, Clara didn't seem to be panicking. Her expression was cold and focused, albeit she was still visibly in pain. She told Marcus something he didn't quite grasp, and then she pointed at a particular drone lying on the ground a few meters from them. It was a digger drone, resting uneasily while waiting for orders. Then he understood what Clara meant. Although the tunnels had collapsed, they could still dig their way out, an option that Marcus, in his panic, had completely forgotten about. Well, there was a panicking little girl after all, he thought sarcastically. Only it was me instead of Clara. He gave the digger drone a quick mental order, and it darted toward the collapsed escape tunnel, digging through it at commendable speed, while a dozen workers came after him to reinforce the newly excavated walls. Sadly, it would still need some time to completely reopen that route, and nothing would prevent the cloaked goblins outside from collapsing it again, unless they were occupied. Quickly, the Hive Queen established a new plan. Just holding the position wasn't enough. They needed to attack the goblin lines to keep them distracted while they dug. Luckily, the hunter drones were perfect for this sort of attack. He had about 78 of them in the cave. He sent 70 outside, doing some blitzes against the enemy to keep them on edge. The remaining 8, including Cooper, would escape with him. The rest of his forces were made up of 97 warriors, 55 workers, 27 explorers, 13 of which were of the newest models, and only 1 digger. He quickly decided which forces to sacrifice. 90 warriors would stay behind, defending the entrance of the cave, and all the outdated explorer drones would do the same, flying over the heads of the cloaked figures to hold their attention. The rest would come with him to the new hive. There was no time to lose. As the hunters charged at the feral goblins, meeting them in a clash of fangs and talons, the workers started gathering up all of Marcus's possessions, including the eggs and the larvae still too undeveloped to walk quickly on their own. Not that he liked Clara taking a look at them. Hopefully the girl wouldn't pay too much attention to them during this time of crisis. After a quick look at the 2 humans, he decided they should be included in the baggage list, since Felix was unconscious and Clara was still recovering from her injuries. He made a quick gesture toward them, and 4 workers rushed toward the humans. They easily lifted the boy and started carrying him away along with all the other things, but Clara made a fight for it, kicking and punching the drones and refusing to be touched. She gave up after a while and let herself be dragged to safety. This left Marcus able to concentrate solely on the defense of the hive. The hunters had been completely overrun in a matter of minutes, and now the goblins had engaged the warriors defending the entrance. Most of the attackers were similar to animals, covered in fur and moving on all 4s, but some of them were of a different breed whose sight made Marcus shudder. Those goblins were covered in chitin armor and had glowing purple eyes and sharp chitin talons. In short, they were uncannily similar to his own drones. However, there was no time to think about it. The defenders were determined and deadly, but their numbers were rapidly dwindling. For every goblin killed, 3 more took its place. To make things worse, he could see the cloaked figures in the back, biding their time and occasionally throwing a bolt of lightning. Just to be sure, Marcus ordered the flying drones to engage them, in order to keep them distracted while he was escaping through the tunnel. As the last drone flew away from the opening on the ceiling, the Queen gave one last nostalgic look at her hive, knowing fully well that this would be the last time seeing it. Well, it wasn't much, but it was home, he said wistfully to Cooper, who remained at his side. And I'm getting tired of running away, or tactically retreating, if you want to be generous. His expression hardened. Next time, I'm gonna be prepared to deal with whatever these fucking goblins throw at me. And with those words, Marcus and his dog joined the other fugitives in the tunnel. Felix was awakened by some droplets of water falling on his face. His head ached abominably, and when he opened his eyes, all he could see were blurry shapes. But he could clearly hear the sound of rain falling all around him. He tried to sit up, but a sudden bout of nausea made him fall back on his back, barely managing to not throw up. "Ugh," he mumbled, pain flashing anew in his head. "Glad to see you're finally awake, sleepyhead," a familiar voice said near him. He opened his eyes again, and though still a bit blurry, he could see Clara sitting a few meters from him with her back against a mossy wall. "Don't try and get up, Felix," she told him. "You've taken a bad hit to the head, and the best thing you can do is just sit down and rest." The apprentice sorcerer did as he was told, but his eyes darted around. He could see ancient stone walls surrounding him, most of them covered in moss and vegetation. He and Clara were sitting under a partially collapsed stone porch which barely sheltered them from the pouring rain. "Where are we?" Felix asked in a muffled tone. "What happened?" "According to our host, we were under attack by a group of goblins," Clara replied. "They probably had some shamans to cause that earthquake. Anyway, one of Marcus's minions managed to open a tunnel, and we escaped through it. The tunnel led to these ruins, and here we are." She paused for a second, then added, "Although I have no idea exactly where here is." She stopped for a moment, looking around at the ruins. "My best guess is that this used to be a Dionysian monastery," she said. "I saw the remains of the temple when we were reaching these ruins, and right now we should be in what used to be the cloister, although most of it has collapsed. But knowing this doesn't give me any clue about our actual position." "Can't you deduce it from these ruins?" Felix asked. "Surely there shouldn't be too many ancient Dionysian temples in the Ashwood Hills." Felix knew Clara had learned a lot of things about history and archaeology, particularly about the Caligari forest. She was probably the one who knew the most about it, second only to her grandfather. She shook her head. "I can't. There are simply too many ruins scattered around the Ashwood Hills to remember them all. This whole area used to be an imperial outpost, and a densely populated one at that. After all, this region used to supply the bastions that guarded the Dark Heart, and it was full of farms, towns, and monasteries." Felix remained still, but a small smile appeared on his face. "It's actually hard to imagine that this place has ever been inhabited," he said, "since all that's left now are a few ruins in the middle of a monster-infested forest." "Well, it's been more than 2,000 years since the region was abandoned," Clara shrugged. "More than enough time for nature to reclaim everything." "I wonder why they abandoned the place, though," Felix murmured. "Especially since the Empire is always hungry for new lands." "Back then, these lands had been ravaged by the war against the Zaru," Clara answered with confidence. "The region wasn't safe, and the Empire didn't have enough soldiers left to secure it, so it was abandoned." "Right, I forgot about that. The war against the Squid Faces. I've heard your grandpa telling stories about it. He always loved telling stories." Felix smiled a little. "Listening to your grandpa's tales is the closest thing to a proper education I've ever received." "Only because you always skipped classes in school," the girl noted, a hint of amusement in her voice. The apprentice sorcerer made a cheeky smile. Father Ulo's lessons were quite boring, he admitted. After learning how to read and do some math, I didn't see the point of remaining there, since all he did was ramble about his God and his saints. I had better ways to spend my time. Like being a freeloader in our house, Clara accused him with a smile. Hey, it's not my fault if your grandpa always offered me milk and cookies every time I visited, Felix replied with feigned indignation. Plus, his ramblings were much more interesting than Ulo's. Clara laughed, but she knew he wasn't exactly wrong. In Medellin, elementary education was provided by the church, free of charge, and was usually very basic. Those who could afford it preferred to send their children to a private academy or have a teacher homeschool them. Being more cultured than a country friar, Carl had homeschooled his granddaughter himself, and he'd also taught a lot of things to Felix, whose parents were too poor to pay for a proper education for their son. Clara remembered fondly the winter afternoons when the old man taught them about history in front of the fireplace. Those memories also caused a surge of pain in her chest, as she was also reminded of her grandfather's disappearance. Felix seemed to notice the sadness that suddenly showed on Clara's face, and quickly tried to change the subject. So, where's Marcus, then? I can't see her or her minions. The sadness on Clara's face suddenly turned to annoyance when Felix mentioned the monster girl. Oh, she's inside the ruins somewhere. She waved toward the buildings. She and her minions are exploring the place. They're probably going to set up a new hive in here. Oh, okay then. Is there something we can do to help her? I somehow doubt that a couple of wounded people could make a significant difference in manual labor when she already has dozens of those minions working for her, she replied sarcastically. Don't worry about the little freak of nature. I'm sure she'll dig herself a nice hole to crawl in. Felix was a bit surprised by the annoyance in Clara's voice. I've been meaning to ask, why do you seem to dislike Marcus so much? I mean, didn't she save our lives twice by now? Only once, the girl corrected him. When we escaped from the tunnel, she saved our lives alongside hers. Well, she still saved us, the apprentice sorcerer insisted. And at this point, I think there's almost no chance of her wanting to eat us. So why are you still so hostile toward her? I'm not hostile, Clara protested. I'm just cautious. We don't know what she is exactly or what she's hiding. Hiding? Felix was surprised. How can you tell she's hiding something? Because she is, she insisted. Back in the cave, there was one room she often disappeared into, which was always guarded by two of her minions, and they never let me peek inside. Oh, the storeroom? The apprentice sorcerer shrugged. I don't know. I guess that maybe she just wanted some privacy. There are people who don't like strangers looking at their things. Except she's not people, Felix. She's some sort of humanoid monster. Don't forget it. We already know she kept goblin bodies in that room. Why not human bodies? Also, when we were escaping, her servants took some weird things out of that room. What weird things? Well, they were round, translucent, and more or less the size of a fist, she replied. I may be wrong, but they looked like eggs. Okay. The boy was surprised, but then he recovered. Well, that explains it. Maybe that room is also the nursery for her minions, and she doesn't want to risk strangers getting in there and damaging the eggs. Well, that could be the case, Clara conceded. But then, why doesn't she even want us to peek at them? And why does she disappear in there so often? I don't know, but I don't really care either. Everyone is entitled to have some secrets, and so far Marcus has proven to be nothing but friendly to us. Least we can do is respect her privacy. Clara gave Felix an angry look. "Well, okay then," she hissed in a furious tone. "Just don't expect my help if I turn out to be right and she wants to eat your face." The apprentice sorcerer looked surprised. "Clara, are you sure you're okay?" he asked, a bit worried. "Usually you're not this suspicious, and it really sounds like you have something personal against Marcus." She gave him a cold stare. "No, I'm not okay. My ribs hurt. We're stranded in the middle of nowhere with a creepy monster lady and her minions while goblins are attacking everyone. My grandpa has disappeared. I'm about to lose my home, and this goddamn rain is really getting on my nerves." She shook her head to repress tears. "I've lost, or am about to lose most of the things I care about. I feel powerless and defenseless, and there is not a damn thing I can do about it." "Well, you still have me," Felix said, trying to console her. "Do I now?" she snarled. "You're ignoring everything I say about that creature. Even worse, you always defend her. How can I be sure she didn't put you under some weird spell?" "Well, I'd know if that was the case." Felix tried to smile. "I'm not much of a wizard, but even I would recognize an attempt to subdue my mind with magic." "What if she didn't do it with magic?" "Huh?" He seemed honestly confused. "How would she do that without magic?" "Well, you're a boy, and she's almost always completely naked when she's around you," Clara said sarcastically. "Can you do the math?" "Oh!" He blushed and started stuttering. "Oh, that's not the case. I'm not like that. I never ever thought of Marcus like that." "Why, you've never peeked at her during your lessons?" Clara laughed bitterly. "I find it difficult to believe. Her fur cloak is not exactly good at covering her." "No. I mean, yes, but I try not to look," he protested, blushing even more violently, to the point his face became as crimson as his hair. I don't see Marcus that way. I mean, she's kinda cute and all, but she's clearly not human, and besides—" He stopped talking, looking unsure about what to say next. "Besides what?" she asked, inviting him to continue. I don't know how to put it." Felix seemed lost in his thoughts. "But Marcus— well, she clearly is female." "Very clearly," Clara said dryly. "But she gives me a boyish feeling, if I can call it so." He frowned. "It's not her appearance, but more like her mannerisms, the way she moves and talks. I swear it's like talking to another guy rather than with a girl." "Well, she could just behave in a boyish manner," Clara shrugged. "It's not that unusual." "No, it's different than that," Felix insisted. "I mean, look at you. You behave like a guy most of the time, but I can still tell you're a girl. Marcus is different. She completely feels like a guy." Clara frowned at this explanation, but she couldn't really refute it, because she felt the same way. She was some sort of tomboy herself, after all, but something in Marcus's mannerisms were way more masculine than that. "You're right about that," she finally conceded. "I don't know why, but she does indeed feel rather boyish." As she said this, she felt more relaxed. She would never admit it, but realizing Felix wasn't attracted to the monster girl really cheered her up. "I guess I'll have to give her the benefit of the doubt for now," she finally said. We're not in any condition to fight or flee, and she's the only thing that's keeping us alive. Still, keeping our eyes open won't hurt." "Well, that's all I can ask you for," Felix said, and flashed a smile. "After all, I can be friendly to her for the both of us." Clara smiled back, but for some reason, thinking about Marcus's face still made her uncomfortable. That lingering feeling of familiarity really bugged her out. Chapter 34. Reasonable Instincts. "Son of a cussing cuss word!" Marcus cursed, after almost slipping on a mud puddle. He was currently exploring the basement of the ruins with Cooper and the worker drones, after having left Clara and the unconscious Felix to rest. He'd been pleased to discover the place was pretty big. A labyrinth of stone corridors and cellars that would be perfect for his new hive. But he'd been less pleased to discover the place was a complete mess, invaded by mud, plants, and vermin, and there were entire sections completely collapsed. To make things worse, the rain was filtering from the ground above, creating puddles and sometimes actual pools almost a meter deep. He cursed himself again for not sending workers to the ruins before actually getting here. He had already known this would be his new hiding place in case something went badly, but somehow the thought of preparing the place for his arrival evaded his mind. "Really, my brain seems to have taken a vacation ever since I came to this godforsaken world," he grumbled bitterly to himself, while thinking about all the very predictable problems he had completely failed to anticipate. Still, he didn't consider himself a total moron. The least he could do was to try to actually learn from those mistakes. For starters, this time he didn't take any risks with the goblins. He had the digger drone completely collapse the tunnel after their escape, and right now it was keeping guard near what used to be the exit, a few kilometers east of the ruins. Even if the goblins managed to track down that tunnel, the new hive would have the time to evacuate, though he really hoped that wouldn't be necessary, because setting up a new hive was a lot of work, and he didn't want to have to do it again a third time. The mental image of the little humanoids invading his hive, his own little space, his home in this hostile world, touching and desecrating everything with their little grubby hands, filled Marcus with an irrational fury. He almost felt physically violated. How dare those little vermin invade my hive, not only once, but twice, and they want to do it again. I'll kill them all for this. I'll turn them into minced meat and feed them to my children. I'll devour this whole world if that's what it takes to keep my hive safe. I will... He suddenly realized what he'd been thinking. Wait, what was that? He asked himself. Did I just refer to the drones as my children? And threaten to devour the world? Marcus was immobile for a few seconds, and then he cried out, "What the hell is wrong with me? I would never think things like that." But there was no denying he just did exactly that. He paused his exploration for a bit, sitting against a moss-covered wall with Cooper at his side. "Okay, let's work this out. I would have never thought things like this when I was in my old world. Back then I was a human being, and now I'm not. Or rather, my body is not human. So those thoughts are the result of this body's instincts." He nodded to himself, fairly certain he was in the right. So the race my body belongs to is probably fairly territorial and aggressive. They would react quite badly to some other species invading their hive and threatening them, which is why I've been so fucking pissed ever since I've left my hive. Realization flashed. The previous time, too. I could have simply stayed hidden and avoided any confrontation with the goblins after they chased me out of my first hive, but I just had to wage war against them, because I was just too pissed to let it pass. Because my instincts wouldn't allow me not to fight. He remained silent for a few seconds, and then started cursing vehemently. What the waist-swimming, pajama-wearing, shit-hopping, arse-kissing, mother-loving fuck? Marcus stared at his body in pure disgust. Not only do I have to deal with shitting eggs out of my fanny, not to mention having a fanny at all, but this shitty body is now messing with my mind? His voice was filled with rage. Ain't this just fantastic? What next? Am I gonna become explosive or something? No, wait, forget about it. I don't want to jinx it. He shook his head in pure disgust at his whole situation, and sighed in resignation, speaking in a heavily sarcastic tone. Well, ain't that just perfect? Another thing I have to worry about was just what I needed. Not only do I have to worry about the frigging creatures trying to kill me, but I also have to check if the one making the decision is me or this fucking body. His expression hardened, and he tightened his fists, staring down at his own body, realizing once more how different and just plain alien it was compared to his old one. Well, you know what? Bring it, he cried, talking to his own body. Do you think this is the first time I struggled with my instincts? Please. I've resisted the urge to murder my customers and my bosses. I've resisted the urge to spend all of my salary on pizza and beer. I've managed to study for weeks, with about 3 hours of sleep per night. You got nothing on me, you shitty body. You hear me? Nothing! He screamed the last word, and his own shrill voice echoed through the cellars. He took a deep breath, then another, and finally felt some of his anger dissipate. Ugh, he snorted, and then he smiled lightly. Nothing better than screaming a bit to vent out some frustration. He left his spot and resumed his exploration. At least I figured out what the problem was with me. Now I just have to keep my instincts in check. Before tackling that particular matter, I better secure this new hive first. I need to get food supplies, organize the space, and replenish the number of my warrior drones. He grimaced as he listed the last thing, as that meant he had to lay more eggs, an activity that still made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. The only positive thing was the patrols that had been out during the goblin attack were still unharmed and were currently on the way to the ruins. There were 2 of those patrols, each made up of 12 warriors, 18 hunters, 3 explorers, and 1 digger. So 68 drones in total, which would be a nice boon to his forces and would spare Marcus from laying another 68 eggs, which was possibly the biggest advantage for him. Well then, let's get the lost lambs home, he said while grinning, and telepathically checked how long they'd take before reaching the new hive. The 2 patrols were still hiding underground when the goblins attacked the hive. Even though each of them had a digger drone, they couldn't travel underground all the way there because the digger drones would get tired and hungry quickly. Simply walking on the surface right where they were wasn't an option either, because the risk of being spotted by the goblins was too high. So the hive mind decided to have them dig south, past the valley where the old hive was, and proceed on the surface from there. This method of travel would take a few days, especially because the new hive was quite far away. But it would be safe, and they could actually hunt down some prey to feed themselves during the march. At first, the 2 patrols simply dug their way south, past the old hive, until both reached the same valley. Then they joined each other and began traveling west together. The march was quite difficult because of the rain, and because they avoided the familiar northern valleys since they had a chance to meet the goblins there. Remaining on the south, where the terrain was quite rougher, also slowed them down, and they didn't know the most convenient paths. Since they were traveling on new paths, they stood on guard, exploring the terrain ahead using the flying drones. They met nothing more dangerous than themselves. The few beasts that stood in their path were quickly killed and devoured. Since it seemed there was nothing to be feared by a group of drones that size, the hive mind had them travel on the quickest paths. If they kept that pace up, they'd reach the new hive in just another couple of days. But the quickest path led them to a weird valley. It was much, much bigger and wider than the rest, and the vegetation was also different, being made up of mostly huge conifers instead of oak trees. There was no sign of animal life. The flying drones spotted a weird rock formation on the ground, which seemed to be made of very big boulders all stacked together. It was all pretty weird, but since there wasn't any outright sign of danger, the patrol went down there, as it was the quickest way to the hive. Still, they stood on their guard, and they had the digger drones using their sharp senses to pick up any vibration from the ground. But the diggers didn't hear anything apart from a light and steady vibration coming from the rock formations, and the hive mind dismissed it as the vibration made by a small stream of underground water or something. It was too faint to be anything dangerous anyway. The drones started crossing the valley, sending the hunters as vanguard and wings, while the warriors remained at the center and protected the diggers, who despite their size were the most vulnerable when above the ground. The valley was eerily quiet. No birds or insects were singing, and the ground itself was strange, as if there was no undergrowth, and the dirt seemed compacted, as if something very heavy had passed on it. Also, there was a peculiar stench in the air, an unpleasant smell that no drone had ever come across before. It was alarming. Something was not right there, and the hive mind urged the drones to get out of that valley as quickly as possible just to be safe. But when they were passing near the weird rock formation, the diggers noticed the soft vibration they had heard before had become much stronger and was now somehow rhythmical. Then, without warning, the huge boulders started moving. Only they weren't boulders, but rather humongous gorilla-like creatures with hairless, stone-like skin covered in moss, which made them virtually indistinguishable from rocks while they were crouched. The creatures rose, each of them at least 4 meters tall even while hunched over, and almost as large. They had huge hands, each the size of a table, with 3 thick fingers each. Their face was very beast-like, with a disproportionate jaw filled with tusks and small, beady black eyes. Those creatures and the drones studied each other in silence for a moment, and then with a guttural growl, the beasts launched themselves against the Vex. There were only about 16 of those creatures, while the drones were more than 60. Plus, there were a lot of warrior drones specifically made for combat. The few moments before the attack allowed the hive mind to recover from surprise and organize the drones effectively. The drones were still massacred. Neither the scythe-like appendages of the warriors nor the bites of the hunters managed to inflict any significant wound to the ape-like creatures. Even when they managed to cut through their hard skin, the rock-solid muscles of the creatures prevented any fatal injury. On the contrary, the attacks of the creatures were incredibly effective, and they literally squashed the drones like bugs with their humongous fists. The hive mind realized there was no chance of victory and gave the order to retreat. All the drones ran away as fast as they could, but the creatures gave chase, running on all fours like gorillas. They managed to catch a few more drones, including the 2 diggers, and killed them. Out of the 68 drones that entered the valley, only 24 came out, and 6 of them were actually the flying ones. "Okay, what the actual fuck was that?" Marcus screamed, having telepathically witnessed the almost complete annihilation of his patrol. "What were those things? How can they be so strong?" He was so amazed and surprised that he wasn't even that mad. He expected that no one in the forest, except the goblins and the dragon, could actually challenge a patrol of drones that size. Heck, he'd even thought the warrior drones were among the most dangerous things in the area after having absorbed the deer's DNA. He'd been proven wrong. For some reason, he wasn't that irritated by it. On the contrary, he felt excited. Very excited indeed, like a warm, fuzzy feeling in his underbelly. Having witnessed the power of those gorilla-like creatures, he now craved their power and their DNA for his drones, a craving that seemed almost a physical hunger. He immediately recognized this unnaturally strong desire as something that came from his new set of instincts. "Okay, calm down now, Marcus," he ordered himself. "You've seen what happens when you let your instincts control you. So calm down, fight these feelings back, and try to think clearly." He took a deep breath, and the excitement he had felt slowly subsided. He still wanted the creature's DNA, though. It would be an incredible boon for his minions, at least if it was actually readable, unlike those of the goblins and the deer. But he currently lacked the means to actually procure their DNA. Moreover, most of the reinforcements he expected had been slaughtered, so the need of making more minions was bigger than ever. With an exasperated sigh, he left the basement. The drones could fix this place better than him, and he could see through their eyes, so there was no real reason to stay there. More than anything, it had been an excuse to procrastinate his egg-laying duty. Now was not the time for excuses. He needed new warriors and hunters, and he needed them as soon as possible. When he came out of the cellar, the rain had momentarily stopped, although by the look of the sky it could resume any time. However, Marcus was quite pleased by this, as he was already wet and dirty as it was, so he went to the room where he'd stored the eggs, if you could call 3 walls and half a roof a room, and the other stuff he'd taken from the old hive. After looking around, he squatted and started designing the drones he wanted to give birth to. As always, the process was uniquely uncomfortable. Marcus moaned and cursed while pushing the eggs out, squinting his eyes and trying to exclude the rest of the world from his perception. Finally, 4 new eggs were lying on the ground under him, and he was left panting, his mind numbed with exhaustion, shame, and guilty pleasure. Only then did he open his eyes. And with pure horror, he saw Clara staring at him from the entrance of the room, with her eyes wide. Chapter 35. Awkward Silence is Not Golden. Clara had been wandering in the ruins, limping slightly because of her injury. She was searching for something to use to make a bed for her and Felix, since lying on the mossy stone floor wasn't exactly that comfortable. She remembered that Marcus's minions had taken some furs with them when they fled the cave, though she had no clue about where they put them, so she had to explore the place despite the pain from her ribs. To make things worse, Felix couldn't help her, since he was in even worse shape than her. Whenever he tried to get up, he suffered from bouts of nausea, and Marcus and the other insectoid creatures had disappeared somewhere inside the ruins, so she was on her own. At least the rain had reduced to a barely noticeable drizzle, so she wouldn't get too wet, but the terrain was still pretty difficult. It was covered in slippery mud, plants, and stone, which were fairly easy to trip on. Because of this, and having no idea where the new storeroom had been established, Clara walked slowly, checking every nook and cranny, and taking frequent pauses. But while she was exploring an empty, partially collapsed building, she heard noises coming from one of the rooms. Curious, but cautious, she silently approached the entrance, peeking inside. What she saw left her speechless. The room was obviously being used as the temporary storeroom, judging by the pile of eggs, furs, and random stuff piled under the part of the ceiling that was still up. But what caught Clara's attention was at the center of the room. There, Marcus was squatting, completely naked while squirming, moaning, and grunting with her shrill, high-pitched voice. Her face was a mixture of pain, pleasure, and discomfort. Her eyes closed. A few droplets of rain coated her shiny, smooth gray skin like sweat. What really horrified Clara was that the monster girl was pushing something big out of her... Clara didn't manage to finish the thought. With a strained grunt, Marcus finally expelled the thing from her body. As it fell gently on the grass, the girl recognized the object. It was an egg, roughly the size of her fist, identical to the ones she'd seen being carried away from the cave. She's laying eggs. That's what she's been doing all that time in the storeroom. Then a sudden realization hit her. Wait, does that mean she's the one that made all the other eggs? Clara thought with horror. Then all those other creatures are her children. Feeling sick, Clara tried to avert her eyes, only to discover she couldn't. She yearned to look away, but some sort of morbid fascination kept her staring at Marcus while the monster girl pushed 2 more eggs out of her body. Well, at least I know what my nightmares are going to be about tonight. If I'm going to get any sleep at all, that is. Then, as the 3rd egg rolled gently on the grass with the other 2, Marcus took a deep breath and opened her eyes, noticing Clara. The 2 girls stared at each other for a good minute, both of them too shocked and horrified to talk, almost afraid to break the incredibly awkward silence that enveloped the room. Then thunder resonated in the distance, breaking the spell-like silence, and Clara darted away with all the speed her wounded body could muster. Not really a smart move, considering her injured ribs, but she hadn't been thinking of anything else other than escaping from the terrible awkwardness of that situation. She made it a whole 10 meters before Marcus tackled her to the ground. Pain exploded from Clara's side as the monster girl's weight pressed on her wound, and she let out an anguished grunt of pain. The moment Marcus heard this, she stood up, leaving the female human free, and giving her a very worried and panicked look. "Sorry, sorry," Marcus cried, lifting her hands to the air. "Sorry, I no want hurt you. Sorry." Clara didn't answer, hissing through her teeth because of the pain, and simply glared at the monster girl. "What was the bright idea?" she asked angrily. "Why did you tackle me?" Marcus hesitated for a moment, trying to formulate a coherent answer with her poor vocabulary. "You... run," she finally said. "I scared. Cannot think. I sorry. I do not want hurt you. Clara friend. No hurt friend." Clara raised her eyes to meet those of the creature. Despite her non-human features, she looked genuinely mortified, and the blonde girl felt her anger simmer down a little. "So, you were scared and couldn't think, right?" she asked, and the monster girl nodded. "But why were you scared?" I scared you go tell Felix." Marcus blushed, or what looked like a blush. Her gray face took a light purple shade. She gestured toward the room they just left. "I scared you tell Felix what you see there." "You were scared I would tell Felix about that?" Clara looked at her with very suspicious eyes, feeling a bit of her anger returning. "Why would you be scared about that?" Marcus couldn't answer at first, and simply looked down at her feet with embarrassment. I scared Felix see that. I scared Clara see that. I scared all people see that. I want not one see that. I want not one know that. Her grammar was seriously mangled, but Clara understood what she wanted to say. You don't want anyone to see or know about the fact that you about what you do in that room, because it embarrasses you, right? Marcus nodded again, still avoiding her eyes and blushing. For once, Clara was at a loss for words. The monster girl's embarrassment seemed completely honest, and to be fair, she would feel embarrassed if anyone saw her while pushing things out of her private parts. Since neither of them was talking, the awkward silence made its return, and somehow it felt even more unbearable. In order to break it, possibly in a less stupid manner, Clara started asking some questions. So, do all your minions come from those eggs? Marcus grimaced and nodded. But are you the only one laying them? Another positive nod. Doesn't that mean you've laid hundreds of those things? Clara asked with a horrified voice. The monster girl grimaced even harder, her face deeply unhappy, and nodded again. But did you have to... don't you need to mate in order to reproduce? Clara asked, starting to feel physically sick at the thought. Marcus looked at her a bit confused and asked, Tea? Oh, right, you probably don't know what the word means. This time it was Clara's turn to stutter and blush. You know, to mate is to have sex. To help her explanation, she did a very vulgar gesture, making a circle with one hand and sticking a finger in it. The level of awkwardness between the two girls rose to new heights, as both Marcus and Clara blushed even more intensely. After a moment, the monster girl started shaking her head in denial while desperately waving her arms. No, 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 she cried, her face turning a more vivid shade of purple. I do not mate. I do not need mate to lay eggs. Clara actually took a sigh of relief after hearing this. She wouldn't have been able to take any more awkwardness. After a few seconds, she then looked at Marcus, trying to decide what to do now. The monster girl seemed... she looked like a deeply uncomfortable and embarrassed girl. Her emotions were clearly showing on her face, and she looked more human than she ever did. Or maybe it's just the first time I actually looked at her like a person instead of like a wild beast, Clara admitted to herself. Not that this alone was a reason to trust her completely. People could be just as dangerous as animals, not to mention far more treacherous. But along with the fact that she helped her and her friend multiple times, it was at least enough to give her a chance. Clara sighed and tried to get up. Marcus immediately came and offered her hand, and this time Clara accepted the help, grabbing the creature's hand and pulling herself up. The hand was peculiar. The chitin armor that covered it was very hard and smooth, but to her surprise, it wasn't cold at all, but rather pleasantly warm. Once Clara was up, she looked Marcus straight in the eyes. I'm not going to tell Felix about this. I promise, she said. Relief flashed on Marcus's face when she heard those words. Thank you, she said, her purple eyes shining with happiness. Thank you, Clara. It's nothing. Clara shrugged. Let's just pretend this never happened, okay? It's just as embarrassing for me as it is for you." Grimacing hard, Marcus nodded in agreement. "Anyway, could I ask you for a favor? I'm gonna need a couple of furs to make a bedding for me and Felix. Sleeping on a stone floor is not exactly comfortable, especially since we're both injured." At these words, Marcus smiled brightly and ran away to the storeroom, coming back with a small pile of furs in her hands. Instead of giving them to Clara, she said, "Go, I follow. Clara hurt. I get clothes on and then take furs." Clara was about to protest and insist she could do it herself, but her pained side convinced her otherwise. "Okay, fine. Get dressed and let's go then." The monster girl nodded, grabbing a few furs and draping them around herself. They made their way back to the cloister where Felix rested. Despite her embarrassment, Marcus seemed quite happy. This was the first time she had the chance to really talk to Marcus, who so far had been rather cold and distant. Clara was still a bit worried. Despite acknowledging the monster girl as an ally, or at least not an enemy, she still felt some irrational dislike for her. This was mostly because the nagging feeling of familiarity she got every time she looked at the female creature hadn't disappeared, and it really annoyed her. Still, for now at least, she would do her best to ignore it. Chapter 36. A Pain in the... Marcus accompanied Clara back to the cloister where Felix was. Luckily, the boy was asleep, but still Marcus couldn't bear to face him right now. Right after they arrived, he dumped the furs on the ground, quickly saluted Clara, and ran away. He ran until he was sure the humans couldn't hear him, and then he stopped and took a deep breath. "Fuck!" he screamed, letting out all of the embarrassment he'd kept inside until then. Mr. Fuckity McFuck riding wild dicks to the great hall of fuckery, leaving nothing unfucked in his wake until everything is well and truly fucked. He continued cursing an endless stream of profanity that grew in inventiveness, complexity, and volume. The limits of anatomy were verbally explored. The fairness of the universe was put into question, and a lot of improbable names were called, all in the foulest language Marcus could conceive. Really, if the ruins of the convent had been still consecrated, whatever god was worshipped there would probably have appeared just to say, "Dude, what the hell?" Marcus stopped in the middle of a particularly vitriolic tirade because he was out of breath, and then he just let himself fall to the ground, completely exhausted. He remained there for a while, completely motionless, thinking of absolutely nothing and feeling completely empty after letting out all of his frustration. Then, with quite a lot of effort, he picked himself up and mentally called for Cooper. The dog-like drone arrived in less than a minute, and Marcus started petting it to relax while he thought. All things considered, this went better than expected. For some reason, if it was Felix who'd seen me instead of Clara, it would have felt even worse. He grimaced at the thought. Still, all I want right now is just to dig a deep hole and disappear in it for the rest of eternity. Damn eggs and damn monster body. He sighed and shook his head. Well, let's try looking on the bright side. At least Clara promised not to tell Felix. Not to mention, we actually talked for the first time. She's seemed pretty aloof and hostile. Who knows, maybe she doesn't trust non-humans. Marcus smirked. Or maybe she's just in that phase of adolescence and needs to be an asshole to everyone to prove her independence. Even I was a little piece of shit at that age. He shuddered, remembering the cringeworthy things he'd done at that age. I even wore an actual trench coat at school for a year, thinking it would make me look cool instead of making me look like an absolute dork. Embarrassing as they were, those memories actually cheered him up. The feelings he was having right now, even the embarrassment and nostalgia, made him feel human and completely overwhelmed the hive instincts he had in his mind. Heck, even the rage he experienced at the destruction of his old hive had completely gotten out of his mind. Sure, he felt deeply uncomfortable and even angry when he'd seen Clara peeping at him, but those were human feelings and belonged entirely to him rather than to his body. That was why he'd been able to instantly put his irritation to the side and talk with Clara in a civilized manner. Compared to the bouts of rage he experienced thanks to his racial instincts, those were nothing. Always gotta find the silver lining in any plate of shit that life serves you, Marcus said, smiling sardonically. Well, if I can control myself and avoid any more brain farts from now on, that's more than enough reason to be happy. His smile lasted for a few more seconds, but then faded, replaced by determination. Well then, enough of that. I've got a hive to run, and sadly it won't run itself. And I could use this moment of mental clarity to better plan for the future. He concentrated. His current priorities were already established. Secure a big enough food reserve, and make more drones capable of defending the new hive. The first task would require him to produce a lot of hunter drones, as he wanted to have a big reserve of mold wax before starting to consume it, and therefore he would like to depend on hunting and gathering. This new area was still filled with prey, so the hive could live on that for a while. The second task was trickier, as having witnessed the number and the might of the goblins, he didn't want to underestimate them again. Therefore, he needed an army capable to face whatever the humanoids would throw at him. If he chose to face them with quantity versus quantity, he would need to make at least a few thousand warrior drones. Marcus shuddered. He could feel the pain in his cooch just at the thought. But the other option was to pit quality versus quantity. Marcus realized there were a lot of incredibly dangerous animals in this forest. The gorilla-like creatures that had all but annihilated his patrols. The hyena wolves that assaulted him weeks before with a bite that could pierce through anything. The dragon. By itself, it seemed capable of facing an entire army. The problem was that right now, he didn't have an army big enough to defeat those creatures, so he couldn't collect their corpses to eat them and absorb their DNA. He tried to think of a solution. He needed the bodies of those creatures if he wanted to absorb their characteristics, but at the same time, fighting them would cost too many drones. Not to mention there was always the risk of their DNA being unreadable, like those of the goblins and the laser deer. Wait! He stopped in his tracks, realizing something important. Whoever said I need to actually kill them to get their DNA? Couldn't I just get it from some parts of their bodies, like blood or saliva? For some reason, he didn't really like this solution. He really wanted to feast on the bodies of these strong creatures, killing them simply because their existence was a threat to the hive, and taking their strength for his children. He quickly realized this dislike came from his new instincts. Nice try, fucking monster instincts, Marcus said while looking down at his body. But I win this round. Plus, the true threat to the hive are the goblins, and since I can't absorb their characteristics because of some bullshit reason, the best thing I can do is take the characteristics of other strong creatures without actually confronting them. For some reason, this self-explanation worked like a charm. Marcus felt his instinctive dislike for the plan slowly dissipate as he realized all of the advantages this new plan could bring his hive. Well then, now that my instincts are out of the way, how do I actually accomplish that? He grabbed his chin, thinking hard. I can't exactly send the workers or the hunters to collect part of their bodies. What about some new kind of drone? A nice idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey, in that old movie about cloning dinosaurs, they obtained the dinosaurs' DNA from mosquitoes trapped in amber. So why don't I make my own mosquitoes? He smiled smugly at this idea and accessed his own mental genetic database to see if it was possible. Let's see. Dang it, I didn't eat any mosquitoes. But hey, I just need to make a blood-sucking creature. Just drinking the blood won't do it. I need for the drone to have a place where it can store the blood and keep it as unadulterated as possible. Maybe an internal pouch? I don't have anything like that in my database. Oh well, I just need to make it. What if I give the creature a second stomach, only without any digestive function? Yeah, this will work. Now, how could this creature actually collect the blood? Do I give it a needle? No, that wouldn't really work. If I give them a needle too big, the creature it stings would feel it and be alarmed. But if I make it small enough to be unnoticeable, then it wouldn't be strong enough to pierce through the skin of those gorilla-like creatures, not to mention the dragon. Hey, what if I just give it a very strong bite, just to break through the skin, and then a small needle to get through that opening? Yeah, this is perfect. Heck, I can even make the needle retractable and make it so that blood sucked through it would go directly to the pouch, so the drone can actually eat when not collecting blood. Brilliant! After the most specific part of the drone had been decided, the rest was pretty much a given. Marcus decided to make the new drone as small as possible, half the size of his forearm, and shaped pretty much like a vaguely reptiloid mosquito. The drone would be capable of flying, and while it didn't possess any defense apart from its strong bite, it would be very fast and stealthy. Also, and this was one of the greatest benefits in Marcus's opinion, due to its diminutive size, this drone would need a rather smaller egg than the rest, meaning it would be easier to actually make. Perfect! I shall call it the Collector Drone. I can easily make a dozen of these things at a time. In fact, I shall start to do it right now. I have more than enough energy reserves to produce these drones. As soon as he made this decision, he felt a familiar sting in his lower belly. He retreated into the storeroom, this time leaving Cooper outside to keep guard and stop anyone from coming in, and he squatted on the grass and started pushing. But this birth was harder than he anticipated. The eggs he was making should have been smaller than the usual ones, about the size of a ping-pong ball. But for some reason, it seemed like they were much, much bigger. "Fuck!" Marcus cried, as intense spasms of pain and pleasure coursed through his body. "What the hell is this? Why is it so hard?" He moaned and twitched, feeling as if he was going to be torn apart at any moment. Then, with a final push and an anguished scream, he pushed something outrageously big out of his body, and it fell on the grass with a wet plop. Marcus collapsed, breathing frantically and trembling like a newborn fawn. He felt certain parts of his body still twitching, and actual tears coursed down his face. He looked down in front of himself, and with shock, realized what he was watching. What the actual fuck? In front of him, there were a dozen eggs. Just like he envisioned, each egg was about the size of a ping-pong ball. But much to his horror and surprise, all of those balls were united in a single cluster the size of a rugby ball. "What the hell is that?" Marcus screamed. Did I just push that thing out of my fucking vagina? What the hell is this? He stared at his body, stuttering because of pain and fatigue. Is this some sort of revenge for taking control of my instincts, you fucking body? Of course, his body didn't answer him. He considered swearing a bit to relieve himself of the tension and shock, but he found that he was far too tired to do that. Without further thinking, Marcus let himself lie on the grass together with his eggs, and he fell almost immediately asleep. Chapter 37. Questioning Questions. The following days were relatively peaceful, which was a much-needed breather for Marcus. For starters, he'd woken up completely fine despite the effort of laying the egg cluster, which would have made any human woman walk funny for days. Since this wasn't the first time he recovered unnaturally quickly from injuries or exhaustion, he suspected his current body had some regenerative abilities, but he wasn't keen on exploring their limits. He was just glad that he didn't feel as if he was impaled through his cooch anymore. Also, the new hive was getting off pretty well. The mold wax was growing at an exceptional rate, probably thanks to the rain and all the plants it could absorb. The hunting was plentiful, so he had enough food to feed everyone, especially since there weren't that many drones for now. In fact, most of the eggs were taking an unusually long time to hatch, but this was fine for Marcus, since he wanted to build up his food supplies a bit more before increasing the numbers. His instincts suggested to him that the eggs would hatch much faster if they were surrounded by the mold wax. For the moment, he kept them away from it, with the exception of the collectors and a few hunters, which he placed directly in one newly grown patch of mold wax. The reason for the hunters was that he could use them both for defense and to hunt for food, while the collectors wouldn't need that much food and could start collecting DNA for when he decided to give birth to new warriors. Those eggs were developing quickly, and he expected the drones to be fully operational in a few days. Not having to lay many eggs for now, he spent more time with Clara and Felix. The boy was still suffering from occasional nausea or dizziness, but was otherwise fine, so he'd resumed his language lessons. Also, much to Marcus's surprise, Clara had become more relaxed and talkative, often conversing with Felix in front of him, and even talking to him directly. He suspected this was because of the conversation they'd had after she'd seen him lay eggs. He'd rather cut out his own tongue than bring that matter up, so he just enjoyed his new source of social activity. And to be fair, Clara was a good source of useful information. She was a hunter, and she knew the forest pretty well, so Marcus could ask her almost everything about the creatures of this world, like the goblins. The trio was sitting in the cloister, under a makeshift roof made of branches and grass, to shelter themselves from the nearly constant rain, and Marcus had just asked the girl about the weird humanoids, why there were so many subspecies of them, and why some of them looked like his own drones. Well, they're a race of tribal humanoids that live here in the Caligare forest, Clara started to explain, in the tone of a teacher explaining things to a child. They are usually pretty territorial, and it's hard to make them move, but under particularly dire circumstances, they're known to migrate en masse. Anyway, they're quite aggressive and are known to attack anything that approaches their nests. Also, they have a pretty interesting racial magic, Felix chimed in. I don't know exactly how it works, but when facing and surviving a dangerous enemy, the goblins can copy the characteristics of that enemy. That is why the goblins can be so different from each other. Depending on the enemy they copied, they could appear completely different. Some of them probably survived an encounter with your minions and developed similar characteristics as a result. That's right, Clara agreed. Which is why you have to be extremely careful when exterminating a goblin's nest. If you leave some of them alive, they're gonna evolve and come back stronger. Marcus's eyes went wide at this explanation. Sure, now he understood how the goblins could be so strong, and why some of them looked like his own drones. But this wasn't good news. If the goblins were able to take the characteristics of anything they fought, they were an incredibly dangerous foe. For some reason, he hadn't seen any goblin that exhibited more than one species' traits. If they take characteristic of what they fight, can they take characteristic of more species? Marcus asked. Or they can take only one? His knowledge of this world's language was still pretty crude, but after hearing Clara and Felix talk to each other, he'd made stellar progress. It also helped that the syntax was very similar to that of the English language, as were many words and phrases. Heck, this whole language sounded more like an English dialect than an alien language. Anyway, the two humans shook their heads at his question. Nah, they can't copy more than one species at the time, Clara replied. The copying magic is effective only when they are in their base form. After they evolve, the change is permanent, and they lose the ability to copy any other species. Though they can still improve the characteristics of the species they copied in the first place, Felix added. For example, if a goblin keeps fighting orcs and surviving, it would gradually become more similar to an orc. Marcus nodded to show he understood the explanation. He also let out a sigh of relief. The goblins were already a problem as they were, but at least they couldn't become the chimeric monstrosities he feared for a moment. Oh, by the way, can I ask you a question? Felix said all of a sudden. You can, Marcus replied, nodding. I answer if I know. Well, I was wondering which species you belong to. Felix smiled awkwardly. Sorry if it sounds disrespectful, but I've never seen a creature like you or your minions. The monster girl smiled, as if to reassure Felix that he wasn't offended, and replied immediately. I am human, he said in his mind, but his mouth said, I am Vex. Huh? What did I just say? Vex, huh? I've never heard of it. Felix looked intrigued. What about you, Clara? I've never heard of it either. It's likely an entirely unknown species. Felix seemed very excited. Could you tell us more about your race, Marcus? Where do you come from? Marcus wasn't listening. Instead, she was just sitting there, eyes wide, processing what he had just said. The question about her race had awakened something in his mind, and he felt as if two different entities were struggling inside of her head, each trying to assert dominance. Marcus? Are you all right? Felix asked, slowly touching her shoulder to get his attention. The monster girl, startled, immediately jumped to his feet, gave a nervous look at the boy, and quickly said, Sorry, need to go. Need time now. And he darted away, running away under the rain until he reached the entrance to the underground part of the ruins, and then she hid himself in a corner of a cellar. The place was completely dark and almost entirely covered in a layer of mold wax, so it reminded her of his old hive. There, he remained in a fetal position, breathing frantically while trying to get a hold of herself. I am human! I am human! I am a fucking human! He repeated as some kind of mantra. I am a Vex, not a man! No! He screamed, trying to correct himself. I meant I am a man, not a fucking Vex or whatever they're called. God frigging damn it! It's these damn instincts trying to fuck with my mind again. It's not me. I'm still myself. I'm still the same person deep down, damn it. He remained still, sitting in the darkness of his new hive, trying to get a hold of himself. I am human. I am human. I am human. He kept repeating in his mind, rocking forward and back, hugging himself, trying to clear his mind of his instinct's influence. I am human. I am human. I am human. He tried to put all the conviction he could muster in this thought. But deep inside himself, he was starting to have doubts. Chapter 38. Call on hold. What's the matter with her? Felix asked right after Marcus had run away, a worried expression on his face. No idea, Clara replied, looking equally puzzled. She looked upset, though. Oh dear, was it something I said? Maybe asking where she came from? I don't know. Should we go after her? Felix suggested. Maybe we could... No! Clara cried out loudly, interrupting her friend. She looked very alarmed. I mean, if she needs help, she'll be back, and she'll tell us what worries her. No need to disturb her privacy. But you said she seemed upset, Felix protested. So can't we... No, we can't. Clara was adamant. We don't know what she's doing right now, but she looked like she needed to be alone. Let's give her some time. When she feels ready to return, she will. No need to risk interrupting whatever she's doing right now. Well, that's very sensible of you. Felix looked surprised. I was under the impression you didn't like her for some reason. And you didn't trust her either. You were always trying to spy on her in the cave. The girl shrugged. That's in the past. I decided to give her a chance. She doesn't really seem hostile, so I can at least try to be polite, as long as she doesn't try to do anything against us. Oh yeah, Felix nodded. It seemed to me that you were friendlier to her all of a sudden. Did something happen between you two? Clara grimaced and avoided Felix's eyes. We had a girl talk, she finally said after a long pause. Nothing you could really understand. Oh, yeah? Felix seemed curious. What did you two speak about? That's none of your concern. Her tone hardened. As I said, it was a girl talk, so don't try to pry, Felix. Okay, then. Keep your girl secrets. The boy hated leaving his curiosity unsatisfied, but he knew his friend well enough to know he wouldn't get anything else out of her. He took his twin stone out of his pocket to give another try at making contact with Bretholtz. Not that he had high hopes. He'd tried multiple times to make it work during his residence in the cave, and had failed every time, despite being in much better condition back then. Still, it was worth a shot. If anything, he could distract himself from the need to ask Clara more questions. The twin stone looked like a gray, smooth, hemispherical rock. At first look, there was nothing special about it, and in fact, it had once been a perfectly normal rock, before being enchanted and broken in 2 pieces. After that, the rock could be used as a focus for a rather simple spell, allowing whoever was holding one half of a twin stone to speak telepathically with whoever held the other half, no matter the distance between them. Sadly, because of his Jinni heritage, Felix wasn't gifted in any kind of magic except fire-related spells. Sure, unlike pure-blooded Jinni, he could still practice sorcery, but it was harder for him than it would be for a normal human. And to make things worse, his master hadn't exactly been a good teacher. He was more interested in his own work, rather than dealing with his apprentice. He mostly treated Felix like a servant when he bothered to acknowledge his presence at all. Because of this, the boy hadn't exactly been surprised when he couldn't manage to make the twin stone work inside the cave, and he had thought it was because of his own incompetence. What surprised him was that, this time, as he concentrated on the twin stone, he actually managed to establish a link on the first try. "Wow!" he exclaimed, and actually dropped the link because of how surprised he was. "What?" Clara asked. "What happened?" I think I managed to make the twin stone work," Felix said, in an astonished voice. Clara's expression brightened considerably. "That's awesome!" she cried, her voice full of excitement. "We can call for help now. We can ask for a rescue party to come and get us home." She stopped for a moment, and her tone became more serious. "Though we should warn them about the goblins first. I've never heard about such an army of those creatures, and they clearly pose a threat to the province, and maybe even the whole kingdom." "Right." He was about to concentrate on the twin stone again, but then he lifted his eyes again. "Clara, what about Marcus?" "What about Marcus?" the girl asked back. I don't know, but we can't just leave her here alone in the forest." Clara grimaced, but said nothing. Just a couple of days before, she would have had no problem leaving that weird creature behind. Things were different now. She had acknowledged the monster girl was actually a person, and a rather helpful and friendly one to boot, so she couldn't just treat her as some kind of wild animal, despite her instinctive dislike of her. She sighed. "We'll think about it when the time comes," she finally said. "The least we can do is offer her to come with us, although I have no idea how she would be treated in the kingdom." She shrugged. "But she seems capable of taking care of herself, and she even has her minions to help her. So I don't think we'll have to worry about her in any case." Felix nodded, looking a bit relieved, and returned his concentration to the stone. After a few moments, he established the link again and started talking. The twin stone communication, despite being basically telepathic, still required the two people to talk with a clear voice in order to be understood. Even when not used, the other half of the twin stone would vibrate when receiving a message, warning the other person of the upcoming call. "Hello?" Felix spoke into the stone. "Is anyone there?" "This is Felix Agner, from the expedition commanded by Sir Dagobert. Is anyone there?" A few seconds passed, and he was about to repeat the message when he heard an unknown voice replying in the back of his head. "This is Telemancer Hoggs speaking. Who am I speaking to?" Felix smiled. "Hello! This is Felix Agner, apprentice sorcerer and part of the expedition sent to scout the Ashwood Hills." There were a few seconds of silence, and then the voice returned. "Okay. You are the apprentice sorcerer Felix Agner. Are you sure?" "Yes, of course," Felix answered, a bit baffled by the question. "Okay then. What's your status?" "Well, me and Clara. Clara Kreikdotter, one of the scouts. Well, we got separated from the main group during the goblin attack. We are both injured, and we need help getting back." The voice fell silent for a few seconds, prompting Felix to wonder if the link had fallen. But then Hoggs continued speaking. "What about this goblin attack? When did it happen? And how did you get separated from the others?" "Wait, the others didn't tell you? Are they okay? You did hear from them, right?" First, answer my question, please, the telemancer replied, his tone a bit harder. Okay then. Felix was a bit shaken and surprised, but answered nonetheless. The attack happened about 10 days ago. The goblins cast some spell that silenced the whole area, preventing us from giving the alarm or trying to contact you. There were thousands of goblins, but we tried to escape anyway, following the Aura warriors. Me and Clara got separated from the rest during the fight, but luckily we were rescued by Marcus's flying minions that took us to safety. Okay, no, wait a second. Hoggs seemed confused. Who's this Marcus? Well, that's a long story. To sum things up, Marcus is a Vex, I think she said. A Vex girl, to be precise. And what's a Vex, exactly? Oh, I don't know, exactly. She's a humanoid creature and clearly female, despite not having, much of a chest. Felix blushed a bit. Anyway, she resembles some kind of beast man, but instead of a hybrid between a human and another mammal, she looks like a hybrid between a human and some kind of weird insect or reptile thing. She also controls a lot of creatures that look similar to her, minus the humanoid part. Those were the creatures that rescued us. Apparently they're fighting the goblins too, and they've cared for us until now. There were a few seconds of silence before Hoggs replied. Okay, he said, sounding confused and more than a bit suspicious. Could you stand by for a bit? I need to report what you said, and we'll continue later. Will you be available in a few hours? Yes, I think. This time it was Felix who seemed confused. But why, though? Can't you listen to my full report right now? I mean, there is a friggin' goblin army out here, and they don't exactly look friendly. They could raid the province at any time. There were another few seconds of silence before the telemancer answered. Okay, I will give your partial report to the captain as soon as I find him. Then, if possible, I will immediately call you back, and you'll be able to give your full report to the captain, as well as answer his questions directly. Is that okay? Well, sure. Then remain on standby. I'll call you back. Now I'll drop the link. And as soon as he said it, the communication stopped. Felix felt the link from the other half of the Twinstone drop. He dropped his own, too, and gave a long stare at the ground, confused about the conversation. Clara, who so far had waited in order to not disturb her friend, noticed his change in demeanor. Is everything all right, Felix? Can you talk with me now? Yes. It's just, the conversation was weird. They were surprised to hear from us. Well, if we're the only survivors from the expedition, that's to be expected. Although it's not a pleasant thought. No, not that. Felix shook his head. I don't know how to explain it, but the telemancer didn't exactly react as if we were the survivors that called after a long time of silence. He was suspicious, almost as if he thought we didn't tell the truth. A mix of confusion and worry appeared on Clara's face. That's peculiar, she said. Any idea why? No clue. Do you? The girl remained silent for a bit, thinking. Well, from how you described their reaction, it sounded as if they did receive some reports before, and somehow those reports greatly contradict our own. Felix's eyes widened in surprise and shock. But how's it possible? How could they receive reports that contradict what I just said? It's simple, really, Clara said, narrowing her eyes. All it takes is a traitor who's working with the goblins. But that's ridiculous. Felix sounded incredulous. Who would do something like that? And why? The huntress laughed. It's simple, really. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. For most people, loyalty suddenly becomes not so important when weighed against your life. Felix shook his head in disbelief. Well, yeah, but I can't imagine someone openly collaborating with the goblins like that, he said. If those goblins attacked the province, they could kill hundreds of people. Who could allow something like this? Clara smiled again, amused at her friend's naivete. Not too long ago, she thought the same. But after she experienced firsthand how nasty people can be, even toward those that were once close to them, she'd hardened her view of the world considerably. Well, maybe you're right, and I'm being too suspicious, she conceded, unwilling to tackle Felix's idealism. Let's wait for the captain to call back. Maybe we'll clear things up then. Deep inside, though, she was almost certain she was right. Chapter 39. I know that you know that I know. Zeno wasn't having a good day, though no days had been stellar as of late. First, he'd been caught in Vickers' crazy scheme to take the accursed book from that stubborn girl, Clara. Then he had to venture inside this godforsaken forest, and then he spent the last 10 days inside a small wooden cage, completely naked, save for a dirty blanket. Still, it could be worse. If anything, he was still alive, while almost half the members of the expedition were dead, and most of the survivors had been considerably roughed up, suffering broken bones, bruises, and sometimes even missing a limb after the capture. Zeno had been too scared to resist the goblins, and he had been caught without problem or too much discomfort, while the other sorcerer, Joachim, had been killed by a blow to the head while trying to cast a fireball against the enemy. And contrary to all expectations, letting himself be captured had turned out to be a smart decision. Despite their reputation of being wild savages, the goblins had actually treated them relatively well so far. The wounded had been healed by their shamans, and there was no torture or slave labor. They were just kept in the cages. They even let the surviving Aura warriors, Dagobert and Lud, live despite the danger they posed, although they kept them drugged at all times in order to prevent them from using their powers to try to escape. They also took similar precautions with Zeno, once their shamans had identified him as a sorcerer. In his case, it was deemed sufficient to take all of his possessions away, including his clothes. The sorcerer had to admit that his captors had been quite smart in doing that. Sorcerers couldn't really use magic without their tools, so a lot of them, Zeno included, kept various focus instruments hidden in their clothes in case of emergency. The goblins obviously anticipated this, showing a great deal more cunning and foresight than he'd have given them credit for. Not that this would stop him from silently cursing at them for leaving him naked in the chill of early autumn. He was in the middle of a big clearing in the forest, surrounded by a 3-meter-tall wooden fence. A few small wooden huts and leather tents offered shelter to the goblins guarding the humans, who were kept in 5 wooden cages in the exact center of the clearing. A dozen or so hobgoblin guards stood near them at all times, armed with long spears and clubs, ready to punish any attempt to escape. A shaman also watched them. There were 4 of them who alternated at keeping watch on the Aura warriors and the sorcerer, who were kept separated from the others. Zeno was really glad about this last thing. Not only did he not have to share the small space with other people, he was also safe from his companions, since some of them were looking at him with murder in their eyes ever since he struck a deal with the goblins. The sorcerer shook his head. That wasn't important. They couldn't hurt him right now. Sure, if they made it out alive, they'd make it pretty difficult for him to live in Medelon, accusing him of being a traitor and all. He could always find work in the Empire or in the Federation. Maybe even Castillar, if he really wanted to disappear. The Castillar Frontier Legion never asked questions about the recruit's past, and it wouldn't be the first time a criminal hid among them. The only place he couldn't escape was to his hometown in Becca, as his dealings in the past made him a great number of enemies there that would gladly put a knife between his shoulders, should they get a clue about his location. While he was meditating on his future plans, a goblin approached his cage. It was one of the shamans. It wore a mangy robe and carried a staff decorated with dozens of crow skulls. Zeno recognized him. He was the head of the shamans of this camp, and he was also the one that proposed him the deal. Basically, the sorcerer had been promised both his life and his freedom in exchange for giving false information to his boss in Bretholtz through the Twin Stone. Since Zeno wasn't loyal to the kingdom of Medelon, but only to himself, and the spears pointed at him at the time looked very sharp, he accepted. Initially, he thought that he could somehow turn the situation in his favor by cryptically giving a distress call to the telemancer. But the goblins somehow expected that. Not only had they made a whole script for him, making it clear that any attempt at giving any extra information would have been punished, but they also tampered with the Twin Stone, enabling them to listen to the conversation. The goblins made Zeno report that a tyrant bear had made a nest in the Ashwood Hills and was fighting against the forest dragon known to live there. To justify the fact that the other sorcerers, Joachim and Felix, couldn't answer, he had to say they had been caught by surprise in the middle of a fight between the two creatures, losing roughly half of the group, including the two sorcerers, and the rest had fled south to save their lives. The story was quite plausible, since both tyrant bears and forest dragons were very territorial and known to fight each other if their territories overlapped. Also, both creatures were strong enough that it was entirely possible for a patrol like theirs to get annihilated by one of them. But at the same time, they'd be relatively safe once outside of their territories. Zeno had to admit this cover story was quite brilliant. It was simple, plausible, and perfectly justified why they had lost half of the group, and why they were taking so long before returning. Healing the wounded and going around the danger zone created by the two beasts would take a while. But most importantly, neither a tyrant bear nor the forest dragon were really a threat to the province, because although they were ridiculously strong, they weren't known for leaving their territories, and the non-detectable area in the forest could roughly be explained as a consequence of the creatures' humongous auras clashing against each other. It wasn't really a good explanation. It was still vaguely possible, as the side effects of massive aura usage were all but unpredictable. The Bretholtz province wouldn't really take any precaution against this threat, and it would be an easy target for a goblin raid, which seemed what the little gray bastards had in mind. The shaman approached the cage, holding Zeno's twin stone. He then gave it to the caged sorcerer, who took it and felt it was vibrating, the sign of an incoming call. "There's a call incoming," the goblin said with a raspy voice. "You answer. I listen through my wind spirits. You must say that you and your group are currently resting, that wounded ones need time to recover properly, and you still need 3 weeks to get back. If you say anything different from this, we kill you." Yeah, it's the same old drill, I know, Zeno replied. "Listen, we've done this for more than a week. I'm not just going to betray you all of a sudden." Ouch! The sorcerer cried out in pain as a small spark of lightning erupted from the shaman's staff, shocking his body. "You no talk back. You just do as you're told if you want to live and be free," the goblin snarled. "We do not trust you. You betray your own kind for your convenience. You'd betray us even more easily. Behave and know your life is in our hands." Okay, Zeno whimpered. "I got it. Don't do that again, please. I'll do as I'm told." He started concentrating on the twin stone, and after a few seconds, he established the link. "This is the sorcerer Zeno Zarini speaking," he stated, forcing himself to have a steady voice. "This is Telemancer Hoggs speaking," a familiar voice from the twin stone replied, perfectly audible to everyone, thanks to the shaman's spirit connected to the stone that broadcasted the otherwise telepathic message. "We've called you to receive your report about the situation of your group." "Oh, okay then," Zeno answered. "We are currently resting southwest of the danger area. We are making slow progress, since our seriously injured can't travel too fast. But we should be able to return to Bretholtz in about 3 weeks." "Good," Hoggs replied. "I have a few more questions, though. You stated in your past reports that the apprentice sorcerer Felix Agner and the scout Clara Kriegdüter are among those who died when you got caught between the forest dragon and the tyrant bear. Is that right?" The sorcerer was caught by surprise by that question and turned to the shaman, who nodded and gestured him to answer positively. "Yes, that's right," Zeno said, trying to sound sad. "They both died during that encounter. Sad thing. They were both so young and—" "Another question," Hoggs said, interrupting him in the middle of his false lamentation. "Did you find any trace of any other threats in your area, like trolls, orcs, goblins, night wolves, or wild elementals?" This question was unexpected, and Zeno, not knowing what to say, looked desperately in the shaman's direction. The goblin, who looked quite worried himself, shook his head, silently ordering him to answer negatively. "Didn't find any," Zeno lied. "Why do you ask?" "Just because there is a clear threat doesn't mean we should focus only on it," the telemancer said. "Your expedition was made to find out all possible menaces out there, after all. I'll drop the link now. Thank you for your report." And as soon as he said those words, the link was dropped, leaving Zeno and the shaman puzzled at that response. Then the goblin gestured for the sorcerer to give back the twin stone, and as soon as he had it in his hands, he darted away, running toward the hut where the shamans resided. Zeno couldn't move from his cage, obviously, but his mind was still racing. Hoggs had seemingly fell hook, line, and sinker for his lies, never questioning his reports for the last 10 days, but this time he actually sounded suspicious. Could he have somehow gotten an inkling of what was really happening? And if so, how in the 7 hells did he do that? Inside the room he was using as an office, Hoggs turned to Marquis Azen Brett. He'd been eavesdropping on the conversation thanks to the broadcasting spell the telemancer cast on the twin stone. He was frowning, and his face looked very worried. "Well, Your Grace, that settles it," Hoggs said. "The reports are too contradictory. One of them is lying." This had been the second twin stone conversation he'd listened to that day. A few hours before, Hoggs told him about the unexpected twin stone report from Felix, the young apprentice sorcerer that, according to Zeno, had died during the fight between the dragon and the bear. Since that seemed fishy, Azen ordered Hoggs to cast a spell to listen to the Twinstone conversations directly, and he made the telemancer contact the boy before Zeno. The young apprentice had given a completely different story from the sorcerer. According to him, it had been an army of goblins that attacked them, not a dragon or a bear. Also, the simple fact that he had seemingly survived contradicted what Zeno reported. After hearing both, the Marquis concurred with Hoggs. At least one of them was definitely lying. And if he was a betting man, he'd put his money on Zeno being the liar. But he wasn't a betting man, or at least he wasn't when the fate of his whole province was at stake. "Actually, you're missing a third possibility, Hoggs," he said while smirking. "They could both be lying." "Yes, but why would they do that?" the telemancer asked, looking dubious. "Ah, that's the right question, my friend." Azen smiled ever more brightly. "Most crimes can be easily solved if you know the motivations behind them. Alas, that knowledge is not often readily available, but we have our wits, and we can try to deduce their motives." He put himself into what he thought was a cool, intelligent pose, grabbing his chin and smirking ever so smugly. To Hoggs, however, the noble just looked like an absolute dork. Still, he respected Azen. He was also the one who paid him, so he didn't say anything and let the man indulge in his antics. "For you see, the reason for giving a false report is to cause a certain reaction in those who receive it," he explained in a smug voice. "The people feeding us false information are doing so in order to have us behave in a certain way." He lifted his right hand with one finger up. "The first possibility is that the boy, Felix, is lying, and Zeno is telling the truth. In that case, the one talking to us is not Felix at all, but someone else impersonating him for some reason. By feeding us information about an army of goblins, he wants us to mobilize our forces toward the border of the Caligare forest, probably leaving us vulnerable somewhere else." He lifted a second finger. "The second option is that Zeno is lying and the boy is telling the truth. In that case, he's probably conniving with the goblins and is telling us that there is no threat in order to leave us open for a goblin raid." He lifted a third finger. "Option number 3 is that both are lying. In this case, they most likely are doing it to confuse us." Hoggs just nodded at each of these explanations. "Well, if we want to know for sure, I could use a scrying spell to check them directly," he suggested. "I can divine them fairly easily by using the Twinstone's link as a coordinate." Azen smiled sarcastically in response. "Yes, that is a possibility indeed," he admitted. "But forgive me if I'm wrong. Isn't the scrying spell easily detectable by whoever is being watched?" "Well, yes," Hoggs said. "A giant, floating, ethereal eye is quite difficult to miss, after all." "Exactly. They'd know we're watching them. And in that case, we'd lose the advantage of them not knowing that we know." The telemancer almost groaned at this explanation. Azen was a smart person, but he always had to show it off by being dramatic and overcomplicated. "So, what should we do then?" he asked cautiously. "Not scry on them?" No. What I mean is that we should use the scrying judiciously," the Marquis replied, "by choosing who to scry and how to react." "Well then, who should we scry on?" Hoggs asked. This time the noble paused for a few seconds, remaining in his meditating pose while caressing his mustache. With another smug smile, he explained, We'll use the scrying on the supposed young Felix. First of all, if he's lying, then he's not Felix, but an impersonator who should be fairly easy to spot. Moreover, his story seems like the more plausible. After all, we don't really have borders with dangerous areas except the one with the Caligare forest, and he's the one telling us to watch out from that direction. He paused for a moment, and then said with a vaguely childish glee, "And to be honest, I'm curious to see this Marcus creature he's talking about. I've never heard of a species like that. Who knows? Maybe it's a completely undiscovered one. In that case, our names could go down in history for this discovery." Chapter 40. In the Eye of the Beholder. Marcus was not having a good time. Truth be told, he actually felt a little depressed. All he wanted was to lie down alone in the dark, but this seemed impossible at the moment. First of all, it was rather difficult to be alone when you shared the same mind with hundreds of other creatures. Even now, he felt everything the drones did. He saw through their eyes and moved with their legs. Second, being in the dark had a rather dubious value when you could see perfectly without any light source. The room he was sitting in was in the deepest part of the cellars, too far for any sunlight to reach, and he could still see every detail. The stone walls, which had once been covered in moss and mud, were now almost completely coated in mold wax, which had grown exponentially in the last few days. That sight did feel relaxing to him, as it felt appeasing to his Vex instincts, but it also fueled the conflict inside his mind. Because what bothered him the most was the still ongoing identity crisis he'd been experiencing since yesterday. The conflict between his human mind and memories and her new set of Vex urges and instincts made him feel torn apart inside. And to make things worse, the more he tried to impose his will over his body, the more her subconscious kicked back, trying to influence his behavior. The result was that Marcus felt confused, flustered, and deeply uncomfortable and unhappy. He was really starting to understand how much he had changed, and how much of his old self he had lost. Up until now, he'd irrationally hoped, deep inside his mind, that things could still return to normal. That he could somehow return to his old life, to his old world, and to his old family. After all, dying and waking up as a weird creature alone in the woods, save for the company of the drones that she herself gave birth to, wasn't really a rational thing to begin with. Somehow it felt like a bad dream, one he could hope to wake up from. But things changed after his meeting with Felix and Clara. The company of the two humans with whom he could speak made the whole world seem more real, and also showed him clearly how different he'd become. Pleasant as it was to be able to communicate with someone else, they still made him feel uncomfortable. Because now he had no way to deny the reality of his situation. Even worse, he felt ashamed for trying to deny this truth to begin with. He had always tried to live his life by the motto of, always stay true to yourself. Realizing he had lost his way made him feel worse than anything else. But still, he didn't want it to be true. To accept that he wasn't human anymore and bow down to his instincts, to renounce who he once was. It felt wrong. It felt like the coward's way out. In the darkness of this underground cellar, Marcus's face assumed a determined expression. He would never surrender. Ever. He could still fail in the end and completely lose his old identity, but he sure as hell wouldn't go down without a fight. As he made this resolution, he immediately felt better. Be what it may, he'd decided what to do for now. He got up, brushing the dirt out of the rags he used as clothing. "Well then," he said, talking to no one in particular. "Let's see what our two guests are up to. I didn't check on them since yesterday." and he focused his attention on his drones, which he had been operating subconsciously so far. He'd gotten really good at that, to the point that most of the time he didn't even realize he was doing it unless he paid attention to it, pretty much like breathing. Through the eyes of the drones currently working inside the ruins, he searched the place for the two humans. A worker saw Felix sitting in the cloister, just where he'd left him the day before. But Clara wasn't with him. After a few seconds, a flying drone that was resting at the top of a half-collapsed bell tower saw her. She was walking through the ruins, searching room after room and calling for him. Marcus was a bit surprised that he hadn't noticed that before. Then again, he hadn't really paid attention to what was happening to the drones, and Clara didn't know that he could see and hear everything the drones did, so she hadn't thought of getting Marcus's attention through them. Wondering what she could want from him, Marcus left the room, walking outside of the cellars to meet Clara. About 2 minutes later, Marcus reached Clara just as he was exiting the cellars. The human girl was calling for him from the entrance to the underground part of the ruins, but she seemed reluctant to step in, despite the light rain. Marcus could understand why. The entrance looked absolutely ominous, being completely dark, covered in alien-looking mold wax, with multiple worker drones scuttling inside, their glowing eyes appearing and disappearing from sight. Heck, if he hadn't been capable of seeing in the dark, completely used to the mold wax, and connected telepathically to the drones, the cellars would have made him nervous too. So instead of inviting Clara to come inside, he stepped outside, trying his best to ignore both the rain and the air that felt surprisingly chilly after the mild warmth of the underground. He shivered and cloaked himself tightly in the dirty furs he used as a mantle. "I am here," he said. "Do you need thing from me, Clara?" Yeah. I actually need something from you," the girl replied. "Felix managed to make his twin stone work, and he spoke with our bosses in Bretholtz. He explained our situation, and they want to talk to you." "What?" Marcus asked, completely bewildered. "What is twin stone? How do Felix speak with other people? How do I speak with them? I do not understand." Clara sighed. "A twin stone is a magic instrument to talk with people at long distances. It's made of two halves of a rock. Whoever is holding one half can listen to what the person holding the other half is saying, regardless of the distance or obstacles between them." "Oh, so it's like cell phone," Marcus said. "A what?" Clara asked, a bit confused. "It's nothing," he said, dismissing the question. "So, who are your bosses? Why they want to talk with me?" "Well, the telemancer, for sure, and maybe the Marquis himself. Felix talked to him a bit earlier today." "Telemancer? Marquis?" Marcus asked, as he didn't know those words. The last one did sound familiar, though. "A telemancer is a sorcerer specialized in communications," Clara replied. "And Marquis is a noble title. Its rank is roughly equal to Count, but a Marquis usually rules over a foreign region, and therefore has more autonomy. Do you get it now?" He nodded in response. To be fair, he still didn't completely understand what a telemancer was, but he got that they were some sort of communications expert, and that was probably the important bit. As for Marquis, well, that word existed in his world as well, although the pronunciation was different. "Well then, are you willing to talk to them?" Clara asked. Marcus remained silent for a second, pondering his options. But there wasn't really any harm in just speaking with them. Plus, if this Marquis was an important person, he could actually benefit from it. If he wanted to live among other humans, having the support of someone in authority could really help. So with a small smile, Marcus replied, "Sure. I will talk to them." "Good. Let's go to Felix, then. He's the one operating the twin stone. And she turned and started walking back to the cloister. Marcus tailed her, but a sudden worry rose. Do I need to use twin stone? Can I use it? No, you don't need to. As I said, it's pretty difficult to use, so Felix will be operating it. She stopped for a moment and then added under her breath, or at least let's hope he'll be able to. What was that? Marcus asked. Nothing. Let's just go, Clara replied as she continued to walk. About a minute later, they reached the cloister where Felix, sitting on a pile of furs, greeted them with a wave of his arm. The boy seemed in much better health than the previous day. Hi, Marcus, he said. Nice to see you again. Is everything okay? You seemed a bit upset when you left yesterday. I'm okay, he replied. I just had bad thinking. The boy gave him a puzzled look, but Marcus didn't feel ready to talk about his feelings right now, so he changed the argument. Clara, tell me your bosses want to talk to me, he said. I can talk to them. Oh, okay. Good, Felix said with a smile. They told me to call them as soon as you're ready to speak. Shall I contact them right now? Yes. Felix fixated his eyes on the stone he was holding, which the Vex Queen assumed was the so-called twin stone. The boy remained concentrated for about a minute, during which neither Marcus nor Clara made a sound. Then the monster girl heard something. It was a very weak voice, like the faintest of whispers, and it was apparently coming from the stone. He didn't understand anything, but Felix apparently did, as he started speaking just as the whispers stopped. This is the apprentice sorcerer Felix speaking, he said. As you requested, I asked Marcus to be present during this call. She said she's willing to talk with you. The Vex Queen heard the same weak voice as before answering. He also realized it didn't come from the stone itself, but rather he heard it in the back of his head. He only had the sensation of it being connected to the stone. It was a weird feeling, and he couldn't really explain it. He was still questioning it when Felix suddenly looked at him. They said to stand by for a minute and try not to move, he said, relaying the orders he'd been given. They said they are going to attempt to create a more direct contact. Marcus was about to ask what he meant by that, when suddenly the stone in his hands started glowing. That took all present by surprise. Felix looked panicked and almost dropped the twin stone, while both Clara and Marcus gazed at it in confused surprise. Then, with a flash of light, a giant, glowing eyeball appeared, floating a few meters over the apprentice sorcerer's head, and gave a long, scanning gaze to the area, before locking on Marcus. Chapter 41. Eye-to-face conversation. Marcus's reaction was both instantaneous and instinctive. With a cry of surprise, she jumped back and mentally called all nearby drones to protect her against whatever that eyeball thing was. In a few seconds, 8 drones rushed into the ruined cloister. 3 flyers dropped from above, while 4 workers and a single hunter came running from other parts of the ruins. The drones positioned themselves between the Hive Queen and the perceived threat. Not satisfied, Marcus kept sending his mental summoning to all the drones in the vicinity, her instincts drowning her reason with waves of alarm and fury. Intrusions in her hive couldn't be tolerated. Then she heard some voices speaking to her. They felt weirdly distant and weak, as if hearing something while being submerged in water. Marcus ignored them at first, but then she noticed the 2 humans waving their arms, and suddenly made the connection that the voices belonged to them. As soon as he did, their voices became clear, and he understood what they were saying. "Marcus, stop!" Felix was saying, trying to calm him down. This is not a threat. It's simply a spell. It's harmless. Yeah, control yourself, Clara said with a steady voice, although her expression was much more wary than the boy's. We're not going to harm you. As the rational part of his mind started working again, Marcus felt as if he'd just woken up from a dream. And then, a surge of anger exploded in his mind. Those goddamn instincts had taken control of him again. He gritted his teeth and struggled to fight back the extreme irritation and annoyance. Even after the resolution he'd made a few minutes before, he got overwhelmed that easily. So much for not going down without a fight. He lifted his head and noticed that Clara and Felix were still giving him worried looks. The eye kept staring. Being just an eye, it didn't really have an expression. Marcus struggled to calm himself down, and with a gesture of his head, he telepathically dismissed the drones, who went back to their previous tasks. I am sorry, he said. I got scared by Big Eye. I did not wait for it. You didn't expect it, Felix corrected him with a relieved smile. Well, it's perfectly understandable then. Spell effects can be rather spooky if you're not used to them. Still, you better control yourself, Clara added, still giving him a wary look. You seem to have lost it for a moment. I will control myself better in future, Marcus replied with a very resolute voice. Trust me, I will. He wasn't just answering to Clara. He was also talking to himself. No matter what might happen, he'd never let his instincts get the better of him that easily ever again. Meanwhile, Felix turned his attention to the Twin Stone, as if listening to something, and then spoke as if replying to a question. No, everything is all right. Marcus was simply taken by surprise by that spell. We all were, to be fair. Maybe she's never seen something like that. Marcus heard the faint whispering again, and the apprentice sorcerer nodded and turned to him. The Marquis wants to ask you a few questions, Marcus. He can see you, but he can't hear you, so I'll just relay everything you say to him. Is that okay? It is okay, the monster girl replied. Ask me what you want to know. Felix smiled and turned his concentration on the stone. She said it's all right. She'll answer your questions. He stopped, listening to the telepathic words from his superiors, and then turned to Marcus. Well, first of all, the Marquis would like to introduce himself, he said. His name is Azen Brett, ruler of the Bretholtz province and Marquis of the Medilan Kingdom. Say to him, it is nice to know him, Marcus said, hoping not to sound rude. He would have liked to say things like, an honor to meet you, but he lacked the knowledge to hold a proper formal conversation. My name is Marcus Vitali. I come from America. The last bit wasn't completely true, but it was a good approximation. Marcus was born in Italy, but due to his father's job, he had pretty much traveled all over the world. He'd spent only a few years in Italy, then he had moved to Germany, then to England, and finally the U.S., where his father died, and he had been stuck trying to make ends meet. Of course, he didn't expect anyone in this place to know anything about his old world, and sure enough, both Clara and Felix gave him a puzzled look. Felix repeated to the Marquis what he'd just said, and after a few seconds, he asked another question. The Marquis says that both your last name and the name of the place you come from sounds Beccan. Is America the name of a place in Becca? No, Marcus replied. I do not know what Becca is, and I don't think America is in here. He really wanted to say in this world, but he didn't know the right word, so he just made an all-encompassing gesture when he said here. Felix blinked, a bit confused, but he reported the answer exactly as it was said. After a few seconds, he spoke again. The Marquis wants to know what species you and your minions belong to exactly. Marcus meditated on the answer. That was a tricky question indeed. He wanted to say he was a human with every fiber of his being, but he didn't want to risk triggering another identity crisis. Besides, the Marquis probably wanted to know about his physical species, not his mental one. With a resigned sigh, he said, "I am Vex." He grimaced while saying this, but continued nonetheless. "My minions are Vex too, but they are different from me. They can't choose. I have to choose for them, because I am the boss of this place. No, that doesn't sound right." Marcus looked to Clara for help, since his vocabulary wasn't enough to explain the concept. "Maybe you want to say that your minions can't make decisions for themselves?" she suggested. "That you have to order them around, and that you are some sort of hive queen?" "Yes," he nodded. "That's what I wanted to say. Me and my minions are Vex, but only I am the hive queen. I have to make decisions for my minions, 'cause they have no mind." Felix reported what Marcus just said, and then he asked a few questions. "The Marquis wants to know if you control your minions completely, if you can use them as soldiers, and how many you have." "I do control them completely," Marcus confirmed. "I can use them as soldiers, and I did use them as soldiers against the goblins. But the goblins were too many, and I had to run away, leaving my old hive." He stopped for a second, doing a mental tally of how many drones he had left. "I have about 200 minions now, but many of them are not fit for combat, but I can get more." There was a bit of a pause, and then Felix said, "The Marquis wants to know what you want to do with your minions." This question took Marcus by surprise. He'd always needed the drones to help him survive. Apart from that, he'd never given any thought about what he would do about them, should he not need them anymore. His instincts were clearly pushing him to expand the hive in any case, but he fought them back. "I use my minions to stay alive and safe in the forest, because the forest is dangerous. I do not know what to use them for if I'm not in danger. If I live in peaceful place, I may not need them at all." And of course, if I were to live in a peaceful place, I wouldn't have to shit new drones out of my cooch, he added mentally. That thought alone made him feel much better. The apprentice sorcerer repeated his words to the Marquis, and what followed was a series of questions about Marcus's and the drones' physiology and their behavior. The Hive Queen answered as completely as both his knowledge and his vocabulary allowed. He listed the various types of drones he had, that the drones could eat mostly anything, and that they could live on mold wax alone. He then explained what mold wax was, and how it could provide renewable sustenance to both him and his drones. Finally, he explained how the drones would literally do nothing without orders, and they weren't aggressive unless ordered to be. In this explanation, he left out a couple of things. The way the drones were made, because it felt too embarrassing to say out loud, and his ability to absorb other creatures' DNA, because he didn't know the words to explain it properly. On the last bit, he decided it wasn't worth the trouble to try and explain it, and that he'd do that once he knew how to better speak Imperial. Finally, after a long conversation, Felix asked him the question he'd waited for ever since the conversation started. "The Marquis has a proposition for you. Since your minions can move more or less freely through the forest, they could be a great boon against the goblins. The Marquis would like for you to assist his forces in the battle, mainly by hunting down any goblin that would flee back into the forest and prevent them from evolving further. In exchange, he will grant you a free Medelanian citizenship and will allow you to live in the Bretholtz province. Marcus nodded, satisfied. The proposal was a good one, especially since he had already decided to help the humans. But he knew better than to sign a contract completely blind. "What does the Medelanian citizenship mean, exactly?" he said. "Do I have to do thing for you?" The question was passed to the Marquis. "As a free Medelanian citizen, you will be granted the legal right to live within the Medelanian borders, as well as the right to cross the borders whenever you want," Felix said, most likely parroting the explanation he was given. "You will also be considered a subject of the Medelanian crown, and therefore you will have the right to be protected by the state. Your duties will be to pay the taxes on whatever property or lucrative activity you'll have on Medelanian territory, obey Medelanian laws, and pay respect to the crown and its representatives." Marcus thought about it for a bit. "What are Medelanian laws?" There was another bit of a pause. "Well, the main laws are made to protect civil order. Do not kill another person, do not steal, do not damage private property and such. There are many others, but they are more specific, and it would require a lawyer to list them all. If you want, though, they could get one, either now or later." Marcus thought for a bit, wondering if there were laws he wouldn't like. "Okay, I have decided. I will help you anyway, and later will listen to a lawyer and learn about Medelanian laws. If I like it, I will stay and become Medelanian citizen. If there are things I do not like, I want to be able to travel through Medelan territory to wherever I want to go, and not to be harmed by Medelanian people. And in any case, I want to have money and support to live well, and food to feed both me and my minions." Felix conveyed this request to the Marquis, who took a bit of time before answering. "The Marquis said that your terms are acceptable," Felix said, "but he wants to put a few clauses. First, in case you refuse the citizenship, the Medelanian citizens won't harm you unless you harm them first. Second, you will be granted 500 royals for your services, and also 1 year of tax exemption in case you accept the citizenship. Is that okay?" Marcus had no idea about how much money 500 royals were, so he glanced both at Clara and Felix, silently asking for advice. Both the girl and the boy nodded, suggesting to him that it was indeed a good deal. "It is acceptable." Marcus nodded too, picking up the last word from Felix's discourse to sound more formal. "I accept this proposition." Felix smiled and repeated what he'd just said. After a few seconds, he relayed the Marquis's response. "The Marquis welcomes you as an ally, then. He says to wait where we are until the goblins are sighted near Medelan, and then you can come north and take out the survivors that come in our direction." "I will do that," Marcus said, nodding happily. There was another series of faint whispers, and this time the apprentice sorcerer nodded and answered directly to the twin stone. "Understood. I'll inform Clara as well." Then with a sigh of relief, the boy relaxed, dropping the twin stone. As soon as he did, the giant floating eye disappeared. "Man, keeping the link up for so long sure is tiring," he said with a smile. "I could really go for some supper right now." "Then I will get you some," Marcus said while smiling back. "I think my minions did catch some prey. Me and Clara can cook it together, and tonight we eat it together." "Yeah, we really have a good reason to celebrate," Felix agreed. We managed to warn the Marquis of the Goblins, and Marcus can come with us to Medilon when we go back." "And when will it be?" Clara asked, a bit reluctant to indulge in the general rejoicing. "We're still stuck in the middle of the forest, if you forgot about that." "Well, the Marquis has given us some new orders," Felix replied. "We are to liaison with Marcus until the goblins are spotted near the borders. Then we can come to Medilon together with her and her minions." Clara didn't really seem to like that, her face scrunched in a sour expression. "Well, if it's of any consolation," Felix started, "the Marquis said we're getting double the pay for this work. If it takes long enough, you could earn enough money to pay for your house and then some." After hearing this, she did seem a bit mollified. Marcus, however, suddenly realized he didn't have enough drones to properly do what was asked of him, and that meant he'd have to lay many more eggs. He groaned at the thought, but at least now he had the hope of a future in which he didn't need to lay eggs anymore. With a bit of luck, this was the last time he'd have to go through it. Chapter 42. Scheming Schemers Scheming. "That went well," the Marquis said as the images in the mirror slowly faded. He was in a small, cramped room full of people and weird instruments. The size of the room was due to the fact that it was on top of the tallest tower in Bretholtz, and once again, Azen wondered why the telemancers couldn't do their work on the first floor or something. After all, telemancy always worked the same regardless of altitude. For some weird quirk of theirs, the telemancers felt they worked better the higher they were. Azen shook his head. With magic, belief was important, so they probably did work better this way. But this still made moving their stuff around uncomfortable. The room was filled to the brim with advanced telemancy equipment. 2 twin stones were sitting on 2 separate bronze pedestals, while on another pedestal in front of them was a big griffin eye floating in a jar. On the opposite side of the room there was a weird instrument, which looked like a tuning fork made of copper and crystal. And finally, in front of Azen was a big silver mirror. Everything was connected with thin copper cables, which the occupants of the room carefully avoided stepping on. Apart from the Marquis, there were 5 other men present, all of them professional telemancers. They were the entire telemancy crew that worked for Azen, a rather big one by any standard, and they were all needed to operate the apparatus inside the room. The Griffin Eye was the focus for the sighting spell, which had been connected to the Twinstone link, basically allowing the caster to see the area near the other Twinstone. The mirror had also been connected to the spell, showing anyone what the magical eye was seeing. But unknown to Felix and the others, this hadn't been the only spell connected to the Twinstone link. The tuning fork-like device was the focus of a hearing spell, a rather difficult and not well-known spell that allowed everyone in the room to hear whatever was being said in the selected place. The Marquis had used the hearing and seeing spells to monitor the entire conversation. This meant he didn't really need Felix to repeat everything to him, but he didn't say anything, in case they had something to hide and would betray themselves by speaking. It was also a fact that the effects of the 2 spells would persist for a few minutes after the Twinstone link had been dropped, despite the ethereal eye that was the manifestation of the seeing spell seemingly fading away. He did so in order to study their reaction after the conversation, when they thought they weren't being monitored anymore. He'd almost been disappointed when the Vex Queen and the 2 youngsters didn't do anything suspicious. Spending this much time and effort to catch someone red-handed and discovering they're actually innocent is surprisingly annoying, he thought. "The residual visual link has now completely faded, Your Grace," said the telemancer in charge of the sighting spell focus. "So has the audio link," said the one in charge of the hearing spell focus. "It's fine. The Marquis replied. I saw and heard everything I wanted to. It seems that young Felix is not lying to us. Not knowingly, at least. What do you mean by not knowingly, Your Grace? The youngest telemancer asked, earning a look of disapproval from all of his colleagues who knew better than to humor the Marquis's love for drama. Azen, on his part, was all too happy to be able to indulge in another one of his monologues. You see, young man, things rarely are what they seem on the surface. This creature, known as Marcus, could be deceiving young Felix for her purposes, probably to get close to us and gain our trust. So we've got to keep our eyes open and our minds sharp, for we do not know when the sinister blade of treachery could stab us in the back. But why have you offered this creature a Merilanian citizenship if you don't trust her? The young telemancer asked again, a bit confused. The others looked as if they wanted to slap him to make him shut up, but they held back, and the Marquis went on. It's exactly because I can't trust her that I want her near me. Azen gloated in the chance to show off his self-perceived intelligence. In the middle of the Caligare forest, she could easily hide from us, but as long as she's here in Bretholz, I can keep an eye on her. He stopped for a moment, building a tension only he could feel, before unveiling his final thoughts on the matter. Of course, there's also the chance that she's telling the truth, and she just wants to help us and live peacefully after that. In any case, there is nothing to lose in allowing her to move here. But what if she's actually dangerous? The telemancer objected. You see how she controlled those beasts, and she said she can make more. Isn't this too much of a risk? Azen gave the young man a condescending smile. Boy, if those creatures lost to a bunch of goblins, they can't be that dangerous, he said. Even in the worst case, a few aura warriors alone could take care of her whole hive. He gave another confident smile. Now that we know about this goblin raid, it's not a threat anymore, he stated. Even if there were 10,000 goblins out there, something I highly doubt, they wouldn't be enough to defeat my garrison. The only risk is that we wouldn't be able to kill them all, and some would escape in the forest and become a bigger nuisance in the future. But with the Vex's help, we should be able to kill them all. He paused for a moment, thinking through all the possibilities. Well, since we can't completely trust our new insectoid allies, I think it's better not to rely on them in any case. I'm going to have to raise a militia in order to have the numbers to be sure we completely annihilate those pesky goblins. He then turned to the telemancers and said, Keep waiting for Zeno's usual report. We'll continue to feign ignorance about the goblins' plot. As for me, I've got letters to write and an army to raise. He turned to leave, but then, almost as an afterthought, said, Oh, by the way, after you're done here, try calling the Royal Academy and ask about a place called America. That name does sound familiar for some reason, but I don't remember when I could have possibly heard it. And with this final order, he left the room. More than 20,000 goblins were on the move through the forest. It was an impressive spectacle, even for Grell, who'd experienced leading several thousand goblins into battle. This goblin army was surely the biggest in history. Even the legendary raid of Caligan the Red, more than 30 years before, had been minuscule compared to this one. The town had been practically emptied. All the food and valuables were being carried by hundreds of big carts, while anything superfluous had been abandoned. The general had been very clear in his speech that morning. This wasn't a simple raid. It was a turning point in the history of goblin kind. This time their race would either achieve their greatest victory and thrive, or be forever cancelled from the world. The feral goblins were leading the way as a wave of fur, claws, and chitin, their bestial features making them faster than the others. The rear of the army was composed of either normal goblins or orc hobs, who were the most numerous and the most disorganized. At the center was the core of the army, 2 huge columns of human hobs marching in good order, their pole weapons ready. Between the 2 columns were the carts, which were the heart of the army in more ways than one. Most of them carried the provisions that were the lifeline of any marching army, but some others carried something even more valuable. Those carts, which were visibly more comfortable and secure than the rest, draped in tents and being pulled by very well-mannered orc hobs, literally contained the future of the goblin race. Carrying them with the army during a raid was extremely reckless, and was something no one ever did. But the stakes had never been this high, and Grell understood why the generals insisted on bringing them. He still had some doubts, which made him feel unsure about all of this, and the only one capable of soothing them was the general. Grell looked at Trak. They were both at the top of an old tower on the northern hills, watching as the army moved away from the city. The general was staring at the countless goblins below them, studying them like an experienced chess player would stare at the board. Emotionless, cold. Grell gulped. Trak wasn't the easiest goblin to talk to, due to his intimidatory aura and serious nature, though he often encouraged Grell to voice any doubt he might have, so he gathered his courage and spoke. Trak, there is something I need to talk about. What is it, Grell? The general replied, not even lifting his eyes from the marching army. Well, there have been reports from the shamans that indicated the humans seem to be growing suspicious of the false information the captive sorcerer is giving them, Grell said. If they have time to prepare, gathering all of their sorcerers and aura users, then I don't know if our army can best them. This time the general met Grell's eyes as a sardonic smile appeared across his face. You don't know, you say? Well, that's to be expected. After all, you did spend all your life in the forest. However, I do know. The humans don't need to gather all of their forces, because even half of them would be more than enough to completely obliterate our army. Grell stared at the general, completely astonished at this admission. But why are we invading them in the first place, then? If we can't defeat their armies, all of this is for naught. Trak continued to smile as he lifted a hand as if to dismiss his second-in-command's worries. Grell, as I've said, you don't know the humans as well as I do. Trust me. Even if the humans know we are about to raid their lands, they won't deploy even 1/10 of their forces to deal with us. Grell remained silent, and the general continued his explanation. We goblins have never been a real threat to them. Even the raid of Calagan the Red, which is almost legendary for us, is just a footnote in history for them. I doubt there are many humans that still remember it. He smiled while saying this, almost as if telling a joke. To them, goblins are a race of uncivilized barbarians, no better than animals. They may be cautious toward us on an individual level, like they'd be cautious around a wolf or a bear, but as a whole, they don't take us seriously. And being underestimated is perhaps our greatest advantage. But what will happen once they see we are actually a threat? Grell asked. They'd send their aura users, their soldiers, and their mages. Yes, they would, Trak replied. Such an order would take time, though. More than enough time to achieve our objective. Why? Because, my friend, with great numbers comes great logistical problems. He gestured toward the now-abandoned town. This city here is the perfect example. You've seen how many problems we had ruling over merely 20,000 goblins in a small territory. The humans, even those from a relatively minor kingdom like Medilan, have to deal with much greater numbers on a much larger territory. It'd take them weeks to gather, organize, and send a military force strong enough to actually defeat our army. The reasoning seemed sound, Grell had to admit, and the general was right. He didn't know the humans as well as him, so he couldn't really judge it. This feels like a gamble, though, he finally said, looking Truck straight in the eyes. If you misjudged the humans and they actually do take us seriously, then it's gonna be bad. It is a gamble, the general said with a bemused smirk. But I'm a professional when it comes to gambling. I've spent almost 10 years in a human gambling house, so I ought to have learnt the trade. Besides, the odds are as good as they come. Any gambler worth his salt would make the same bet as me. Grell nodded, conceding the point. He knew Truck's story, as he had made no secret of it. The general had been a slave for many years, serving inside a human gambling house before escaping and returning to the forest. He often told his subordinates that it was there, where the humans were actively trying to deceive each other, that he learned the greatest weapon was the mind, and that had triggered his transformation into a goblin general. What was unusual for Truck was to drop his usual serious martial facade and act all witty and sardonic, which was actually closer to his real personality. But the general had deemed that aura of imperturbable stoicism was better to keep other goblins in line than good humor. He relaxed a bit only with Grell, who was pretty much his only friend. The two had known each other for many years, ever since Truck escaped the humans and went back to the forest. Grell was the leader of the tribe that accepted the general among them when he first arrived. But soon enough, he'd given Truck his position, and the weird goblin had quickly turned the tribe into the most powerful of the Caligare forest, conquering and uniting all other goblins under his rule. He'd announced that he wanted to create a goblin nation, on par with the humans and beastmen kingdoms, in order to assure goblin kind a bright future. And he might have managed to do just that, if it wasn't for the things that crawled out of the dark heart, endangering every other race. Grell sighed, suddenly feeling very tired and worried. Even if they succeeded and managed to achieve their objective in the human lands, they still wouldn't be safe. No one would be while they lived. Truck noticed his concern and lost his smirk. I don't like it either, my friend, he said with a sour tone. Even if the odds are good, the stakes are high. I'm betting the entire future of our race, and I wish I wouldn't have to. Still, desperate times require desperate measures, and I think you'll agree that the times are indeed pretty desperate. They are indeed, Grell agreed, an equally somber expression on his face. It's good you get it, the general said. Looking at the bright side, every crisis can be an opportunity. If this gamble succeeds, we may very well be on the right way to becoming a proper civilized nation. He stopped for a moment, then said thoughtfully, Even the fact that the humans may suspect our arrival could actually play in our favor if we act in the right way. Do you have a plan in mind? Grell asked. Truck turned to him, a mischievous smile on his lips. Did I ever not have one? Chapter 43. Career Path Picnic. "How is Medelan?" Marcus asked, before taking a bite out of a green fruit. He was sitting with Clara and Felix in the middle of the cloister. The rain had stopped, and the sun was shining over the ruins. It was only a temporary reprieve, though. Dark clouds were visible on the horizon, so the three of them made the most out of it. They had laid furs on the still wet ground, and were happily basking in the sun, while the drones brought them fruits and water. It was basically a picnic, and this, together with the fact that he could go live among people again, made Marcus very happy and chatty. "It's a nice place," Felix answered, equally merry and talkative. "There are huge fields of wheat as far as the eye can see, interrupted only by rivers and small woods. It looks like a patchwork blanket that stretches to the horizon, and herds of cows, sheep, and smearps move on it, almost like clouds." "Smearps?" Marcus asked, unsure of what the term meant. Probably some kind of animal, but he'd never heard of it. "Oh, they're farm animals, quite similar to rabbits, only bigger than sheep and incredibly fluffy," Felix replied with a big smile. "They're very well behaved, and you can even ride them." Marcus was astonished at this explanation, but this was a different world, so he guessed it could be possible. However, Clara started chuckling under her breath. The Vex Queen looked at her, then at Felix, whose honest smile had turned into a mile-wide shit-eating grin, and he realized he was being made fun of. Then, with the force of an explosion, he started laughing uncontrollably, followed shortly after by the two humans. The echoes of that laughter felt somehow weird to Marcus. It wasn't that his voice was different. No, it was that he hadn't heard laughter ever since he'd arrived in this world. "Hey, giant rabbits, my ass," he said with a chuckle, mixing Imperial words with his own English cursing. "I was actually believing you, Felix." "Sorry, I couldn't resist," the boy said while still grinning. "I hope you're not offended, though." "No, it's okay," Marcus replied. "I needed it. I needed to... He struggled to find the right word. "To laugh?" Clara suggested. "Yes, I needed to laugh. I haven't laughed ever since I arrived here." He still didn't know how to say "this world" in Imperial, and he made a mental note to ask Felix or Clara about it. Bullshitting aside, Felix's description is pretty accurate in general, if a bit superficial, Clara said. "The southern part of the realm, which is basically the Bretholtz province, has way more hills and woods, especially near the border with the Caligare forest, and the northern part is a mountainous region." She paused and looked at Marcus before asking, "But that's not what you want to know, is it? You probably want to know how living in Medelan is, don't you?" "Yes," the monster girl replied. "That is what I want to know." "That's a rather more complicated question," Clara said. "I don't know much about other nations, but from what my grandpa told me, Medelan is a relatively nice place to live. He always said he liked the peace and quiet of the Medelanian countryside. We have no borders with hostile nations, banditism is low, the weather is pleasant, and trade and farming are plentiful." Clara collected her thoughts before continuing. "Of course, there are some problems, but no place in Gayala is free of them. Some of the ruling nobles or civic officers can be corrupt jerks, or just plain incompetent, or both, and there are thieves, scammers, and all kinds of unpleasant individuals. Plus, there are often wild beasts wandering near the border of the Caligare forest, not to mention the occasional goblin or orc raid." She smiled bitterly while listing the last point. "But those are usually exceptions. In general, it's a nice place. There are plenty of opportunities for those willing to work hard, too, and people are generally nice." Her expression darkened, as if she'd remembered something unpleasant. Generally being the key word here. Marcus listened carefully. Indeed, Medelan seemed to be a relatively normal medieval country, except for the displays of magic he witnessed. He was curious about the magic, but it could wait. He had more urgent questions for now. "What can I do in Medelan? To work in Medelan, I mean." There was a moment of silence, and then Felix asked, "Do you mean, what could you do for a living?" "Yes," Marcus confirmed with a nod. "Well, you could—" The boy trailed off, lost in his thoughts. Actually, I don't know. It depends on what you can do, I suppose. What can you do, Marcus?" The monster girl opened her mouth to answer, but then she closed it. "Yeah, that's right. What can I do in this world?" he thought. He was studying to become a civil engineer in his old world, but he still had a lot to learn for it to be useful. He had a good theoretical knowledge of math, physics, and mechanics, plus a good general knowledge in various fields, but nothing he could use in practice. Or maybe he could? He shook his head. He'd have to investigate further. Marcus doubted he could actually earn a living as an engineer or scientist. Sure, this world looked medieval, but they had magic, so maybe they didn't even need actual science. He thought about his other skills. He was a rather good cook, having worked in multiple restaurants, but sadly, his sense of taste had changed greatly alongside his body. Hell, the tastiest thing he could think of right now was raw meat. Cooking for humans would be like trying to play the piano while deaf, and Marcus was nowhere near good enough for that. He could cook a couple of dishes using his memory, but that was it. No cooking profession for him, then. He also had some experience as a waiter, but what kind of owner would hire him with the appearance he had right now? After all, who would be willing to be served by a small, flat-chested monster girl with a mix of bug and reptile features? Most likely no one. He tried to think about all the jobs he tried in his previous life, but he could find nothing useful. He lacked any useful knowledge about this world, and his body would make it difficult for him to do physical work. Heck, even his fingers lacked sensitivity because of the chitin armor covering them. "Fuck this body with a spiky rubber duck from hell," Marcus thought with hate. Everything would be better if I'd been human, but no. For some fucking reason, I had to be reincarnated in this shitty bug reptile thing. Damn it all with a side dish of get shit on by a smelly cow. He was clenching his fists when Felix suddenly cleared his throat. The apprentice sorcerer, probably misunderstanding the source of his rage, started talking in a rather soothing voice. "Well, you don't have to worry if you don't know what to do. You're a fast learner, Marcus. I'm sure you'll learn a trade very quickly. Besides, you have your minions to help you. If you command them so completely, you may even make them work for you." "That's actually a good idea," Clara said. "From the look of it, your minions can do a lot of things, from menial labor to guarding and fighting. And since you can grow that mold wax thing yourself, you don't have to worry about buying food to feed them either." "Exactly," Felix said. "You have a lot of servants that work for you basically for free, and you said you can have even more. You could rent their services and cash out on it." Marcus stared at the two humans as if they'd gone crazy. Using the drones for work? He didn't want to see a single drone ever again after the fight with the goblins, let alone live off them. And yet, he might not have a choice. He knew no trade. He was ignorant of this world. He didn't even have any special skills, save for giving birth and controlling the drones. Moreover, it didn't have to be a permanent solution, nor would he need to give birth to more drones. After taking out the goblins, He could just make the surviving drones work for him until he learned a trade. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Heck, he could even spend some time learning about the supposed magic Felix had been using. Maybe he could even become a mage himself. This plan felt very appeasing. Learning magic was pretty much everyone's dream in his old world, and Marcus had a chance at realizing it. Who knows what this magic can do? That thing with the floating eyeball was gnarly, and so is the stuff with the light and the fire that Felix does. Man, it'd be so cool to become a magician. Of course, in the deepest part of his mind, his instincts were still trying to push him toward expanding the hive. But for now, at least, he was still firmly in control and easily repressed them. "You are right," he said. "I can use my minions to work for me, but I can learn how to work in the meantime." Marcus turned to Felix and asked, "Do you think I can learn magic?" Clara made a dubious face, but Felix gave him a big smile. "Of course," Felix said. "Almost everyone can use magic in some form. It takes time and effort, though, but as I've said, you're a fast learner, so I think you'd get the hang of it rather quickly." He made a somewhat bitter smile. "Heavens, you could even surpass me in a few years. Not that it'd be much of an achievement, though." "Let's not get hasty here," Clara said. "First of all, don't sell yourself short, Felix. You are amazing when it comes to fire spells, aren't you?" "Well, yes," Felix replied, looking a bit flustered but obviously pleased. "But that's probably because of my Ginny blood." "Exactly." Clara's tone was resolute. "Your heritage is what makes you so good at fire magic, while also hindering you from learning other types of magic. And we know absolutely nothing about Marcus's race, so she could either be naturally talented at magic, or at least some type of magic, or she could be completely incapable of using it. So don't give her false hopes." Clara turned to Marcus. "And you too. I get it that you're excited about coming to live with people, but don't let this blind you. Even though Medelan is a very cosmopolitan place, and we have no problem with other races in general, you're still going to face some difficulties and prejudices because you're so peculiar." She paused, considering how to express her thoughts. "The thing you should concentrate on right now is earning the Marquis's trust. Having someone in power as an ally is going to help you greatly while you're settling in, and the best way for you to get into Azen's good graces is to help him in the fight against the goblins." Both Marcus and Felix gave Clara an astonished look. Then they looked at each other. They clearly hadn't expected this reaction from her. Clara sighed. "Come on, there's nothing wrong with dreaming, but there is a time for everything," she said. "Right now we're still stuck in the middle of the forest with an army of goblins. When the goblins are defeated and we're back in Bretholtz, we'll have all the time to relax and plan for the future. The gods know I need to take a vacation after everything that's happened. But for now, it's better to stay grounded." "Well, you're right," Felix said. "But what else can we do right now?" "Nothing, really," Clara replied. "At least both me and you can do nothing but wait and be careful. I was talking more about Marcus." She turned to the monster girl. "With the number of goblins we've seen, your minions are far too few even to clean up after the army. They would be swarmed by the survivors, and the goblins would still get away. If you want to keep up your end of the bargain, you need to make more minions." This time, Marcus looked at Clara with extreme annoyance, verging on outright anger. She knew what making new minions meant for him. She'd seen him laying eggs after all, and despite that she still had the gall to tell him to make more? How about if she tried to push eggs out of her own cooch first, so she'd know how it felt? But the Vex Queen repressed this bout of anger, not wanting to leave his instincts any room to gain control of him again. And once he calmed down, he had to admit that the girl wasn't wrong. Whether he liked it or not, he needed to make as many minions as possible if he wanted to contribute significantly to the battle against the goblins. And he needed to contribute to the battle in order to gain the trust of the Marquis. The best thing to do was to follow Clara's suggestion and endure the humiliation of laying eggs one last time. With a sigh of resignation, Marcus got to his feet. "You are right, Clara. I do not like it, but I will do it. I will go now. Better to not lose time." "Doing what?" Felix asked. "Where are you going, Marcus?" The monster girl stopped for a moment. He could bear laying more eggs, but telling Felix about it was definitely out of the question. "I need to look at my minions," he said, feeling a bit bad for lying. "They cannot make new minions if I do not look at them." "Well, that's peculiar," the boy said. "If you want, I can accompany you. I mean, it'd be kinda interesting to see how your minions reproduce and—" "No!" both Marcus and Clara screamed. Felix looked a bit confused and astonished, and Marcus tried to give a justification. The minions are not good while they reproduce," he said, improvising an explanation. "They can be dangerous." "Okay," Felix said, still a bit confused. "If you say so. I'll stay here and wait for more calls until you tell me it's okay to move around again. Is that okay?" "Yes, it is." Relief filled Marcus. "You wait here with Clara. I will be back soon." Not wanting to continue this awkward conversation, Marcus ran away to the cellars, leaving the two humans alone in the cloister. Chapter 44. I Want My Brood Mommy. The collector drones were heading toward their destination. There was a dozen of them, flying in a tight formation and relatively close to the ground, in order to be as stealthy as possible. Even their buzzing was barely audible over the sound of the wind. They flew over several valleys and hills, until they finally reached the one they sought. A wide, deep valley covered in pine trees and what looked like weird rock formations. Except they weren't rock at all, as the hive mind remembered. Those were the creatures that had all but annihilated 2 patrols a few days before. Those creatures were strong, dangerous, and resilient, and the hive mind wanted their DNA for the hive. It was the collector's job to get it. Most of them landed on top of the pine trees, resting and waiting, while one of them went ahead to check if the creature's slumber was deep enough to get their DNA without waking them up. The lone collector landed carefully on the rock-like skin of one of those creatures, ready to escape if it awoke. Apparently their hide was too thick to be very sensitive, and it remained asleep. Now all that remained was to actually collect the DNA. Moving delicately on its thin legs, the drone walked all over its target, searching for a weak point where it could bite and take some blood. It took a few minutes, as the creature was very well armored. Finally, it found a place where the hide seemed thinner. It couldn't be sure, but it looked like it was the creature's neck. All the other drones flew down, each landing on a different rock-skinned creature, and searching for the same weak point. After all, they only had one chance to collect the DNA of those beings, so it was logical to try and maximize this chance. They had all opened their mandibles, readying themselves, and bit at the same moment. All of the rock-skinned creatures woke up, screaming in pain and rage, and a few of them were quick enough to raise their hands and squash the drones sucking their blood. Most of them, though, were just a bit too slow, allowing the collectors to fly out of their reach. The creatures, furious and confused, still tried to get their attackers, throwing rocks and big pieces of wood at them. But their targets were too small and fast, and flew away, returning to the hive. Marcus nodded with satisfaction. The collector drones had performed their job perfectly, and now the rock-skinned creature's DNA was being brought to him. He hoped it would actually be readable this time. A lot of the more powerful creatures of this world had abilities that weren't connected to their DNA in a way he could understand, like the deer's laser or the goblin's various forms. Even if it turned out he couldn't produce any Hulk-like drones, he could still make up for it in the upcoming battle with sheer numbers. He grimaced at the thought, since those numbers had to pass through his vagina before being brought to the table. It wasn't like he had a choice. He had to endure the uncomfortable creation process for one last time and prepare the hive for the upcoming increase in numbers. With the decision to expand the hive, the main problem was the food reserves. He had to replenish them basically from zero after the destruction of the old one. The new mold wax was growing nicely in the underground cellars, but it wasn't nearly enough to feed an army of drones. And he couldn't rely too much on hunting or gathering, because he couldn't send the drones too far and risk being spotted by the goblins. So after weighing his options, Marcus decided to start growing it all over the top of the hill. Sure, it increased the risk of being spotted by a passing gargoyle, but the goblins were probably busy planning their attacks against Medellin, and the new hive was pretty far from their area. It was a gamble, but he felt the odds were in his favor. And so far, it seemed his bet was a winning one. No gargoyles had been spotted near the ruins ever since he arrived, and the new mold wax was growing more than twice as fast as it did inside the cave or the cellars. Marcus guessed that both light and the presence of organic material to absorb were beneficial for the growth of the substance, which by now had almost completely covered the ruins. For the first time since he arrived in this world, he had no problem with the food reserves for the future. Hell, at this rate, the mold wax would expand faster than he could spawn new drones to consume it, and this made him feel very, very relieved. Maybe even a bit too relieved. Okay, I don't care about this damn hive, so why do I feel so happy that I have enough food to keep it growing? It's not like I care about the drones, except maybe Cooper, and I certainly had no problem sending them to die in battle to save my ass. And yet I feel as if the weight of the world has been lifted from my shoulders. Why is that? Are those damn instincts kicking in again? The more he thought about it, the more that last theory seemed plausible. It was entirely possible that he'd always subconsciously worried about the food reserves for the hive, but had only realized it now. Pretty much like an itch he had gotten so used to that he forgot it existed and only acknowledged it once it disappeared. Marcus made a disgusted face. His instincts were influencing him in more ways than he thought. This attachment to the hive was clearly originating from this body, because he had no reason to care about it. Sure, the drones helped him survive in the forest, and they were pretty convenient, but he also had to personally give birth to all of them. Perhaps if there was a way to produce them without having to lay eggs himself, like having a brood mother do it for him, it wouldn't be so bad to employ the drones as personal servants. Right now it felt too weird and embarrassing. He stopped, suddenly realizing something. Hold on a second. The fuck is a brood mother? Why was I thinking about it? The answer came to him almost naturally from inside his mental database. A brood mother is a drone specialized for producing other drones. Unlike a queen, it has no individuality and lacks the ability to absorb other creatures' DNA, but it can still lay eggs. In fact, it can even lay more eggs than the queen herself. Although since it can't modify the DNA of its offspring, it is restricted to producing a single breed of drones. He stopped in his tracks, confused and shocked. Okay, what the actual fuck? If such a drone exists, why in the uppity shit layers of hell couldn't I have made one before and saved me the hassle of shitting out hundreds of eggs myself? Why couldn't I access this data then? Marcus tried to remember if he had eaten something with genetic information similar to this so-called broodmother recently, but he couldn't recall doing so. And even if that was the case, most of the creatures he'd eaten so far had the ability to breed, and yet he hadn't been able to replicate that ability without making another independent queen before now. What changed? He tried to inspect the characteristics of a broodmother to get some clues. The physical form is pretty simple. It's an insectoid creature with atrophied limbs and a very, very big rear section and a humongous... Ew! He stopped for a second, cringing with disgust. Man, that has to be the most disgustingly huge vagina ever. It's more like a tunnel womb than anything else. Oh well, let's try not to think about it. The size is about 4 meters long at full maturity, weighing 200 kilos. Most of the body mass is made up by the reproductive system, with all other functions reduced to minimum in order to reduce waste of nutrients. This is customizable, of course, but it's already perfect for breeding as it is. And the nutrient consumption to make it and keep it alive is... Oh! The numbers that flashed in his head were humongous. Hold on a second. How much does this thing eat? It basically eats its own body weight each day. How's that possible? In thinking about it, he had to admit it was perfectly possible. Laying eggs took an immense amount of energy, as he himself could attest. Heck, each day he was basically eating enough food for a whole family, and he wasn't even laying many eggs despite all his protests. A broodmother was capable of giving birth to even more drones each day, but at the same time would require more food. A suspicion creeped into Marcus's mind. Wait. Maybe the reason I couldn't make these things before is because I was worried about not having enough food. Maybe I subconsciously avoided thinking about making these broodmothers because I knew I wouldn't be able to feed them. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, what good would a drone-making machine do if it consumed all the resources of the hive, leaving it to die of starvation? Still, the fact that his subconscious withheld this information made him mad. Hell, if he had known about these things, he would have taken them into account when making plans for the future. Damn pieces of shit prancing about with a head full of piss. These fuckety fucking instincts are at it again. Anger swelled inside of him, building pressure like steam. But then it quickly dissipated, leaving only a nagging sense of exhaustion and annoyance behind. Oh well, I already know my instincts are illogical, shitty, and pretty much the worst thing I got ever since I reincarnated in this world. And that's including the egg-laying. But it's not worth getting mad any longer. It sucks, but I have to suck it up. At least for now. If things go as planned, I can start living like a frigging human being again soon. Just the thought made him smile. The thought of living in a proper house, sleeping in a real bed, and most importantly, having a bathroom. God only knew he missed taking baths. He would have never thought that a day would come when he would miss soap so much. He felt dirty and ragged, and the mental image of a bathtub full of bubbly water was almost like a vision of paradise. And as an added bonus, the plan of having the drones work for him now felt 100 times more inviting. All he had to do was make these so-called broodmothers and let them produce new drones for him. They would be of great help in producing the forces necessary to defeat the goblins. So without further ado, Marcus dove into his mental database, collecting all the data necessary to make a broodmother. Good. I have just the right amount of nutrient reserves to produce a broodmother. Now about the kind of drones the broodmother should make. Maybe workers? This way I can keep expanding the food reserves even more. Besides, I want to take a look at those rock creatures' DNA to see if there's anything useful for modifying my warriors before committing to produce a broodmother for them. I can do that later. He made a mental blueprint, adding the last touches. The appearance isn't really a problem. I mean, it's gross, but this thing will stay hidden underground anyway. Let's see how long it will take to mature. A whole month? Okay, this is not good. I can't wait a month for this thing to be ready if I want to use its offspring against the goblins. Isn't there a way to speed up the maturing process? He searched through the genetic information of the broodmothers. Hundreds of possible combinations flashed in his mind in a matter of milliseconds until he found a suitable solution. This is interesting. Apparently I can speed up the growing by gestating the egg longer. This is good to know. Yeah, let's go this way. Heck, even if the egg is a bit bigger, it can't be worse than the cluster I pushed out the other day. Can it? Chapter 45. Mistakes have been made. Felix and Clara were sitting under the stone porch in the cloister. After a brief sunny interlude that lasted half the day, it had started raining again, and the sky was completely covered in gray clouds. To make things even more gloomy, the mold wax had started to cover the walls of the ruins, which looked like they had been infected by some kind of disease. All in all, it was a very grim scenery. Felix and Clara were more than glad to have a place free of the mold wax where they made a bonfire to keep themselves warm. The flames were a welcome sight, distracting them from the bleakness of their surroundings. Clara was tending to the fire, lost in her thoughts, while Felix was keeping the twin stone on his lap in case his superior from Brettholtz called him. Not that it was probable, since the last report had been that morning. After a while, the boy raised his head, putting the stone back in his pocket. "So, do you have any idea about what we'll have for dinner?" he asked, trying to have a conversation to stave off the boredom. The girl almost flinched as her friend's voice broke the silence. "No idea," she replied. "It depends on what Marcus's minions bring us. Although going by what we had in the last few days, it's probably going to be venison with a side of fruits and berries." Felix grimaced at those words. "I'm kind of getting tired of always eating the same things, though. I'd kill for some bread, condiments, and especially some nice mashed potatoes." "Me too," Clara said with a sad smile. "But at least we are not starving. We just have to endure it for a while, then we'll be able to return home." Her expression became wistful. "I think the first thing I will do will be a very long hot bath. And then I'll go to that Becken restaurant in Brettholtz, the one my grandpa always took me to." "Oh, I remember that place," Felix said with a bright smile. "Your grandpa once took me there with you. We ate that spaghetti alla Turinese there. It was so good." "Well, we could return there together," Clara proposed with an even larger smile. "To celebrate our return to civilization." "It's a deal," Felix happily agreed. "With the extra payment we're going to receive from the Marquis, we'll be able to afford it." Felix looked around. "Hey, why don't we take Marcus with us too?" Clara's expression became much colder. "Oh, I don't know. Why would you want to take her with us?" "Well, it's to get her to know the good things of Merilon," Felix said, oblivious of his friend's change of tone. "She'll probably feel out of place among so many people, and she'll need someone she can trust." He gave Clara an awkward smile. "Of course I'm going to try my best to help her, but since I'm a guy, being close to her in public could give people the wrong idea. If you're with us, it'd be more proper. Heck, in a way, it'd be as if we're the parents and Marcus is our daughter." He laughed awkwardly at this, and so did Clara. When she replied, she seemed relieved. "Damn it, Felix. That is one hell of a mental image you gave me. For this, it's going to be your treat at the restaurant." "My pleasure," Felix replied cheekily. "By the way, have you seen Marcus lately? I haven't seen her in 2 days." "No, I haven't seen her. Have you tried looking in the cellars?" "I tried, but a couple of her minions stopped me at the entrance." The girl remained silent for a moment, then said, "Well, she's probably still in the cellars, overseeing the production of new drones." "For 2 whole days?" Felix said in disbelief. "Without pause? Are you sure she's okay?" There was a moment of awkward silence. Clara seemed to be lost in her thoughts for a moment. Then she shuddered, as if feeling uncomfortable. "I don't know. But the best thing to do is to let her do what she wants. If she wants help, she'll tell us." "Shouldn't we go in the cellars to check up on her?" "No. No, we shall not. And don't worry about her so much. She's probably stronger than she seems. After all, she survived in this damn forest for the gods only know how long. What could scare her after that?" Marcus was scared. A couple of days before, he decided to have a longer gestation period before laying the egg of a brood mother, in order to make it mature faster. That turned out to be a colossal mistake. Ever since he decided to make such a drone, he'd been plagued by a ravenous hunger. For those 2 days, he hadn't done anything but eat what his drones brought to him for hours, collapse on the floor asleep for a few minutes, before the hunger woke him up, and he started eating again. By now, he was sure he'd eaten more than his own body weight worth of food, and he felt nauseous and abominably tired and full. But the absolute worst thing of all was his bulging, bloated belly, which made him look as if he was pregnant. Marcus had touched it, and it was clear this belly was not filled by the food, but by a huge, compact, spherical object. In other words, it was an egg 2 times the size of his own head. Ever since the bulge started appearing, Marcus had been panicking. How in the hell was he supposed to give birth to something that fucking big? Even the egg cluster had been minuscule by comparison. Something of that size would wreck him completely. Sadly, it was too late to have second thoughts now. Apparently, once the egg was being produced, it was impossible to add further modifications. Stopping the gestation and laying the egg prematurely was also impossible, as Marcus had tried to push it out with all his strength when it was still of a sensible size, but it hadn't worked. All he could do was sit there in the darkness of the cellars, trying to brace himself for the moment of birth. He was scared, disgusted, and terribly, terribly lonely. Cooper was at his side, but the dog drone couldn't really provide any emotional support. He could have called Clara or Felix, but he would rather cut his own throat than be seen in this state. He had to endure it alone. And there were only 2 things that helped him keep calm while he felt the egg growing inside of him. One was that he knew that he'd probably be okay. After all, for all his bitching about it, his new body seemed to be quite tough, and it would likely be able to regenerate in no time. The other was that by using the brood mothers to produce more drones, he would actually be saving lives. After all, hunting the goblins in the woods was a risky job, and someone was bound to get hurt while doing it. Better for the casualties to be highly expendable drones than actual individuals. This thought usually filled Marcus with a grim determination, and the pain and humiliation he was going through seemed less humiliating if it was for a good cause. And now that the moment of birth was imminent, he needed all the determination he could gather in order not to panic. Fuck! He cried, sitting on the mold wax-covered floor in the deepest part of the cellars. It was warm and comfortable for him down there, but he was in too much pain to notice. He'd been in labor for the last hour, experiencing violent spasms. This is the absolute fucking worst. If you take the shittiest thing in the world, drop it in the Mariana Trench full of crap, and leave it there to absorb shit for a millennia, it still wouldn't be as shitty as this. The contractions became more pronounced and painful as the moment of birth came closer. Oh, cool. It gets worse. Ah! Son of a fuck-mothering queen of all bitches! Fucking god of all fucks! The cursing became louder and louder, if a bit repetitive. After a while, it became a collection of fuck and shit, interrupted by screams of agony. In normal circumstances, Marcus would have been deeply disappointed with such unimaginative cursing. At the moment, he was in too much pain to care about the creativity of his swear words. And after a while, there was nothing intelligible anymore. Only a high-pitched, reverberating cry that resonated through the cellars. After an hour, everything became silent. The hive mind looked at her own unconscious main body through the eyes of one of her drones, the one that she called Cooper. The body was still twitching and sending out an occasional moan, the echoes of the extreme pain still present in its nervous system, but the conscious part of its brain was currently inactive. Beside the body, there was a humongous spherical egg, which contained the semi-developed broodmother. With the more emotional and human part of Marcus's mind shut down, the hive mind felt unusually free and light. The memories and feelings of her previous life really tied her down, making her cling to her identity and individuality. But right now, she felt herself in all the drones, feeling everything they did as if they were parts of her own body. It was exhilarating after such a long captivity. She felt she could indulge happily in her most basic instincts, taking pleasure in expanding her hive until nothing else remained on this alien world. All would be organized and safe under her sole rule. She wanted to shape this planet to her will, using the flesh of all who opposed her as raw material. And yet, something was still preventing her from going down that route. A tiny piece of her identity as Marcus, something that could be called a conscience, that persisted beyond the neural system. It was barely a speck of a mental process, a feeble echo of a personality, and yet she couldn't go against it. That personality fragment was incredibly strong despite its size, unbreakable like a diamond. It was a sense of right and wrong that defined what Marcus was, and it was sustained by an unwavering willpower. The hive mind couldn't understand where this power came from on her own, though she had a feeling she would understand it if the human part of her personality had been awake. It had something to do with what Marcus called humanity and being a man. It was all nonsense hogwash to the hive mind, but it was real nevertheless. Hell, it was probably the reason she was alive in the first place. Her progenitor queen spared her, despite her weak body, specifically because she'd been impressed by that willpower. Also, despite all of his hate and complaints, the human part of her mind had done quite a good job at ruling the hive, considering the circumstances. Surrounded by powerful enemies, he'd managed to avoid annihilation multiple times, and he was able to work together with the humans, something that would be unthinkable for a pure Vex mind. The hive mind could access Marcus's memories well enough to have a good idea about the results that could be achieved through collaborating with them. She would never renounce expanding her hive, because that was her entire raison d'etre, her mission in life. But she could see that blindly attacking and trying to absorb everyone else would most likely result in the destruction of the hive. So as much as she found him illogical and a bit of a crybaby, the hive mind decided she would follow Marcus's lead for now. He seemed stronger, and more importantly, more suitable to dealing with other people in a non-violent manner. This was a harsh world, and getting both Marcus's and his allies' strength would help the hive thrive. Of course, this would only be as long as Marcus kept acting in the hive's best interest. Otherwise, the hive mind would have to try and fight back. Chapter 46. Talk, Magic, Talk. Rain poured over the ruins like a silver curtain. Nonetheless, the corridors of the ancient monastery were teeming with activity. The Vex drones did not care about the rain, carrying off their tasks in an eerie silence, while the mold wax had almost completely covered the walls, like some sort of skin disease. All in all, the place looked awfully gloomy and eerie, save for one single spot. Under the stone porch of the cloister, an improvised shack had been built out of furs, bones, and wood. Inside of it, a bonfire burned and crackled cheerfully, while a huge chicken leg roasted over it. Marcus, Clara, and Felix were all sitting around the fire, waiting for their meal. Or at least the two humans were waiting for it. Marcus waited out of courtesy with a raw chicken leg sitting on his lap. He'd already eaten a little of the giant chicken's meat as soon as it was brought to him in order to absorb its DNA. The creature had a weird and almost comical appearance, like a 2-meter-tall chick with a beak filled with sharp teeth, but it had proven to be quite fierce despite its look. It took a whole pack of hunter drones to kill it, and even outnumbered, it managed to take down one of them. But in Marcus's opinion, the drone's death was worth the data contained in the creature's DNA. He smirked with satisfaction. Lately, he'd acquired lots of useful genetic information from the local fauna that could be used to improve his drones. Still, nothing had been as useful as the data he'd taken from the rock monsters. When the collector drones brought the blood samples to him, he was too occupied with the birth of the brood mother to pay attention to the information he obtained. On further analysis, he realized he had really hit the jackpot this time. Unlike the goblins or the laser deer, the rock monster's DNA was completely readable. It contained lots of useful traits he could implement in his drones, especially regarding their muscles, which were incredibly dense and almost supernaturally strong. The only drawback was that possessing that sort of muscle would make it difficult to swim, since their density was too high to allow for floating, but that didn't seem like such a big problem for now. Using this information, he updated the design of the warrior drones, making them much stronger and more resilient than they used to be. Moreover, he'd also made a mental blueprint for an entirely new type of drone. He decided to copy the general shape of the rock monsters, which was similar to a gorilla with oversized arms and smaller hind legs that gave them a crouched position, while adding another smaller set of arms, which allowed for better balance and an armor of hard chitin. The resulting creature, which he called the Heavy Drone, would be an incredibly strong juggernaut, capable of lifting tons without effort, and so resilient that nothing short of a cannon would make it budge. Not only would it be an unstoppable force in battle, it would also greatly help with the heavy work during peacetime. The thought of such powerful drones was almost enough to make Marcus giddy, but right now he couldn't force himself to lay eggs. The trauma from giving birth to the brood mother was too fresh in his mind. Although he had completely recovered physically, the memories of the pain, the shame, and fear were still present. He needed some rest and relaxation, and he decided to spend the day with his friends to distract himself from his mental scars. "It's almost done," Clara announced, after poking at the chicken leg with her knife. "Are you sure you don't want some, Marcus?" "No, thanks," Marcus replied, shaking his head. "Meat tastes worse for me when cooked. I will eat my meat raw." "Very well." The girl shrugged and took the chicken leg off the fire and started to cut into it. "To be fair, I don't know how tasty it's going to be. I did my best, but it's hard to cook things properly without salt or spices." "Oh, don't worry," Felix said. "It's going to be delicious anyway. This is a devil chick, right? It's supposed to be a delicacy." "Well, yes, but I think that's mostly because of how hard it is to catch one. Nobles and rich people would eat almost anything to distinguish themselves from commoners." The two humans served themselves while Marcus started biting off the raw meat from the bone. After a while, Clara commented, "Okay, I stand corrected. This meat is actually delicious." Felix nodded in agreement, although he couldn't reply because his mouth was full. The meal was quickly finished, and the three of them sat around the fire. "Ah, that was really good. Thank you for cooking it for us, Clara. Oh, and thank you, Marcus, for sharing with us." "You are welcome," Marcus replied. "It's also good to finally see you again," the boy said. "How did your minion breeding go? Your other minions wouldn't let us in the cellars for some reason." Marcus froze. So did Clara. The two exchanged a furtive glance, while Felix remained completely oblivious of their reaction. Then, with a careful tone, Marcus spoke. "There were some complications. I do not want to talk about it. I see you lit the fire with your hands. How do you do that? Is that magic?" Even if the boy noticed the desperate attempt to change the subject, it was lost in his eagerness to talk about magic. "Oh, yes. Although what I did was more of a parlor trick than serious magic. I would need a focus in order to cast some real spells. One can only do so much with spontaneous casting." "What is spontaneous casting?" Marcus asked. "Also, can you tell me what magic is?" He asked this in part because he wanted the conversation to drift away as far as possible from the matter of breeding, and in part because he felt genuinely curious. Felix paused for a minute, grabbing his chin. "It's rather complicated, especially because I'm but an apprentice myself, but I can try to explain a bit of the basics." He grabbed a half-burned stick from the fire, and using the charred end, he drew a line on the stone floor. "Here, imagine the world is made of two separate planes." "Planes?" Marcus said, not recognizing the word. "I mean, think as if the world is made of two different places at the same time, like the surface of a lake. If there is a reflection, there has to be something that projects it, but everything that shows up on the lake has to have a reflection." Marcus nodded. He more or less got it. "Well, our plane, the material plane, is where the material body is." Felix drew a stylized stick figure on one side of the line. "You can think of it as the object that faces the lake. Meanwhile, the other plane is called the ethereal plane, and that's where the aura is." He drew the same figure on the other side of the line, only this time it was a little bit shakier, to suggest its ethereal nature. "So, the aura is the reflection of material things?" Marcus asked. "Yes," Felix said in a delighted tone. "That's right. The ethereal plane is not real, in the strict sense of the word. It's more like a reflection of the material plane. Everything that happens on the material plane influences what happens on the ethereal plane." The Hive Queen nodded, to show he was following. Now, the thing that we call magic is basically inverting this process, Felix said. Magic is changing the reflected image so that reality is forced to follow through. What? Marcus asked. Well, that's just a really gross approximation, Felix said. It's easier to understand this way. You see, the ethereal plane is not just influenced by physical events. Emotions, ideas, willpower, and things like that can also leave an imprint on the etherium, another name for the ethereal plane, and it can influence it just as much as physical events do, if not even more. Basically, if you will something to happen hard enough, it will happen on the ethereal plane, and then by consequence, it will happen on the material plane too. Wait, you are saying that anything can happen if you will it? Theoretically, yes. In practice, there are some heavy limiting factors. Ah, Marcus said with a bit of relief. The thought of such power available to everyone made him uneasy. First of all, there's this. Felix pointed at the line separating the two planes. The line here is called the veil. It's basically a wall between the material and ethereal plane. In some places, the veil is so thick that magic is all but impossible. In others, it's so thin that magic comes almost naturally. How strong is the veil here? Marcus asked. Not particularly strong, Felix admitted. The veil is thinner than average in all of the Caligare forest, but we're relatively close to the borders. In the heart of the Caligare forest, though, I've heard that the veil is so thin, it's basically non-existent. He shuddered. The Dark Heart, it's called. It's a very dangerous place, full of magical monsters, where even the flow of time and space is warped and unpredictable. Almost no one who goes there ever comes back. Oh! He stopped and gave Clara a worried look. Sorry, Clara, he said in a desolate voice. I didn't mean to. Don't worry, Felix. Clara shrugged, but her eyes became sad. It's not as if I don't know what happened to my grandpa. Go on with your explanation. Marcus was about to ask what that was about, but the apprentice sorcerer resumed talking before he could. Anyway, there's also another obstacle. Even if you manage to pierce the veil, you still have to modify the natural flow of the Ethereum in order to cast a spell. And that's pretty much impossible, like trying to catch mist with your hands. Okay. The monster girl tilted his head a little in confusion and asked, But if it is impossible, how do you cast spells? By using a focus instrument, Felix replied. Focus instruments allow a sorcerer to interact with the Ethereum. All you have to do is channel your aura through a specific focus, and bam! He clapped his hands for emphasis. You cast a spell. Marcus nodded, but then he realized something. Sorry, but what are focus instruments? He asked. Are they things? Because I did not see you use anything to light the fire. That's because in that case I didn't, Felix replied with a smile. Some really minor spells don't actually require a focus, although it's still very difficult to cast them without one. But I'm very good with fire-related spells, so it comes almost naturally to me. Okay, but then what are focus things? Hold on a second. Felix rummaged in his pockets. After a moment, he took out a small, shiny stone, wrapped by a thin copper wire. Here, this is a focus instrument. More specifically, the one used for a flare spell. He grinned at Marcus before continuing. Do you remember the light that flashed in your cavern when your minions first took us there? Well, that was the flare spell. a very intense light that shines as long as the caster concentrates on it. Real magic, like something out of a fantasy book. Granted, that specific spell wasn't really impressive. A flashlight or an actual flare would have been equally effective, but there were probably more flashy, pun intended, spells out there. Then a thought occurred to him. The time when the earth moved, right before the goblin attack, I saw faces and the earth moved like water. Was that magic too? Most likely. Felix nodded. Goblins and other savage species are not civilized enough for actual sorcery, but they do have shamans. Shamanism is a very crude and primitive form of magic, but it can still be quite powerful. So, the goblins can do things like that when they invade Merilon? Marcus asked, a bit worried. Then how can you stop them? Don't worry, Felix replied with a confident smile. The main weakness of shamans is that they can only use their powers in a limited area. The further they get away from their home, the weaker they get. In Merilon, they wouldn't be able to move a single pebble. Marcus nodded slowly. He didn't know anything about magic, so he had to trust Felix's words. Then a new idea formed. One that seemed so appealing, he almost didn't dare to contemplate it. So, do you think I am able to use magic too? The Vex Queen timidly asked. Despite not having much time to read or play video games, Marcus had always been a huge fan of fantasy stuff, and the thought of being able to use magic himself made him feel very, very excited. Felix didn't answer right away. Instead, he studied the monster girl for a few seconds. I don't know, actually, he admitted. Usually every species has a different talent for magic. Pretty much all humans can potentially learn some magic, but beastmen are almost completely magically inept. Jinni are restricted to their innate magic. I don't know enough about your species to answer that. I guess the only way to find out is to teach you sorcery and have you try to cast a spell. Felix smiled bitterly. However, learning how to cast magic is incredibly difficult, and I can't really teach you much since I'm just an apprentice. If you're interested in learning magic, you could get someone more qualified to teach you once you come with us to Bretholtz. Like I said before, try not to get your hopes up too much, Clara chimed in. The sorcerers of Bretholtz are going to be too busy to teach her anything for a while. Why do you say that? Felix asked, a bit confused. Clara sighed. In case you forgot, there's a goblin raid coming. From what I've seen, it's probably going to be the worst raid in living memory. These aren't just a few hundred goblins. There are thousands of them this time. Yes, but I don't think they're going to be that much of a threat, now that we've warned Bretholtz, Felix protested. They're only goblins, after all. The army is going to make short work of them. Clara gave the boy a serious stare. Do not underestimate them, Felix. They're still very dangerous, especially with those numbers. And while I do agree that the army is probably going to defeat them, cleaning up the survivors is going to be difficult, and it's probably going to require all the magical help we can get. Oh, Felix said, realization flashing in his eyes. You're right. I didn't think about it. What are you talking about? Marcus asked, curious but a bit confused. Goblins are an especially annoying species to deal with, Clara replied. Because every time they're defeated, the survivors become stronger, taking the traits of those who have defeated them. Because of this, we have to completely wipe out the survivors after every battle. Otherwise, the goblins would just come back stronger than they were before. Marcus nodded, remembering the explanation he was given before about the goblins. Indeed, if they became stronger after every defeat, it was better to completely wipe them out rather than let the survivors flee. He'd made this mistake before, and it bit him in the ass, since now there were chitin-armored goblins capable of standing up to his drones. "So you can wipe them all out?" he asked Clara. "With magic?" "I doubt it. Not with those numbers, at least. Even if the Marquis could field every available soldier in the province, the goblins are still going to outnumber us. And while defeating them shouldn't be a problem, it's the chasing of the survivors that worries me." She looked Marcus in the eye. "I think that's why the Marquis asked for your help. Having your drones hunt down goblins in the forest is going to save him a lot of work." Marcus nodded, but he felt a little guilty as well. He knew his current numbers wouldn't allow him to perform that task. He would need at least 4 or 5 times the drones he had right now to carry out that duty, and the only way to get those numbers was to give birth to another broodmother, which he really didn't want to do. "But the goblins are not going to be a threat after they are defeated, are they?" he asked, trying to soothe his worries. "It will take a long time before they are back, and they are no threat to Bretholtz anyway." To Marcus's dismay, Clara shook her head. "You're wrong, Marcus. Goblins reproduce at a very fast pace, and they're going to be back in no time. Moreover, they appear to be capable of transmitting their acquired trait to other goblins in some way, so when they'll be back, they're going to be an even bigger threat. Especially because next time we're probably not going to be warned about the raid beforehand." "I lost my great-grandparents to a goblin raid," Felix added. "It was a very big raid, something like 37 years ago. They came in and started pillaging everything before disappearing back into the forest. They burned a lot of villages and killed everyone that was too slow to escape. My grandparents managed to get away, but my great-grandparents were killed, and their farm was burned to the ground. My family has been dirt poor ever since. They were forced to sell their lands for almost nothing, and have worked as farmhands ever since." Instead of subsiding, the sting of guilt became even stronger in Marcus's chest. Yes, he hated laying eggs with all of his might, and giving birth to a broodmother was just plain torture, but he would recover in no time. Meanwhile, the consequences of a goblin raid would last for generations, and he had the means to prevent some of that future suffering, albeit by suffering a bit himself. He covered his face with his hands. He didn't ask for this. He didn't ask to be able to shit armies out of his cooch. He didn't want any of this. He just wanted to go back home and live a normal life again. But things would always happen, whether people asked for them or not. All they could do was decide how to react. In the future, people would die or suffer if Marcus did nothing. Whether he liked it or not, and he didn't, he had the means to save them. He had no real obligation to do so, and no one else would know if he chose not to help. But he himself would know, and he wouldn't be able to call himself a good man afterwards. Well, it was difficult to call himself a good man, even right now, but he'd settle for at least being good. In the end, there was only one real possible choice for him. He lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a grim determination. He saw that both Clara and Felix were watching him with worried expressions. "Is everything all right, Marcus?" Felix asked. "Yeah, for a moment you didn't look so well," Clara added. "It is all right," Marcus replied. "I just thought that maybe it is better if I have the drones reproduce for now." He said this with a bitter expression, and Clara winced. But Felix, who was completely oblivious of the circumstances, simply gave him a confused look. "Oh, okay," Felix said. "But why now? You just came back from doing just that. Surely you can take a pause, can't you?" That was damn tempting, but Marcus would feel guilty if he did. "I am sorry, but I need more minions to do well in battle. I want to help your people. I do not want other people to die or suffer, and I can only help if I make more minions." "Oh, that's very noble of you," Felix said. "Well, I guess these are dire times. But if you ever need a pause, we'll be here for you." "Yes, you can count on us," Clara said, with a mix of pity and respect in her eyes. "You're working to save our people. We won't forget that, and we'll do anything we can to repay you." The Vex Queen felt genuinely moved. Heck, he almost felt as if he was going to cry. Having been alone for so long, he wasn't used to social interaction or getting a hold of his feelings anymore. But he was too proud to show it, so he turned his back on the two humans so they couldn't see his face. "Thank you," he said, trying to not sound too moved. I appreciate that." And without another word, he walked away, heading for the cellars. Chapter 47. Night Raid. In an isolated outpost on the border of the Caligare forest, a sentinel let out a long yawn. It was well past midnight, and Denham Weiss was starting to feel tired. Usually at this hour he would just drink some vodka to keep himself warm in the chill of that autumn morning, and then catch a little nap. But these weren't normal circumstances. 3 weeks ago, the officials from the capital issued a state of alert, which meant the guards were supposed to be particularly vigilant. There had been numerous surprise inspections, and quite a lot of guards had been harshly punished for falling asleep on their post. Muttering some curses against paranoid officials, Denham grabbed his old, battered thermos and poured himself some coffee. While sipping the hot beverage, he started to feel a bit more optimistic. At least he was used to pulling all-nighters, and he even technically belonged to a semi-nocturnal species. Denham was a felid, or catman, as they were commonly called, a race well suited for night jobs. Their senses, and especially their night vision, were much better than those of a normal human. Their fur protected them from the night chills, and lying in ambush came almost naturally to them. Now, Denham was not the typical felid. While his kin were mostly lithe, agile, and hyperactive, he was fat, clumsy, and lazy. He was the kind of person whose ideal life was an endless nap, interrupted only by meal times. But because of this, the job of a sentinel suited him perfectly. He was a champion at standing still, provided he didn't actually have to be standing, and he could sit in one place for hours and hours, only occasionally grabbing something to eat, drink, or smoke. Still, sitting for so long in the darkness while forcing himself to stay awake was hard. Denham wished he could at least kill some time by taking a smoke, but sadly smoking was forbidden during guard duty. Not that this would stop him during normal circumstances, but with the risk of a surprise inspection, he didn't want to take any risks. So he just stretched himself out, moved his tail with impatience, let out another long yawn, and adjusted himself on his wooden chair, trying to find a comfortable position. After all, why not catch a little nap, he asked himself. It was highly improbable that an inspector would turn up at that hour of the morning, and his hearing was good enough to pick up anyone approaching the tower anyway. He closed his eyes, wrapped himself in his mantle, and let go of everything. Despite the cold and the damp air, It wasn't actually a bad night. It wasn't raining, for starters, a rare exception during this season, and there was no wind whatsoever. Even a few stars were visible in the sky. There were no sounds, not even birds or insects. Everything was completely silent and peaceful. It was then, in that absolute stillness, that the Felid heard something moving below. It was a sloshing sound of something quite big moving through the muddy ground that surrounded the tower. It could have easily been a wild animal wandering without aim, like a boar, but something in his gut told Denham that wasn't the case. Something about that sound made his whiskers tremble with terror. He remained seated for a few seconds, scared and unsure about what to do, as the sound got closer and closer. Even worse, it seemed as if it was coming from all around him. Trembling and dreading what he was about to see, the Catman peeked to the ground from the cabin. To his absolute horror, he saw numerous shadows slowly approaching the base of the tower. The Felid just stared in shock, his mind numb from terror, and his body paralyzed from fear. But as the nearest shape reached the tower and started to climb it, both his survival instinct and training kicked in, and he sprinted into action. Defending the tower was not an option. It was basically just a small cabin on a wooden framework, and the only defense was its altitude. But luckily, there was an escape route. A long rope had been tied to the ceiling of the cabin, and using a crutch which was hung right beside the exit, the sentinel could easily slide down, reaching the base of the hill. Infinitely glad for the foresight of the builders, Denham grabbed the crutch, getting ready to jump. He was only stopped by both his training and his conscience. Despite all his faults, the Felid wasn't a bad person, and he knew it was his duty to give the alarm of an incursion. If he didn't, the closest village and farms would be taken by surprise. So with a growl of impatience and a tinge of panic, he turned back inside the cabin. Dangling from the roof was a small alchemical lamp. Denham quickly pulled a string from under it, igniting the chemical substances inside. A vivid crimson light exploded from the lamp, illuminating the top of the hill and revealing the creatures attacking the tower. They were goblins, but of a subspecies the guard had never seen before, partially covered in chitin armor and with glowing purple eyes. The strange goblins shrieked when the lamp was lit, covering their eyes to protect them from the sudden burst of light. Taking advantage of the confusion, Denham grabbed the crutch and jumped from the cabin, sliding down the rope. The Catman's arms protested, as the enormous weight of his belly strained them to their limit, and he felt as if they were going to rip any second. If I make it out of here alive, I'll go on a diet, Denham thought desperately, trying his best not to let go of the crutch. The cold wind stirred the guard's fur, and the tower was getting farther and farther behind him, along with the shrieks of the goblins. He had almost reached the base of the hill, and sighed with relief. The cable ended in a small wooden framework, only a couple of meters from the ground. Denham's momentum, however, was too much for him to simply stop there. As soon as the crutch met the end of the line, he was thrown a few meters beyond, rolling in the air like a ball of fur, before landing on the muddy ground with a splash. He lay there for a few seconds, breathing frantically and resting his arms. Then he rose up as quickly as he could, not that quickly at all, ready to run away to the nearest village. But his plans were rapidly foiled. Even before he was completely on his feet, something moved in front of him. "Surrender," said a cold, high-pitched voice from the dark. "Surrender and you'll live. Do anything else, and you'll die." In front of him was a hobgoblin, one of the more human ones, wearing rusty chainmail, with a big axe resting on his shoulder. Behind him, the Felid could also see many others of his kind, all armed. He was surrounded. Too scared to do anything else, Denham raised his hands and fell to his knees. The leader of the hobgoblins nodded and made a gesture. Without a word, a couple of hobs approached the guard, carrying rope. They tied up the Catman and brought him away. Well, that could have gone better, Grell said, watching many red lights appearing on the horizon in response to the alarm from the tower. Now the Merilanians definitely know we're here. It doesn't really matter, Trak replied. To let them know we're here was our plan to begin with. Yes, but we could have caught at least a couple of villages unaware if the chitin goblins hadn't messed up, Grell protested. If you had sent Arag, that guard would have been caught before he could realize what had happened. But in that case, the chitin goblins wouldn't have gotten their practical training. The general smiled. Even if they failed, it didn't influence our plans, and the failure should keep them in check and allow them to perform better in the future. So I'd say it was worth using them. The second-in-command gave his boss a long stare before shrugging. Oh well, if you say so, then it's probably true. But if the Merilanians react too quickly, it's going to be bad. And they just might do it. He let out a bitter sigh. The march through the forest took more time than we planned for. 3 weeks, Trak. 3 weeks. If your suspicions are right and they knew we were coming, they had all the time to prepare. Of course, the general concurred. But they were preparing for a simple raid, not an outright invasion. This still gives us the element of surprise if we play our cards right. He looked up to Grell with a smile. And you are the ace up my sleeve. If you complete your mission, we won't have any trouble. And if I fail, well then this whole campaign will fail as well. Thousands of goblins will have died a pointless death, and our race will probably be doomed. Grell gave his boss a long, penetrating stare, trying to discern whether he was joking or not. Sadly, he probably wasn't. Gee, Trak, you sure know how to put people at ease, he said with heavy sarcasm. Actually, I'm very good at putting people at ease, the general replied. But you're a special case. You're my second-in-command, as well as my friend, and you ought to know the truth without sugarcoating it. You need to understand the bigger picture to perform your duties. He became more serious. Do not fail, Grell. I put my trust in you, because I know your talents. Do not betray it. There was a long silence between the two hobgoblins, before Grell finally replied, his face a mask of determination. I will complete the mission. I'll do what you've asked me to, no matter what. You can be sure of that. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, Grell. Now go. We don't have time to lose. Yes, sir. The goblin champion replied with a slight bow. He turned and marched toward his army waiting at the border of the forest. Grell marched until he was between them and the lights of the nearest village, and then he faced his underlings. Goblins! He shouted in a stern, commanding voice. Tonight, we begin the raid. The army cheered. Grell unsheathed his sword and pointed toward the village. Here are your orders. You can pillage how much you want, but try to keep the killings to a minimum. Especially the women and children have to be left alive. You can kill anyone who resists, but you'll have a prize in the spoils if you manage to take them alive. He paused, letting the goblins digest their orders. And now, "Follow me!" he cried, waving his sword. "Let the raid begin." He started marching toward the lights of the settlement, and with a collective howl of excitement, the army followed him. In the dark of the night, it was almost impossible to accurately assess their numbers, but there were at least 3,000 of them. Chapter 48. Armageddon. Marquis Azen was sitting in his study, slowly processing the paperwork associated with raising an army. With a sour expression, he wished he had as many soldiers as were the papers he needed to sign. That way he would have surely outnumbered the goblins 3-1. At least the day was pleasant enough. The autumn storms had disappeared south, and the morning sun was shining bright in a cloudless sky. It almost looked like a second summer, if not for a chilly breeze coming from the north. A huge lit fireplace right in front of the Marquis kept the cold of the upcoming winter outside of the room. The study was rather big, with one wall occupied by the fireplace, one by the windows, and the remaining two by many bookshelves completely filled with leather-lined books and papers. In the center of the room was a monumental wooden desk, carved with Baroque-looking swirls and lion's feet. A mountain of papers completely covered its surface, and Azen's head was barely visible behind it. The noble let out a sigh of frustration. Raising an army was much less exciting than he'd thought. In the adventure books he loved to read, the hero just had to raise his sword and ride through cities and villages, rallying the people with his charisma and fighting spirit, and lead the resulting army to victory. The books failed to mention all the tiny little details that were vital to raising an army. The ones currently driving Azen mad. It wasn't just getting the soldiers and food. Soldiers needed tents and bedding, plus all kinds of tools for setting camp, from kitchenware to shovels to dig out latrines, and those things needed a lot of carts and horses to be carried. And while Azen could avoid immediately paying for all of this by declaring a regional state of emergency and commandeering everything he needed, he still had to sign a receipt for every single item he got this way. And to make things even worse, he also had to deal with the bureaucrats of the capital. Not only had they denied him any reinforcement, but they protested his declaration of regional emergency. And while they couldn't actually do anything to stop him because his status as Marquis gave him the legal right to do pretty much anything he wanted to protect his province, they still threatened him with all kinds of investigations and exponentially increased the amount of paperwork he had to process. Azen tried to explain to those damn pencil pushers that the goblins were a serious threat, and that the reports indicated this would be the biggest raid of the last few centuries. It had been like talking to a brick wall. Those bureaucrats didn't live on the frontier, and probably their only experience with goblins was watching captive ones working for street performers, dancing on the streets with chains around their necks while the crowd laughed at them. They didn't know how cunning, brutal, and dangerous wild goblins could be, especially the more evolved subspecies. Just thinking about that bloody obtuseness made him so exasperated he wanted to throw all the papers into the fire. Just as he was contemplating whether or not to act on this pyromaniacal urge, someone knocked at the door, and the Marquis forced himself to calm down. "Come in," Azen said. 3 men entered the room. 2 of them were the Marquis's personal bodyguards, Luther and Max, 2 Yellow Sheath Aura warriors that served in the Royal Knights. The third one grabbed the nobleman's attention. He was a young city guard who looked very nervous and excited at the same time, despite his best efforts to look professional. Judging by his expression, he had something very important to report. Azen turned to him and said in a commanding tone, "Report, soldier." "Yes, sir," the young soldier said, standing at attention and saluting. "An alarm signal has just arrived from the village of Rupra. They were attacked by goblins, sir. A full army, at least 3,000 in number." 3,000? The Marquis thought with shock. He didn't let the surprise show on his face. Instead, he calmly nodded. "Good job, soldier. Return to your post, but don't get too comfortable, because we're going to depart very soon." "As you order, sir." The soldier saluted again and bolted out of the room. The two bodyguards remained inside, waiting for their boss to dismiss them. But Azen was lost in his thoughts, as it so often happened. 3,000 goblins, huh? He said to himself. So many. It's going to be difficult to exterminate all of them. He got up and walked to one of the windows. His mansion was high enough that he could easily see beyond the city walls, and what he saw was a big camp. Even from that distance, it was perfectly visible. Numerous lines of tents, latrines, and training grounds that occupied more than 6 acres. It almost looked as if a second town had been built right outside the city walls. There, the army Azen had raised was waiting. "Is the army ready to depart?" the Marquis asked his bodyguards. "Almost, sir," Max replied. "All the provisions are already packed on the carts. They just need to break camp and get into marching formations." "Good. How long will it take to be completely ready?" "About a couple of hours if they start moving now, sir." "Excellent. Go tell them to prepare. We're departing in a couple of hours." "Yes, sir." The bodyguard saluted and walked away, leaving Azen alone with Luther, who simply remained still, waiting for orders. "Is my armor set ready?" the nobleman asked. "Yes, sir. The servants have cleaned it up and are waiting for you in your room." "Good. Then let's go don it." "Sir, if I may." Luther hesitated a bit before continuing. "Wouldn't a chainmail be better? After all, it's been a while since you've donned your armor, and you may be a bit out of practice." "Nonsense! How can someone be out of practice with wearing an armor? Besides, I have to look imposing while leading the army. We can't have the commander dressed like a common soldier." "Very well, sir," Luther replied. "Then I'll assist you in donning your armor." About 2 hours later, on the road south of Bretholz, Azen had to admit that Luther had been right. A chainmail would have definitely been better than his full-plate armor, because at least it would have let him breathe easier. Despite not actually being fat, the Marquis had been putting on a lot of weight over the last 3 years. The plate armor felt uncomfortably tight in some places, despite having been custom-made for him. Despite this, the nobleman still felt the advantages of the plate armor did outweigh the drawbacks. Though not very comfortable, he could still move and ride more or less freely, and the armor would easily stop any stray arrow or projectile. In addition, the Marquis looked positively impressive inside his armor. The armor, a silvery full plate with golden engravings and an impressive crested helm, made him look just like the hero of some play. He could tell that most of his soldiers had been staring at him in awe. So the nobleman was pretty sure the morale boost he provided his troops was well worth his discomfort. Especially if everything went well. He wouldn't have to actually fight by himself. He turned his horse, riding in front of the army and inspecting the ranks. A little less than 150 cavalrymen, divided between light and heavy, recruited from the nobility of Bretholz province, and elite guards stood before him. They were all armed with spears and shields, and wore either chainmail or plate armor. Even some of the horses were armored with padded caparison, and a couple were protected by scale mail. Behind the cavalry was the core of the army, made up of about 300 professional soldiers recruited from the town guards of the province. They were equipped with either brigandine or chainmail, but they all had metal helmets. Most of them carried pole weapons, but a few were equipped with crossbows and even firearms. Right beside the guards, 150 mercenaries were standing idly. Azen hired them using his own money, and he was sure he got a good deal out of it. The equipment of those mercenaries varied wildly from gambeson and leather armor to actual plate armor. They carried all sorts of weapons, including halberds, zweihanders, bows, and guns, but their equipment was universally well worn, even if properly maintained. A sure sign it had seen a lot of use in the past. Those mercenaries were probably the most veteran troops in the army, and their experience was well worth their payment. Scattered around the other groups was also the local militia, which made up most of the army. In the past 3 weeks, Azen had issued a general recruitment in the province, and about 1,500 people joined. These were farmers, lumberjacks, and hunters, all tough people used to the dangerous life on the frontier. Despite not being professional soldiers, they all knew how to hold their own in a fight. Most of them were equipped with bows and arrows, but about a third would serve as melee fighters, armed with spears, axes, and hammers. Sadly, their complete lack of any form of armor made them vulnerable, so the Marquis provided them with wooden shields so they would have at least some protection. Finally, there were the supply carts, all filled to the brim with provisions, ammo, and backup weapons. The carts were pulled by horses, mules, and even oxen, who were nervously waiting to depart. The nobleman knew that those carts, despite looking mundane and not impressive at all, were probably the most important part of the army, their literal lifeline. Any idiot could gather an army. Keeping it well supplied was what made the difference between victory and defeat. This was Bretholz's army. A little more than 2,200 people, which seemed very few when compared to the number of goblins. Azen was confident they would be enough. For starters, humans were on average much stronger than an unevolved goblin, which tended to make up the majority of a goblin army, and they were undoubtedly better equipped. Even the most well-armed hobgoblins wouldn't be much better equipped than the militia, since finding a steady supply of metal inside the Caligare forest was pretty much impossible, and the goblins weren't exactly known for their craftsmanship skills. Still, having a few more soldiers would have been better, because while the Marquis had no doubt they could easily beat even twice the amount of goblins they were currently facing, they were too few to surround and exterminate them all. Sure, that weird monster girl, Marcus, promised to help, but the Marquis couldn't rely on her. For starters, she was an unknown quantity, a being of a species no one had ever heard about before, and to trust her blindly would be foolish. Even if she'd told the truth and genuinely wanted to help, Azen didn't know if she and her few minions were actually capable of having a significant impact on the battle. After all, by her own admission, they had been defeated multiple times by the goblins, and nothing indicated that this time it would be different. Still, any help was welcomed. This was a good occasion to test Marcus's attitude and character. There had been only one option left for Azen: recruit enough casters and aura warriors to have such an overwhelming advantage in battle that the goblins wouldn't just be beaten, they'd be annihilated. Finding the first ones had been difficult. While Bretholz was positively teeming with sorcerers who came to buy raw magical reagents, most of them were civilians or foreign citizens, and the Marquis had no authority over them. And while he had publicly offered a good pay for all casters who joined his army, there weren't many who were interested in risking their lives in battle. As it was, Azen managed to gather only 27 sorcerers and 16 clerics. Only half of the sorcerers were powerful enough to actually cast spells in battles, and even the weakest caster could serve in a support role, like healer or telemancer. As for the Aura warriors, Azen had a bit more luck. He currently had 9 of them at his service, after the exploratory expedition had been lost, and Dagobert and the other 2 had been caught. Luckily, a lot of masters routinely passed through the province, either seeking employment as bodyguards or traveling to hone their skills against the beasts of the Caligare forest. Azen hired every master he managed to find, including a particularly prestigious group belonging to the Order of the Rose, 5 people who were renowned and respected warriors. Also, about 8 of the mercenary leaders, most likely dropouts from knightly orders, knew some basics of aura arts. While they would probably barely count as Black Sheath aura warriors, they were still much stronger than normal troops. The Marquis had written a letter to his old friend Yazen Harp, the captain of the Royal Knights, asking him for help. And while Yazen couldn't officially send any of his knights, due to the meddling of the bureaucrats, he managed to find a loophole. Since he was in charge of the training of new Royal Knights, he had the authority to decide whatever training exercise the squires would have to do. He'd sent 14 of his most senior and talented students in the Bretholtz province, under the excuse of some special field training exercises. Those squires were all at least Blue Sheath or higher, and they even had a couple of expert instructors with them. This meant the Marquis's army now included 38 people capable of using aura arts, a very respectable force by any standard, that would prove to be completely unstoppable against a foe such as goblins, if used well. With a satisfied smirk, Azen made a gesture toward one of the telemancers accompanying him. The caster nodded and took a long wand out of his robe, putting it right in front of Azen's mouth. The nobleman then cleared his throat, and suddenly his voice became incredibly amplified and audible for all the troops, regardless of the distance. Even the civilians that were spectating the army departure from the city walls were able to hear him. "Citizens of Bretholtz and of the Merilan Kingdom," the Marquis said, "today we march out to face the vile foe that dares invade our beautiful country. A veritable army of goblins has crawled out of the Caligare forest, seeking to plunder and destroy our lands. But the only thing they'll find here is their own death." A huge cheer came from the army, and a lot of the soldiers raised their weapons. The Marquis let the cheers slowly die out before continuing. "Hear me, O brave warriors. We will face our enemies, and we will destroy them, because we fight to protect our homes. We fight for our children and our families. We fight for our king and our kingdom, and nothing will stand in our way." Even more people cheered, and the civilians on the walls joined in the noise. "Let's go, my soldiers! May the light shine upon your path, and may the gods watch over you." Azen gestured to one of his staff, who blew a horn, and then started riding south. All the army followed him. The nobleman couldn't help but smile. He felt his blood boiling with excitement. This was the first time he was in command of an army, and he had never felt quite so powerful and important in his whole life. In this moment, he felt completely invincible, and he had absolutely no doubt that he'd be able to completely annihilate the goblins. Chapter 49. Are you ready for a war? Marcus stared apathetically at the ceiling while sitting naked on the mold wax-covered floor. Right beside him there was a big pile of eggs he'd just laid, about 30 slimy, translucent things, with the embryo of the drone barely visible inside of them. Cooper sat in a corner of the room, silently watching him. A lot of things were changing. Just a few weeks before, Marcus would have felt so uncomfortable laying eggs that he would have made the drone leave and have felt repelled by the eggs themselves. Now he'd grown, if not accustomed, at least numb toward those feelings. Maybe he was getting used to it, or maybe it was the fact that compared to giving birth to a premature broodmother, regular eggs were barely an annoyance. But the results didn't change. At this point, giving birth to normal drones felt more like a chore than a torture. But this change, while positive, was making him question himself. How much was he going to change in the future? Would he still be able to consider himself human? Once, he was absolutely sure he would remain a man, no matter what would have happened. But now he was starting to have doubts. He made a sour face. Maybe he was feeling like this just because he'd been isolated for the past 3 weeks. Or maybe not. Only time would tell. After giving birth to the second broodmother, he'd taken only 1 day of break before starting to build up his army, and he had been at it for almost 3 weeks, with close to no pauses. He'd seen Felix and Clara only a few short times, and every time he had felt quite uncomfortable in their presence. Pretty much the same feeling he had while attending a formal event right after a violent bout of diarrhea. And even worse, he always felt extremely reluctant in resuming his duty after spending time with his friends. Over the last few weeks, he distanced himself from them in order to give birth to as many drones as possible. A sad smirk marred his lips. It was kind of ironic, in a sense. He was trying to isolate himself from his human friends in order to help their nation. All he hoped was that he would still be human enough to resume their friendship after this mess with the goblins had been sorted out. He still watched them through the eyes of his drones, though. He felt a bit guilty about this because it could be considered spying. Except he was just doing so to make sure they were okay. Besides, he couldn't really help it since the drones occupied every nook and cranny of the ruins. Ever since the broodmothers started laying eggs, the number of drones increased exponentially, going from barely 100 to more than 1,000. Hundreds of workers and warriors were everywhere in the ruins, the first tending to the growth of the mold wax, while the second remained mostly motionless in an almost stasis-like state, in order to conserve their energy and reduce their need for food. And to top it all off, Marcus had also contributed greatly by himself to the population of the hive, adding an additional 120 flyers, 6 diggers, 73 hunters, and 11 heavies. And while he felt he would never like giving birth, he had to admit that he felt a small hint of pride in how strong and functional his drones were. The heavies in particular were a sight to behold. More than a ton of muscles and armored chitin, each 4 meters tall and capable of easily lifting twice their weight. The sheer physical power they emanated was deeply impressive. Since giving birth didn't feel like that much of a burden anymore, Marcus had also started experimenting a bit with his skill, mixing the DNA of various creatures to create whatever chimera he thought of. A lot of the prototypes he'd made were basically useless, like the spider monkey thing who always tripped on its own legs, or a super strong flyer that was too heavy to fly. A few of them were quite promising. One new drone type in particular, that he called Spitter, was very impressive. Using the DNA of an acid-spitting insect mixed with that of a fish and some other animals, Marcus created a creature that resembled a toad with lizard legs. The chitin armor was kept to a minimum, as it only covered part of its back and its head, but this wasn't that important, since the creature wasn't a close-range fighter. Instead, this drone was capable of spitting a powerful acidic poison with a very impressive range and accuracy. It could even hit a tree trunk from 70 meters away, and the acid was strong enough to make the tree fall in about 30 seconds. Heck, the drone was even capable of altering the density of its spit, making it very thick for long-range projectiles and more liquid for a short-range but very wide spray. So far, Marcus had made only 3 spitters. He didn't really plan on making more, since they were suited for actual battle rather than hunting and guerrilla warfare, and both the hunters and warriors were better for that. But he still liked the power of these creatures, so he decided to bring them along, hoping they'd be useful. To be fair, he didn't really feel as if he actually needed them, though. With the current number of other drones, he was more than confident he could take on the remnants of the goblins and win. But as a wise man once said, there is no kill like overkill. This was a good occasion to impress the Marquis, showing how helpful he could be, which was a nice plus. Besides, he had already underestimated the goblins twice. He didn't want to risk doing so a third. So it was better to bolster his forces as much as possible before the confrontation, even if it would most likely turn out to be redundant. As he was thinking this, his stomach started growling. Marcus looked down and nodded. Laying eggs always made him very, very hungry. Well, time to grab a bite and then shit out some more eggs, he said, rising to his feet. He walked to the deepest room of the cellars, which he had made into a larder. It was a big, square room, which was always pretty cold, and it was also the only place in the ruins not covered by mold wax. Fearing it would absorb the food, Marcus decided to leave this place free from it, and had initially assigned a drone to clean it up. But that turned out to be redundant. For some reason, the mold wax didn't grow in there. The only reason the Hive Queen could think of was that the gray stuff was somehow obeying his subconscious desires to some degree. He hadn't really verified this hypothesis, though, so he could be wrong. The larder was full of skinned animals, each hanging from crude wooden racks, or even lying on the cold floor. Marcus grabbed a bone knife hanging from the wall and started cutting pieces of meat from the leg of a weird animal that looked like a mix between a bull and a lion. The meat was tough, and cutting it was hard, but he didn't relent. Admittedly, it would be easier to just bite the meat, but he wanted to try and be civil, if possible. With so few things reminding him of his humanity lately, he wanted to at least keep his manners to some degree. After managing to cut some big, rough chunks from the lion-bull leg, he put them on a plate made of bark and headed to his personal room near the exit. The room was quite small, but also kind of cozy. The mold wax had been shaped into some kind of furniture, going from a table to a small bunk filled with leaves that Marcus used as a bed. Sitting at the table, he started eating his meal, grabbing big bites out of the meat chunks and occasionally drinking water from a crude wooden bowl. He was in the middle of his meal when he noticed, through the eyes of the drones outside, that Clara was coming toward the cellars with an excited expression. Wondering what she wanted, Marcus left the meat on the table and ran toward the entrance to meet her there. He reached the exit of the cellars just as the girl arrived, and as soon as she saw him, she made a weird expression while staring at him. "Oh, hi, Marcus. Am I interrupting something?" No, Marcus replied. "I was just eating, but that can wait. Do you have something to tell me?" "Well, yes," Clara said, still giving him a weird stare. "Felix received a Twinstone call. The goblins have arrived in Bretholz." Marcus needed a moment to take in the news, but he had been expecting this moment for weeks, so he wasn't really surprised. "We are going to depart now," he said while nodding. "Do you know how many goblins are there?" "The report says there are about 3,000 goblins raiding frontier villages. The Marquis left Bretholz just a few hours ago in order to face them." Marcus blinked while assimilating this information. Something wasn't right. Last time the goblins attacked his hive, they were at least twice that number. Why were there so few of them in Bretholz? He voiced his doubts. Clara nodded with a hint of worry. I agree. I can't be sure because it was dark at the time, but I think there were a lot more than 3,000 when they attacked our camp as well. Why are there so few of them? Marcus asked. I wouldn't exactly call 3,000 few, but maybe this is because both your hive and our expedition were a threat to their nest, so they attacked us with all their strength, while the raid has been made to steal some supplies that they couldn't get otherwise. This do sound likely, Marcus admitted. However, if this is the case, their current behavior makes no sense, Clara added. Why is that? Because if pillaging was their main objective, they would have split into many smaller raiding parties. That way they could have attacked more villages at the same time. Instead, according to what the Telemancer told us, they're just banding together in one big army that's raiding a village at a time. That do sound weird, Marcus concurred. Then why are they doing this? The only reason I could think of is that those 3,000 are acting as bait, Clara said. With those numbers, the Bretholz army would surely face them, leaving the rest of the province undefended. But she stopped for a moment, her expression twisting into confusion. But Marcus invited her to continue. I don't know why they would be doing this. If they wanted to raid a few villages, they could have been doing that from the start. And there are no other objectives for them to attack. The Hive Queen remained silent for a moment, and then he asked, What about the city of Bretholz? Could the goblins want to attack it? What? Bretholz? I don't think so. Clara shook her head. It's a fortified city. Well, it's not heavily fortified, but it's still defended by stone walls, and the goblins simply don't have the means to siege a city like that. Marcus thought about it. Despite the fact that both Clara and Felix had described the goblins as being witless savages, they didn't feel that way to him. When he fought them, the goblins had shown a great deal of strategic foresight, even more than himself. He wondered if there was something the humans didn't know about these goblins. Have you told these things to the Marquis? He finally asked. I think he should know. No. Clara shook her head meekly. I didn't rationalize these things until now. Besides, these are just a few conjectures, and we have nothing concrete to warn him of. But I'll still speak to him about it in the next report. Good. Then what now? Well, I guess we should get ready to go. Clara smirked. After all, we don't want to be late to the party, do we? Absolutely. The Hive Queen smiled back. I will get the drones ready. How long will it take for you to get ready? Felix already started packing our stuff, Clara said. We should be ready in about half an hour. How about you? I will be ready as soon as you are. I will take only food and a few other things with me. If I may, I suggest that you also take some clothes. I personally don't mind, but Felix and the other men could be uncomfortable if they see you like this. Marcus froze and looked down at his body. He was still completely naked, having forgotten to dress himself up before coming up from the cellars. Worse still, his hands and mouth were also covered in blood from his meal. Oh, he muttered, slowly feeling his cheeks getting hotter and hotter from the embarrassment. Oh! He covered himself while blushing furiously. He now understood why Clara had been giving that weird stare. Don't worry, Marcus. We're both girls, she said with a smile. Just be glad I came to give you the news instead of Felix. I think I'm gonna need a bit more to get ready, then," Marcus replied, still very shaken. "Maybe it's better if I clean myself first." "It's probably for the best." "So we'll depart in about 1 hour, then?" "That sounds good," Marcus said, and he scurried back into the cellars, anything to escape from his embarrassment. Clara just smiled. For some reason she found it really amusing that the monster girl would turn to a bright purple when blushing. About an hour later, everything was ready for departure. Marcus, who had cleaned himself up and was dressed with furs and pelts, gave one final look at the hive around him. The ruins had been completely enveloped by the mold wax, to the point they resembled some kind of alien structure more than an actual building. And it didn't stop there, as the whole hill was now covered in the stuff, and even some of the surrounding forest had started to be absorbed. The sight made him feel proud. The fact that his hive had been able to thrive and expand so much made him kind of happy, and being surrounded by so much mold wax felt very comforting. This wasn't the case for Felix and Clara, who looked a bit uncomfortable while looking at the smooth, translucent substance that covered most of the landscape around them. "So, are you ready to go?" he asked the two humans. "Oh, yes," Felix replied, looking away from the mold wax. "We were only waiting for you." "And I'm ready to guide you," Clara said. "I've never actually been in this part of the Caligare forest, but if we go north, we should eventually reach an area I know. After that, I can easily get you to Bretholtz." "That's good," Marcus said. And it really was, since he had no idea where Bretholtz was exactly. He'd tried to send some flyers to the north in order to scout the road ahead, but much to his dismay, he found out the telepathic link with his minions became weaker and weaker after a certain distance, to the point it almost disappeared when they were farther than 25 kilometers from him. After that, he could still vaguely feel the drone's presence, but it was terribly difficult and required him to concentrate a lot. And at that distance, he couldn't get any information from them. He could only give simple orders. "We can move then," Clara said. "Are your minions ready?" "They are." He'd given the telepathic order to prepare for departure as soon as he received the news. He only left the broodmothers behind, with about 100 workers to take care of them and tend to the hive in his absence. He made a mental tally of his forces. He had 350 workers, all carrying chunks of mold wax to feed his troops, in addition to 377 warriors and all the other drones available. His forces numbered just a little less than 1,000. What they lacked in quantity, they made up for in quality. After being modified with the DNA of the rock creatures, the drones were much stronger than they used to be, and each of them, save maybe for the workers, were perfectly capable of killing dozens of goblins alone. Marcus couldn't help but make a proud smile. If the goblins didn't have any surprises, his army alone would be able to take care of them. "Everything is ready. We can go," Marcus said. Felix and Clara nodded and headed off. Marcus and the rest of the drones followed them. Giving one final look at the hive queen felt a sting of sadness. This place had been his home for only a short while, but he felt safe and cozy in there, and he felt bad about abandoning it. But it couldn't be helped. He had work to do, and he certainly didn't want to spend the rest of his days holed up inside a forest. He steeled his will and marched on without looking back. Chapter 50. Saving Private Lycan. "What do the reports say?" Marquis Azen asked. He was sitting on a stool in the middle of his army, which was currently resting in a barren field. Since time was crucial, no tents had been erected, nor any fires lit. They would rest and catch some sleep on the ground, while the only hot meal of the day would be served in the evening. During the day, cold rations were distributed. This situation had been going on for the last 3 days. Coupled with the forced long marches, it was quickly exhausting the soldiers. Still, if everything went as planned, it would be worth it. "The scouts have returned just a few minutes ago," his bodyguard and second-in-command Luther replied. "The goblins are just north of us. They are currently raiding a few farms." "Excellent. This means we did it. Tell the scouts to continue keeping an eye on the goblins. Take our cavalry and ride north of the goblins, and then wait there until I send you a signal through the telemancer." "Very well, sir." Luther saluted and walked away. "And as for us, we're going to camp here until Luther is in position," the Marquis told his other aides. "Tell the cook to prepare a hot meal for everyone, and inform the soldiers to get comfortable and get all the rest they can get." His aides saluted and marched away to relay his orders. Azen got a bit more comfortable on his stool, letting out a sigh of relief. That desperate march had paid off, and now the Bretholtz army had wedged itself between the Caligari forest and the goblins before they could react, cutting their escape route. Now they could only retreat north. The open plains and fields of Bretholtz wouldn't offer them anywhere to hide, making the job of hunting down the survivors exponentially easier. Due to their numbers, a few of them were bound to manage to run away, but with the majority of their kin annihilated, they would be easy pickings for the hunters that made up most of the Bretholtz forces. This had been the plan the Marquis thought of with the help of his advisors. It was actually a very simple, straightforward plan. Most importantly, it was easy to put into action, even for an inexperienced commander like Azen. All that was left was to simply let the soldiers rest and get ready for the battle before marching out to face the enemy. The Marquis smiled weakly. Thinking of this plan and the upcoming battle made him very excited while he was still in Bretholtz. Now, after 3 days of riding and eating mostly military rations, he just wanted to be done with it and go home. Guess reality can't stand up to the stories, huh? None of the books I read talked about how tiring it is to lead an army and how many small annoyances there are. I feel dirty, hungry, I smell of horse sweat, and I need to change my undergarments. Gods, I'd kill for a nice bath and a hot meal right now. Though that's actually what I have to do. Kill some goblins, that is. Around him, the orders had been given, and the news was spreading among the soldiers. It spoke volumes about how tired they were, that most were rejoicing for the longer rest and the hot meal, rather than being worried for the upcoming battle. Still, a few of them looked nervous, in particular the younger recruits. They tried their best to hide it, but the subtle trembling in their voices and a subtle stiffness in their movements betrayed their fear. A young lichen was actually shaking, grabbing his head while sitting in a fetal position on the ground. His eyes were so full of fear and doubts, the Marquis felt bad for him. He was about to go encourage him when someone preceded him. A tall warrior with short blonde hair, dressed in full-plate gilded armor, approached the young recruit. Azen didn't recognize the armored individual until she spoke. It was Merva, one of the Aura warriors of the Order of the Rose. Listening to the encouraging words the woman gave to the young wolfman, the Marquis could not help but smile, feeling the utmost respect for the lady warrior. She was clearly a veteran and knew how to raise a recruit's spirits. The fact that she was taking the time to actually do that was very kind of her. Heck, with just that pep talk, she could have even changed that lichen's fate entirely. "Well, that pup's fate is sealed now," Nemi said with a grin. Even if he manages to survive the battle, I doubt he'll survive what Merva will do to him in bed." The other members of the Order of the Rose let out a chuckle. They were mostly females, but that wasn't unusual in the Order of the Rose. In ancient times, the Order was a group of warrior priestesses devoted to Priteve, the goddess of the earth and fertility. But the old religion had lost a lot of followers, being mostly supplanted by the Church of the Holy Light, and the Order of the Rose had slowly become something akin to a mercenary group. Since old habits died hard, they still recruited mostly females. The current group was made of 4 women and 1 man, although the man looked very effeminate despite his considerable bulk. The youngest of the group was Terzia, a relatively young woman who had just reached the Yellow Sheath rank of Aura Warrior, which for her order was the minimum required rank for going on small group missions like this one. Because of this, she was still a bit shy and not used to the world. She wore a simple chainmail reinforced with gilded plate protections on the shoulders, arms, and knees. Her posture was quite rigid, with her hands gripping her glaive, trying to look as professional as possible. The one who made the sarcastic comment, Nemi, looked even younger than Terzia, due to her carefree attitude and shorter height, though she was actually much older. She was a petite and lithe woman with short raven-black hair, wearing a suit of chainmail that hung to her knees and a big leather baldric from which dozens of knives hung. She was currently juggling one of those knives, throwing it into the air and catching the blade between 2 fingers without even looking. The man, Reginald, wore an ornate, full-plate armor and had long, curly blonde hair and a tiny black mustache on a square, masculine face. He also had overly long and feminine eyelashes and full cherry-red lips. He smiled cheerfully at Nemi's joke, showing his perfectly white teeth. His peculiar appearance attracted an occasional weird stare from passing soldiers, but nothing more. After all, the Order of the Rose was notorious for accepting among their ranks people who had the heart of a maiden. Finally, there was the leader of the squad, Belinda. She was much older than the rest, and her hair was almost completely white. Despite this and a few wrinkles, she was still a very attractive woman. Her skin was darkened by the sun, which created a sharp contrast with her hair, and she had cold, ice-blue eyes with a piercing stare. She let out a smirk at Nemi's joke, but nothing more, and leveled a serious look. "It's good that you are in a good mood, but try not to get too relaxed," she said. "We're going to have a battle soon, after all, and we need to stay sharp." "Oh, come on, Belinda," Nemi cried. "We're facing goblins, not ogres. We would be more in danger stealing candy from babies." "Do not underestimate them," Belinda replied. "Like everything else in the Caligare forest, goblins can be very dangerous. Some of their evolved specimens could even be a threat from me." "You're such a buzzkill, Cap," the brunette said, looking a little bummed, but she didn't protest. She and everyone else knew very well just how experienced Belinda was, and no one would dare question her wisdom. Besides, she was the captain of their group, and disrespecting her too much could have consequences, so even Nemi controlled herself. The short woman looked around for something else to have fun with, and saw that Merva was coming back. Merva was almost the complete opposite of Nemi. She was very tall for a woman, almost 2 meters, and had broad shoulders and an impressive bulk. With her short sandy hair and covered head to toe in a gilded full-plate armor, she looked more like a man than a woman. Even her face, though quite feminine and gorgeous, gave her a handsome quality. All of these traits combined made a lot of girls turn their head, but Merva was interested only in men, especially the young ones. With a mischievous smile, Nemi waved at her companion, thinking that teasing her a bit would relieve her of her boredom. "Welcome back, Merva. How did the hunt go? Are you taking a wolf pelt home as a souvenir this time?" "Someday your big mouth will get you in trouble, Nemi," the blonde knight replied in a dry tone. Then she smiled and said, "But the hunt did go quite well indeed, all things considered. I managed to cheer the young pup up, and I gave him some pointers on how to survive the battle. I also motivated him a bit." A mischievous smile played on her lips. "But those things will have to wait until after the battle, if he manages to get to that point unscathed." Her smile became worried. "I hope he does. He's just so adorable, like a lost puppy or something. I just want to hug him and never let go." "I guess he's kinda cute, if you like Tulians," Reginald chimed in. "Personally, I don't really care for them. All that fur really rubs me the wrong way." "Well, our Merva here sure seems to have a thing for them," Nemi said with a sardonic smile. "First the cat boy in the tavern, then that lion man guard in town, and now the wolf boy. I guess next is going to be a minotaur." "Please, no," Merva cried out with a laugh. "I do like well-endowed men, but I have my limits, and minotaur are well beyond them." The warriors all laughed except for Terzia, who just blushed hard. Nemi, sensing weakness and a possible source of fun, approached her and gave her a pat on the back. "Come on, loosen up, sister," she said with a bright smile. "You're not in the headquarters anymore. The drought that is novitiate has ended, and now you can freely drink at the fountain of life." Her grin turned even larger as she added in a conspiratorial tone, "Though you may find that it's not as impressive as the tales make it up to be. Most men are just clumsy and boorish, so you have to choose carefully. Maybe I could give you some pointers." Terzia blushed even harder, and Belinda interrupted the conversation. "Enough, Nemi," she ordered. "Leave Terzia alone. This is her first real battle as well, so it's better if you don't fill her head with this nonsense." "But Cap, I'm only doing my duty as her senior," Nemi replied. "Teaching her how the world works." "I said, enough," the captain repeated with a stern voice, and her subordinate remained silent. "Now I think it's better to refresh your memories. We have been hired for clearing out the goblins by the Marquis, and that's our current priority. But that's because the goblins are in the way of our main mission. After they're dealt with, we will have to head into the Caligare Forest to hunt a number of dangerous magic beasts on behalf of the Magic Trade Guild, and that will be a much greater challenge. Consider this battle a warm-up." "Yeah, we know, and it's all thanks to Sarah," Nemi said with irritation. "That damn idiot left us a hot mess to sort, leaving her mission unfinished to join that ridiculous expedition. The Order sent us all in reparation for not completing the task on time, and to top it all off, the goblins decide to have a damn raid and delay us further." "It's not that bad, really," Merva shrugged. "We're a full team for a job meant for just one. This should be easy. And besides, we can use the battle with the goblins as a warm-up, as Belinda suggested." "Bah," Nemi said. "Goblins aren't even going to be good enough as training dummies for me. But whatever. If Sarah ever reappears from that damned forest, I'm going to take it out on her." "Enough, Nemi," Belinda shouted. "That's not the way to talk about one of our sisters. Besides, I fear that Sarah already paid dearly for her blunder. The dark heart of the Caligare Forest is a dangerous place, and she's probably dead by now." "Yeah, you're right," Aura Warrior Nemi admitted. but for some reason I can't shake the feeling that I'm going to see her face again one of these days." "Well, everything is possible, I guess," Merva said. "For now, all I really want is something hot to eat. I've had enough with cold rations, and I've heard they're preparing a stew right now. I'm going to go and get some. Who's with me?" "Count me in," Reginald said. "I'd really like something to eat right now." "I'm in as well," Nemi nodded. "I'm starving." "Well, it never hurts to fill your belly before a battle," Belinda murmured, and turned to Terzia. "You should eat as well. It'll help you relax." "Okay, Captain," the young Aura warrior said. "I think I'm a little hungry, too." And without further ado, the 5 knights made their way to the kitchens of the camp, from which a very good smell was coming. Chapter 51. Bamboozled. It was a misty dawn. The sun was just starting to rise over the horizon, and 2 moons were still high in the sky. The air was both chilly and damp, heralding the arrival of winter, but the fields hadn't frozen yet, and the dew shone in the first light of the day. All in all, it was quite a pleasant landscape, but marching through it was uncomfortable. The Marquis was glad he was on a horse. Walking in that sea of damp grass with full armor on would have been a torture, and he really pitied the infantrymen all around him. At least they were mostly farmers and hunters, and were used to walking for long distances, so for them it wasn't such an ordeal. Besides, after a good night of sleep, they looked relatively well rested and ready for battle. There was a group of buildings barely visible on the horizon, almost surely a farm, which had been occupied by the goblins. It was too far to see any details, but even at that distance, the Marquis could hear a few faint sounds carried by the wind. They seemed like cries and the clashing of metal against metal. The noble reached for his satchel and took out a brass spyglass. The farm was teeming like an ant nest on fire. Small figures were running everywhere, while bigger ones that looked like men on horseback chased them. Azen smiled. As planned, the cavalry attacked the goblins, and it looked like they had managed to catch them off guard. Perfect. The knights alone weren't enough to cause significant damage to the raiders, but since the goblins were notorious cowards, they could still be routed by a few determined attackers. And if that happened, they would have almost certainly escaped to the south, where Azen and the rest of the army were waiting for them. All he had to do now was get ready to receive them. "Attention, soldiers!" he cried. "Get ready! Assume the formation!" His orders were quickly relayed, and the officers and sergeants readied their troops. In less than 10 minutes, they were in formation. The soldiers had been disposed into the shape of a horseshoe, perfect to catch an incoming enemy. The center of the army was made up by 5 lines of guards and mercenaries, all bracing themselves to receive a charge. The militia was on the wings, mostly armed with bows and arrows, and only a few lines of spearmen and melee fighters to protect them. However, since the main task of the wings was to push the goblins to the center, they needed to be a bit stronger, so Azen placed some aura warriors and battlecasters among the militia to reinforce it. With this, the wings would easily hold, channeling the enemy to the center, where the spearmen would keep it in place. The cavalry would charge in from behind, completely surrounding the goblins, and thus sealing their doom. The Marquis was quite proud of this plan. It was simple, and yet quite foolproof, all things considered. Sure, the credit wasn't all his own, as he had received a lot of counseling from his more experienced aides, but he felt proud nonetheless. If everything went as planned, and he could see no reason why it shouldn't, today, the goblin threat would be dealt with. He wouldn't even need the help of Marcus and her weird creatures. although they could still make themselves useful by hunting down any eventual goblin that would manage to reach the forest. He wasn't really sure about the Vex's capabilities, but the reports from Felix said those creatures were almost 1,000 strong, and with those numbers, hunting down a few goblins wouldn't be a problem. However, the fact that the Vex had grown so much in number was alarming. Just 3 weeks before, he'd been told there were barely 100 of them. In that short time span, they'd increased tenfold. Either they had been hiding something from him, or they were able to breed at an incredible rate. Both options were quite worrying. If they had lied to him, it meant they weren't trustworthy. And if they didn't, well, a species that reproduced that fast was a problem on its own. The Marquis shook his head. He was getting ahead of himself. He had to deal with the goblins first, and he couldn't afford to get distracted by something that wasn't an immediate threat. Besides, he wanted to give Marcus the benefit of the doubt. If she proved to be trustworthy and reasonable, he would do his best to be the same. And even if the number of her minions would become a problem, he could always have them shipped out to serve as mercenaries somewhere. The Castillar Legion and Federation Army were always searching for more soldiers, and they would pay well. Considering the monster girl didn't seem too attached to her kin, Azen didn't doubt he could convince her to accept this deal. Of course, it was only fair that he'd take a small commission for his services, maybe about 20 or 30% of the profits. While he was thinking about this, his bodyguard and third-in-command, Max, who was still looking at the farm with his spyglass, scowled and said, "What is happening out there? What are the goblins doing?" "What?" Azen asked, taken a bit by surprise. "What do you mean? What's going on?" "From this distance I can't be sure, but it seems like the goblins are moving west," Max replied. The Marquis watched through his own spyglass, and he could indeed see that most of the figures were moving west, while those that seemed to be his cavalry were being pushed away to the east. "What is Luther doing?" Azen cried, and turned to his telemancer, Hoggs. "You! Call our cavalry immediately. Make them tell you what's happening." "Yes, sir," Hoggs said, and started concentrating while holding his twin stone. "This is Hoggs speaking," he said after a few seconds, talking to the telemancer that was accompanying the cavalry. "What's happening out there?" The sorcerer remained silent for about a minute, listening to the telepathic words of his colleague. He gave the Marquis a worried look. "Well, what happened?" the noble asked. "The goblins have managed to form an organized resistance and repelled our cavalry," the telemancer explained. "They have many hobgoblins with them and are using a combination of slingers and spearmen to keep the knights at bay, while the rest of their force is retreating west." To organize such a defense right after having been attacked required a level of coordination Azen didn't think the goblins were capable of. This could be explained if they had an unusually high number of human hobs, who were much more disciplined than the other goblin breeds. Still, why were they retreating west? Did they spot the army waiting for them south? That didn't seem likely, as they were so far he could barely see anything even while using a spyglass. "What's west of here?" he asked his aides. "Not much, sir," a grizzled veteran guard replied. "There are a few farms, and even a small village, but beyond those, the terrain is just rocky hills, so there are only small woods and pastures. I've been there a few times to hunt beasts who were attacking the cattle, and it's usually a rather boring place." The Marquis turned to the soldier. "Why do you think they are going there? Maybe they think to lose the cavalry in that rocky terrain?" "Not much of a chance of that, sir," the guard shrugged. "As I've said, it's mostly pastures. If cattle can move easily through there, so could a horse. Besides, if they wanted to lose the cavalry, they should have gone east. There are some thick woods in that direction, perfect to hide from people on horseback. He smiled bitterly. I know because I've had to go there from time to time, hunting down beasts who were hiding in the woods. Azen was perplexed. Why would the goblins go west, then? He tried to dismiss his doubts, reasoning that the goblins hadn't bothered to scout ahead and were aimlessly running away. For some reason, he couldn't. There were a few things that didn't add up. "Sir, what are your orders?" his bodyguard Max asked. The Marquis sighed. Despite his worries, he couldn't let the goblins go, could he? "We chase after them," he ordered. "Tell the cavalry to follow them at a distance, and to hunt down any goblin that tries to separate from the main group if they can, but they are not to commit themselves to an offensive unless I order them to." Azen looked around at the army. "As for us, we'll march in parallel to the goblins, keeping us between them and the Caligari forest. Have the scouts have the farms ahead evacuated, and their food supplies either taken away or destroyed. If the goblins want to drag this out, we'll oblige them. We have supplies for at least a week, and they have none. If this chase goes on for a while, they're going to break way before we do. And then we'll be able to take them without a fight." The noble turned to his soldiers and shouted, "Let's move, men! Take the marching formations, quick!" His orders were relayed, and within a few minutes, the whole army was in march, moving alongside the goblins. "Move, you sons of a swamp rat!" Grell cried, kicking the butt of a goblin who was moving too slow. "And stay in line. If any of you tries to wander away, you better pray the humans get you before I do." The situation was critical, and the unevolved goblins, cowardly as they were, weren't making things easier for him. Through charisma, shouting, cursing, and the occasional kick and punch, he'd been able to pull out a semi-organized retreat. A regiment of human hobs had repelled the Medellanian cavalry using pikes and slings, buying the rest of the army enough time to move away. Still, the surprise attack had taken its toll. About 100 goblins were killed or injured, and despite having been driven away, the enemy cavalry had taken only minimal damage from the counterattack. Considering the size of his army, this wasn't such a big deal. The Medellanian cavalry simply lacked the numbers to seriously threaten his force. They could annoy it, hitting it and running away like a mosquito. But just like a mosquito, they couldn't deal any real damage. No. The real threat was the Medellanian infantry. He gave a quick look to the horizon. He couldn't see the main enemy army, which meant they were still a bit far. They were either coming from the south, if their commander was smart and attempted to cut off their retreat path, or from the north, if their commander was a moron, or just wanted to repel them from his lands. Either way, it didn't make a difference. He would go to the west, in any case. Grell smirked with confidence. The general had predicted what would happen with a scary degree of accuracy. The goblin champion had no doubt that everything would go just as Trak planned. He had taken into account a huge number of factors, from simple logistics to the habits of the civilized races to look down on goblin kind, and had used every single one of them to create a foolproof strategy. However, Grell's smirk faded. Sure, Trak's plan was smart, but it still hinged on the goblin champion's performance. If he made a mistake now, everything would collapse. It was a terribly heavy responsibility, but Grell knew Trak had given it to him because he had his full trust. Now he had to live up to that trust. "Run, you bastards! Run!" he cried to his troops. "If the humans catch you, they'll make mincemeat out of you." He gave a quick look around and ordered, "Ferals will go in front of the army. Scout out the territory for any possible traps. Human hobs will take the wings, and orc hobs the back. Normal goblins in the center. Be quick!" The order of march was quickly established, as they'd practiced it even before leaving the Caligari forest. The goblin army moved quickly through the fields, heading toward the hills on the west. Chapter 52. Pay the Piper. Azen was exhausted, dirty, and hungry. His butt was sore after so many hours of non-stop riding, and as for his legs, he could barely feel them. And yet he was smirking. The satisfied, evil grin of a man who's about to exact vengeance on the thing that annoyed him for days. For his last 2 days, the goblins kept retreating west, forcing the Bretholtz army to keep up in order to prevent their escape. It had been a strenuous march for the Merilanians, with very few pauses for cold meals. It finally paid off as the raiders had finally been trapped inside a valley. That valley, locally known as Piper's Brook, was a big field crossed by a small brook and surrounded by very steep hills covered in thick woods. Those hills would be difficult to climb even in normal circumstances, and were outright impassable for the exhausted goblins. The field was a little less than 1 kilometer wide and 3 kilometers deep, ending in a tall rock wall from which the brook fell into a pond, creating a small waterfall. The goblin army was resting right beside the pond. The march had been hard for the Merilanians, but it had been much worse for the humanoids. At least 100 goblins had collapsed on the way, only to be killed by the pursuing cavalry. Those who made it to the valley looked far too tired to fight even a cat, let alone an army. Most of them were simply lying on the grass, too exhausted to stand. As for the Merilanian soldiers, while they looked tired as hell, they were still battle-worthy and sported a grim resolution on their faces. They were absolutely pissed by the cat-and-mouse chase, and wanted to end it then and there, slaughtering the goblins and finally going back home. Azen turned to his bodyguards, still sporting an evil grin. "So, it seems we've finally managed to trap our prey. How should we proceed with actually taking it down?" "Send in the spearmen, and the archers right behind them," Luther replied as matter-of-factly as he always was. "The goblins are lightly armored and have no cover, so you can trap them in the valley with a line of infantry, and have the archers take pot shots. The cavalry stays behind, ready to support the infantry." The Marquis nodded. The plan seemed sound, like most of Luther's ideas. The bodyguard was a veteran of many wars, after all, so he knew his business. Still, the noble wasn't satisfied. "Isn't this a bit, I don't know, cheap?" he asked. "I mean, the goblins are already dead tired. Couldn't we simply charge at them?" "Sure we could, sir," Luther replied with barely a note of sarcasm in his voice. "But you will be the one to write letters to the relatives of the soldiers that will fall in battle if we engage them in melee. Still, if you don't mind the extra work." "Very well, I get it. It was a stupid idea," Azen said while rolling his eyes. "No need to be such a buzzkill about it." "As you wish, sir," the bodyguard said with a completely straight face. Only his voice betrayed the smallest hint of snark. "Heavens," the noble sighed. "War is worse than I could have anticipated. My books made it look so fun and glorious and heroic. So far it's just dirty, annoying, and grueling." He glanced at Luther and asked, "Is it always like this?" "War is always a dirty business, sir," the Aura warrior confirmed. For the soldiers, it's mostly just trying to get back home alive, and with all your limbs still properly attached. For the commanders, it's even worse, because they have to bear the responsibility of their soldiers' lives. Hundreds of people could die because of a single mistake. It's not an enviable position by any means. I'm beginning to understand that, yes. Azen nodded. Very well, then. Let's go with your plan. Send the orders. The archers will fire arrows at the enemy, and the rest of the infantry will stay close to defend them. Have Max take command of the whole infantry. He should be able to hold them in line. We'll remain behind with the cavalry. Is this good enough? You're the commander here, sir. So it's up to you to decide whether or not it is good enough, Luther replied dryly. But as your second in command, I dare say it's indeed good enough. With a salute, Luther rode away, relaying the orders to the army. After a few minutes, the Medellanians got into formation and marched into the valley. The light infantry was in front, with bows, crossbows, and firearms ready to fire. Even a few sorcerers prepared to cast their spells. The melee fighters were right behind with a long line of pole weapons taking their front lines. The goblins obviously noticed their advance and tried to prepare for battle, but they were clearly too tired to pose a serious threat. Hell, most of them were so exhausted they used their weapons as crutches in order to stand. Though they were very tired themselves, the Brettholtz army had a pretty high morale. The infantry line was stretched wide, so most of the Aura warriors had been placed within their ranks in order to reinforce them, and only 5, including Luther, remained with the cavalry. Azen supervised this all from his horse, with Luther and Hoggs the Telemancer beside him. Well then, gentlemen, the Marquis said, let's put an end to this skit. Luther nodded and raised his hand to give Max the signal to start. From the front line, the other bodyguard nodded and raised his arm as well, preparing to give the order to fire at will. It was at that moment, when the battle was finally about to start, a horn echoed in the valley. Azen, confused by this, looked around, trying to identify the source of that noise. His surprise quickly turned to horror when he saw thousands of figures swarming out of the woods. It took him a few moments to realize that those figures were goblins, and they were rushing to seal the exit of the valley. The noble couldn't believe his eyes. There were countless goblins of all kinds. Orc hobs, who carried huge clubs, lumbered out of the undergrowth, surrounded by a sea of smaller, unevolved goblins. Human hobs marched in tight battle formations, showing a discipline that would have made professional soldiers envious. Feral goblins scurried around like a tidal wave of fur and claws, and a subspecies the Marquis had never seen, covered in chitin armor, scuttled like a swarm of insects. The Medellanians were paralyzed by surprise and indecision. All they could do was gawk as the goblins surrounded them. Even the Marquis sat on his horse doing nothing but staring at the enemy forces, since the rational part of his brain was too overwhelmed by what was happening to really take control. This would have been the end of the battle, if it wasn't for Luther. Being a veteran of many fights, the Aura warrior shook off his confusion and assessed the situation. All it took was a glance to understand they'd fallen into a trap, and they had no hope of winning this engagement. Not only did the goblins outnumber them at least 10-1, the Marquis's troops were also taken by surprise and tired from the long march. The only thing they could do was cut their losses. The infantry was doomed, as it would be too slow to escape. The cavalry still had a chance to get away if they moved before the enemy completely blocked the exit from the valley. And more importantly, The Marquis himself would be able to retreat this way. "Follow me!" Luther cried, turning his horse. "We're getting out of here!" But, what about the infantry?" Azen stuttered, still confused. "We can't just leave them here to—" "We can't help them, sir!" the bodyguard shouted, grabbing the reins of his lord's horse and making it turn. "The only thing we can do is run away. If you manage to escape, you can ask the king for reinforcements, but we have to run now, or we'll be trapped." Before the noble could reply, Luther urged both horses into a gallop toward the only exit, while the rest of the cavalrymen followed them. The goblins were moving fast, especially the feral ones, but there was still a small gap. While they were charging for that opening, Luther saw another unit approaching to close that spot from outside the valley. With horror, he realized it was another unit of hobgoblins, all of them mounted on huge wild boars and armed with lances. And even worse, a lot of big-winged figures appeared in the sky, bearing the unmistakable appearance of gargoyles. "Luther!" Azen cried in a panic. "There are enemies there!" "I can see them," Luther said, not slowing his horses even one bit. "We have nowhere else to turn. We'll have to break through their formation. You stay behind, sir. It's too risky for you to stay too close to the front line." He raised his sword and cried, "Aura warriors! Come with me to the front. Everyone else, take an arrowhead formation behind us. We're gonna charge through the enemy." A roar came from the knights, and the other 4 Aura warriors rode up to the bodyguard. The Marquis decided it was better to follow the suggestion he received and slowed down, staying in the middle of the cavalry formation with Hogg the Telemancer at his side. Meanwhile, Luther had closed his eyes and normalized his breath, forcing himself to focus on his own aura. He made it flow out, enveloping his body and his weapon in a thin, ethereal layer. A powerful force flowed through his body, and he started perceiving the spear in his hand like a part of his own body. When he opened his eyes again, he could see far better than before, as time itself seemed to have slowed down. He could count every speck of dust the boars raised while charging. He could describe every detail of the Hobb's armors, and he could distinctly hear the breath and voices of every single one of his soldiers behind him. The distance between the 2 cavalry units was reduced to a few dozen meters in a matter of seconds. The gargoyles were flying over the boar riders, but there was nothing the Medellanians could do about them unless they approached. Luther examined the enemy formation and identified the biggest threats among them. Thanks to his empowered senses, he could clearly see that a few of the hobgoblins had activated their own aura, although they were in general much less skilled than a human. There was a single exception, though. A big hobgoblin covered in ramshackle plate armor, whose aura was significantly more steady and powerful than the other goblins, though still weaker than Luther's. The goblinoid had noticed the bodyguard's stare, and returned it with a predatory grin before pointing his lance at the human. Despite the clear difference in their aura, the hob seemed eerily confident, and Luther felt a little worried by this. At this point, they were too close to each other to change trajectory, so the bodyguard steeled his resolve and pointed his spear at the enemy. Though both the horses and boars were charging fast against each other, the moments before impact seemed painfully long to Luther, thanks to his aura-empowered reflexes. He used this time to try and understand just why the goblin seemed so confident. He couldn't find anything, as he himself apparently held all the advantages. His horse was faster, his spear was longer, and his aura was both more powerful and better controlled. Just how did the goblin think he could win? Just a few seconds before the impact, the answer came to Luther. The gargoyles, which had flown well above the boar riders, suddenly dove for the Medilanian cavalry, fire flashing in their mouths. Suddenly, the bodyguard understood what would happen, and his heart skipped a bit. During a frontal charge like this, the focus was of utmost importance, and if the gargoyles distracted the Bretholtz front line by breathing fire on them, the hobgoblin would have an easy time overcoming them. And even though he was confident that he himself could take on both a gargoyle and a hobgoblin at the same time, he doubted any other Aura warrior currently with him was skilled enough to do the same. "Gargoyles incoming!" Luther cried. But besides alerting his men, it was too late to do anything else. He focused his aura around his body, using it to protect himself from the upcoming flames. But the flames never came. Instead, just as the gargoyles were about to smother the Medilanians' fire, a bright light flashed from the back lines of the human cavalry. With a crackling sound, many bolts of pure lightning rose to the sky, homing to the flying goblinoids, hitting most of them. Whenever they were touched by those twirling thunderbolts, the gargoyles spasmed and fell to the ground, where they were trampled by the galloping horses. After this display, the boar riders seemed very confused and even a little scared. Luther, despite being rather surprised himself, took advantage of it, hitting the enemy leader with his spear. The hobgoblin managed to guard himself, but the force of the impact was enough to unsaddle him. With that obstacle out of the way, the bodyguard proceeded to run through the enemy formation like a red-hot knife, followed by the rest of the cavalry, until they managed to escape the valley. A few meters behind Luther, the Marquis was staring at Hoggs with something akin to awe. When he'd seen the gargoyles, the telemancer had grumbled something and taken out a peculiar focus instrument, a straight white horn coiled in copper wire, and pointed it toward the flying creatures. Hoggs closed his eyes, and bolts of lightning had exploded from the horn, hitting dozens of the gargoyles. Then the old man simply slouched on the saddle, panting, as they tore through the enemy formation. When they finally got past the goblins, leaving the hills behind, the noble approached the sorcerer. "What was that, Hoggs? How did you do that?" The old, bald telemancer gave Azen a tired look. "I already told you I served in the Legion, didn't I?" "Yes, but I thought you were just a telemancer," the Marquis replied. "You told me you handled communications." "Oh, I handled communications, all right," the sorcerer said with a tired smile. "But when you serve on the front lines against the rocks, you have to pick up a few tricks in order to survive. The lizards really like to single out us sorcerers using their wyverns, so I learned how to defend against aerial attacks." He pointed at his horn. "This lightning spell is perfect. Wide area of effect, pretty much impossible to miss, and it works on multiple targets. It doesn't pack much of a punch, so it's unlikely it would kill anything by itself. But the thunderbolts briefly paralyze whatever they hit, so it's perfect to make flying creatures drop to the ground. The only drawback is that it's very draining. When I was young, I could cast it 3 times in a row. But now I'm completely spent after casting it just once. Guess I've gotten old and rusty." The noble's eyes widened a bit as realization flashed in his mind. "You served on the front lines, but doesn't that make you a battle-caster of the Legion?" "I guess I was one," Hoggs confirmed. "That was many years ago." Hoggs was old, bald, and slightly fat. The noble was used to thinking of him as a rather lazy, if competent, telemancer. This discovery shed a whole new light on his character. Legion battlecasters were amongst the most skilled and powerful sorcerers in the world. Unlike most other casters, who usually handled support roles like communication or healing, the Legion battlecasters fought directly on the battlefield, using their terrifying spells to change the course of entire battles. It was said that a skilled battlecaster was the equivalent of a small army. "Why didn't you tell me?" the noble asked. "Because I wanted some peace and quiet," the sorcerer replied. "If I told you, you'd have insisted on making me do more dangerous stuff, but I've had enough of it in my life. The job of a telemancer suits me fine. It's slow, boring, and absolutely peaceful. Just what I wanted for my retirement." After a moment of confusion, the Marquis had to admit that Hoggs was right. Having an ex-battlecaster and using him as a simple telemancer felt like a terrible waste, after all, and he knew himself well enough to know he would have pestered the sorcerer a lot. Still, something didn't add up. "If you wanted some peace and quiet, why did you agree on coming with us on this battle?" Azen asked. "I mean, you could have just insisted on remaining in Bretholz. No one forced you to come." "I still have my honor, and my sense of duty, sir," Hoggs said in a much more serious tone. "Even if I'm a telemancer now, I still work for you. And besides, I have friends and family in Bretholz that I have to protect, and the best way to do so is to assist you in the best of my capacity." "Well, thank you, Hoggs," the Marquis said, a bit moved. "I guess you really saved our lives just now. I swear I'll repay you for this somehow." "If you really want to repay me, just allow me to remain a simple telemancer once this fight is over," the sorcerer replied dryly. "Well, fine," the noble said. "Guess I'll try to employ you only as a telemancer, then. Speaking of which, can you use a twin stone right now?" "Sure," Hoggs said. "Casting another big spell would be hard, but if it's just using a twin stone, I could do that all day." "Well then, I need you to call the other telemancers in Bretholz. Give them the news about the battle, and tell them to contact the capital. The goblins are more of a threat than we anticipated, and we need the kingdom's army." "As you order, sir," the telemancer said, and pulled a twin stone from his pocket, concentrating on it to relay the message. "Well, there they go," Belinda said, watching the cavalry breaking through the enemy formation and escape from the valley. "Glad to see they made it." They abandoned us," a young soldier near her cried, shaking like a leaf. "They left us here. Those bastards left us here." "What would you have them do?" the old Aura warrior asked. "They were too few to help us, and it's a small miracle they even managed to get away. At least they saved the Marquis, and this way they can get help from the kingdom." Most of the infantry didn't share her phlegmatic composure. They were scared and on the point of breaking down. The officers were trying their best to calm them and bring back some semblance of order, but it was a hard task. Heck, even Belinda's own subordinates looked restless, despite being veterans. "So what do we do now, Cap?" Nemi asked, her voice steady, but with a hint of nervousness. "Do we try to break through, or should we try and escape to the woods?" "Neither of those options seem very good," the captain of the Order of the Rose replied. "The enemy lines are rather thick, and the gods only know what kind of nasty surprises the goblins have set inside the woods. They have clearly been waiting for us here. It was all a trap." She thought hard about a possible solution and said, "If we have the support of the whole army, we have a chance of breaking through. We Aura warriors spearhead the attack, and the rest of the infantry covers our back and flanks. Still, it's gonna be bad." She grimaced. "In order to break through those lines, we're going to lose roughly half our soldiers, if we're lucky. And yet," she made a sad smile, "the fact we're trapped may play in our favor. A cornered animal is very dangerous, and if our soldiers are desperate, they're going to fight to the bitter end. We just have to channel that desperation into an all-out attack." As soon as she said this, the leader of the infantry, Max, shouted orders, encouraging the soldiers to fight, reminding them of their families and friends waiting for them at home, and generally trying to stir them into action. "Seems like the Marquis's bodyguard had the same idea as myself," Belinda laughed, before turning to her subordinates. "Well then, let's get ready for battle, girls. This is going to be tough." The Bretholtz army slowly got into formation, a desperate fire in the eyes of its soldiers. With grim determination, they tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing to charge the enemy. By now, the exit from Piper's Brook was completely blocked by at least 10,000 goblins, all battle-ready and organized in tight formations and distributed in 3 lines. The first line was composed by baseline goblins, armed with ramshackle weapons, who were clearly there to serve as a meat shield and experience battle in order to evolve. The second line was a thick phalanx of human hobs, better equipped than their unevolved kind, and each carried a long pike. The final line was composed of various units of orc hobs and feral goblins, which were clearly there to plug any hole made into the human hob line. "This is not good," Belinda thought. "These goblins are better organized than I thought possible. Breaking through their lines is going to be tough, especially since most of our forces are archers and light infantry. Still, we Aura warriors at least should be able to make it." While she was thinking and studying the enemy formations, a new figure emerged from the forest. It was a human riding a horse and carrying a white flag, who approached the Bretholtz army. The unexpected appearance of this individual took the Medilanians by surprise. Only their commander, Max, recovered himself quickly enough. "Halt!" he ordered. "Identify yourself!" The rider stopped his horse. He was a middle-aged man, dressed in a filthy gambeson. He carried no weapons, but he held a white flag in his right hand. "My name is Gruber Hol," he said. "I was a city guard of Bretholtz, and I took part in the exploratory expedition about 2 months ago. I got caught by the goblins, and I'm now their prisoner. They sent me to negotiate with you." "Negotiate?" the commander asked, a bit confused. "Yes," Gruber confirmed. "The goblin leader is willing to accept your surrender and take you as prisoners of war. If you accept, you won't be harmed unless you try to attack or escape. You will be fed and treated with dignity. In addition, you will be kept prisoners only as long as hostilities with Medelan continue, and you will be freed afterwards." Max remained silent for a few seconds, trying to process what had just been said. He'd never heard of goblins trying to negotiate. To him, and to the rest of the world, they had always been little more than animals, a wild and tribal race that simply couldn't live without conflict. Still, they could prove cunning from time to time, and lying was something they would be very capable of. "What guarantee do we have that the goblins will keep their word?" the bodyguard asked. "For all I know, they could be lying, and you could be collaborating with them to save your sorry hide." Gruber grimaced at the insinuation, but when he spoke, his voice was calm. "If I came here, it's because I wanted to avoid the deaths of as many of my compatriots as possible. Besides, most of the expedition has survived, and we have been treated pretty well." "Wait," Max said. "If you were part of that expedition, do you know what happened to Sir Dagobert?" "He's alive," the guard said. "The goblins have treated us humanely, all things considered. In this case, since you don't trust them, the goblin leader told me he's going to offer us a few hostages to make sure they'll keep their word." "A few hostages?" Max asked, a bit confused. "Yes, a few high-ranked goblins will stay with us as prisoners, and we will be allowed to keep a few weapons to kill them if we feel we're going to be betrayed." The guard smiled bitterly. "There is another reason why both us and the goblins may want to keep our casualties to a minimum." "What is this other reason?" the Aura warrior asked. Gruber told him, and that answer sent a cold chill down Max's spine. After that, the commander took a few minutes to reflect. While it was possible the goblins were lying, if they were telling the truth, then trying to limit the number of casualties was in everyone's best interest. And besides, even if this was a trick, the morale of the Bretholtz army had taken a huge blow just by listening to the negotiation. The soldiers, who would have been ready to fight to the bitter end when they felt cornered, had now seen a way out and wouldn't fight with the same energy. They were tired, surrounded, and their determination had been compromised. Their chances to break out of the valley had been reduced from low to basically nil. Max sighed. The goblins proved to be more cunning and strategically minded than he would have thought possible. It wouldn't be impossible they would also prove to be more civilized than expected. He turned to Gruber. "We accept this goblin leader's conditions. We surrender." Chapter 53. Dressing Up. Grell wearily climbed to the top of the hill where Truck was holding a war council. He was the last to arrive, though this could be excused by the fact he didn't get any sleep for the past 3 days. Luckily, his presence was ignored for the most part, as the general attention was concentrated on a discussion between Ureg the Scarred and Truck. "I did everything I could," the Scarred Goblin champion cried. "If those damn gargoyles would have done their part, I'd have surely gotten the human noble." "What?" Shock, the leader of the gargoyles, shouted in outrage. "It's not our fault if you can't hold your own against the humans, and we had no way to avoid that lightning magic." The gargoyle was in a rather bad mood, and with good reason. He'd been shot down by the lightning, and consequently trampled by the human cavalry. It was a testament to his toughness that he was still alive. He had a broken wing and was bruised from head to toe, but apart from that, he seemed relatively fine and deadly as ever. Ureg and Shock stared at each other, seeming almost ready to throw themselves at each other. "Stop it!" the general ordered, halting them in their tracks. "We won't get anywhere by blaming each other like a bunch of younglings. Instead, we should focus on the task at hand." There was a moment of silence around the table, and after a few seconds, Ureg spoke. "But I thought we had to capture the human noble. Didn't we fail, then?" "We captured at least 2,000 enemy soldiers with minimal casualties," Truck explained. "I'd hardly call that a failure. The fact that the Marquis got away is just a minor setback compared to this victory." What are we gonna do now? Shock asked. Why, we march to Bretholz, of course, the general replied with a wicked smile. The city is basically defenseless now, and if we manage to conquer it with all of its citizens still inside, we are going to obtain far more leverage than we would have by just catching the Marquis. He sat back, growing thoughtful. Then again, it's highly probable the Marquis will go to the city, so we should be able to catch him as well. All the goblin leaders nodded, the logic of that reasoning clear, even to the more bullheaded of them. Grell frowned and asked, What's going to stop the people of Bretholz from leaving? If they see our army coming their way, they could just leave us an empty city. Trak stared at him, and then nodded approvingly. Very good, Grell, he complimented him. That would be a problem. Luckily, I already foresaw this eventuality, and I dispatched a force of 2,000 ferals to the north a day ago. They will block the roads that lead out of the Bretholz province, ensuring the citizens will be trapped inside. Everyone stared at the general, slowly taking in what he'd just said. Then Ureg spoke in a tone of outrage. Why did you do that? Did you not trust us to catch the Marquis? No, I do trust you, Trak replied calmly. But as it has been demonstrated, it's always better to have a backup plan to fall to, just in case. The leader of the goblins gave a serious look at his lieutenants. Gentlemen, this is our last chance. The very future of our race depends on our success. We need to move swiftly. Go back to your units and prepare them to move. We march out in 2 hours. The tone did not allow any reply, and the other goblins simply obeyed, walking away to organize their subjects. Just as Grell was about to go, Trak interrupted him. You're not coming with us, Grell. What? The goblin champion cried. Why? I'm afraid I need you to look after our prisoners, the general said. I need to have them treated civilly, so I can't really trust anyone else. I'll leave you a garrison of 1,000 human hobs, since they are the only ones disciplined enough to perform well at guard duty. Grell was about to protest, but even before speaking, he realized his boss was right. He was the only one that had the necessary discipline to keep the prisoners alive and relatively well. The likes of Ureg or Grom would have simply abused and killed them in droves, which wouldn't be convenient for the general's plans. Grell sighed with annoyance. Very well, General, he said. Somehow I can't shake the feeling that you're gonna need me. Don't worry, Grell, Trak replied with a confident smile. Most of the Bretholz forces have been captured, and it's gonna take weeks before enough reinforcements are sent from the capital. It's not like they can conjure an army out of thin air, can they? The Vex drones emerged from the shadow of the trees as if they had just been conjured out of thin air. It had been a long trip, Marcus thought. Thanks to the flyers scouting the terrain ahead, and Clara using her knowledge of the region, they managed to navigate safely through the Caligare forest. The journey had been relatively uneventful, but it had still been far too long for the Hive Queen's tastes. First of all, he'd miscalculated the amount of food his drones needed. He'd been forced to stop and resupply often. Though the Vex were such extreme omnivores, they seemed capable of eating basically anything organic. Then there had been the problem of Clara and Felix. The girl, while mostly healed, was still slowed down by her injury, while the boy simply wasn't used to walking for such long distances in difficult terrains. In this case, the solution was simple. They just had to ride one of the heavy drones. Heck, even Marcus decided to have one of the heavies carry him, since it was better than walking. And then there had been a lot of small problems, like avoiding nests of dangerous creatures or getting around cliffs and things like that. Going in a straight line was simply impossible without a reliable road. But they advanced, until they finally managed to get out. For the last day, Marcus noticed subtle but substantial changes in the territory. The undergrowth was less pronounced, the trees were growing sparse, and the number of trails increased significantly. And now the woods opened, and he could see the kingdom of Merilon. He was on a small hill, and from it he could easily gauge the territory, tinged with red by the setting sun and one of the moons above. The forest continued to his left and right, but in front of him was a huge plain, covered in fields and cultivations, separated by small roads and rivers. Even farther away was a group of buildings that looked like a small village or a big farm, barely visible in the twilight, since there were no lights on. "We're home," Felix said excitedly. "We're finally home! We made it!" "Yes, we did," Clara replied in a more sober tone, but she couldn't hide the emotion in her voice. Marcus looked at them and smiled. He felt happy for them. Heavens knew just how much he himself missed his home. Hell, just thinking about it was enough to make him melancholic. The Hive Queen shook his head to repress the memories. This wasn't the time to grieve for what he had lost. The day was about to end, and they needed to find a suitable shelter for the night. Sure, they could always camp in the open like they had done for the last week, but Marcus was getting a bit tired of sleeping on the cold, hard ground, especially since now he had the option to lie on a real bed. Just the thought was enough to raise his spirits. "Do you think the people in that village will let us sleep in their houses?" he asked, pointing at the buildings in the distance. Clara gave a quick look and then shrugged. "There's no one there. The village has probably been evacuated. But taking shelter there is a good idea. At least we should be able to sleep on a real bed." "How can you tell there is no one there?" Marcus asked. "Because I see no movements, no lights, and no smoke coming from the chimneys," the girl explained. "Plus, it's standard practice to evacuate frontier settlements whenever there is an enemy raid." "That makes sense," Marcus admitted. "But then who do we ask for permission to enter?" Clara and Felix gave him a surprised stare, and then they started giggling uncontrollably. "Why are you two laughing?" Marcus asked, a bit confused by that reaction. "What is funny?" "Well," Felix said, trying to catch his breath, "it's just that I didn't expect you to be this polite. Somehow it doesn't suit you." The monster girl blinked, still a bit confused. "Well, is it not rude to break into other people's houses?" After all, Marcus didn't know about local customs. Maybe they had a different concept of private property than he did. The humans laughed again. "You're right," Clara said. "But that's the point. To be honest, you look like some wild animal that just crawled out of a cave, and you being this polite is ill-fitting, to say the least." She smirked before continuing. "Anyway, it shouldn't be a problem if we break in and take what we need, provided we don't cause too much damage. This is an emergency situation, after all." "Okay, then," Marcus replied, and he gave the drones the order to take them to the village. He didn't take offense at the girl's description of his appearance, since he imagined it actually described him quite well. Instead, he was just relieved at the prospect of being able to sleep on a real bed. Reaching the village took only half an hour, and as Clara predicted, it was completely deserted. Even the pens for the animals were empty. If not for the scuttling of the Vex, the settlement would have been completely silent. Marcus observed the houses with curiosity. They were mostly two-story buildings, with a foundation of stones. The walls were made out of wood and white plaster, while the roofs were made out of some dark gray material he didn't recognize. Their design was very similar to stereotypical medieval houses, if a bit bigger and cleaner than he would have expected, and they were disposed on two sides of a dirt road. There were about 24 buildings in total. About half of them were houses, while the rest were barns, animal pens, and warehouses. Clara spoke, catching Marcus's attention. "We can sleep there." Clara pointed at a building to the north, a bit isolated from the rest of the village. It was a two-story like the others, but it was bigger and had a stable beside it. A sign with the drawing of a sun was dangling over the door. "That looks like a tavern. They're bound to have enough rooms for us." She turned to the Hive Queen and added, "Your minions can sleep in the barns and the stable, if that's all right with you." "It is," Marcus nodded. They walked over to the entrance of the tavern. The door was closed, but one of the heavy drones knocked it down as if it had been made out of paper, allowing them to enter. The ground floor was almost entirely occupied by a single hall full of tables. On one side of the room was a large stone fireplace, while the opposite side was entirely occupied by huge barrels stacked together behind a counter. The only way out of the room, besides the entrance, was a swinging door that likely led to the kitchens and a staircase that went to the upper floor. The room was dark, cold, and silent, but it still felt cozy and welcoming compared to the woods they'd slept in for the last week. "I'll light a fire," Felix said. "Good idea," Clara said. "I'll go check out the kitchen. Maybe the owners left some food in the pantry." "I'll help Felix," Marcus proposed. The girl walked to the swinging doors, while the Vex Queen and the boy started gathering firewood. After a few minutes, they had a crackling fire, and Clara walked back with a smile. "Well, good news, friends," she said merrily. "The owners didn't leave much, but we can still have a nice warm dinner with what I've found." "That's great," Felix said. "So what's on the menu?" "Porridge, roasted potatoes, and a vegetable stew. I found a sack of flour and some potatoes, turnips, onions, and glumaks in the pantry, plus salt, pepper, and other spices." "What are glumaks?" Marcus asked, curious. "A vegetable," Clara replied. "It's a rather bulbous plant that has kind of a sweet and sour taste. It's fairly common because it grows pretty fast all year, even in the winter. But since it drains the fields of nutrients, its cultivation is limited." The Hive Queen nodded. He had never heard of glumaks before, and while it was possible they existed back on Earth, it was more probable they were native to this new world. Suddenly he felt a pang of nostalgia. The village was the first civilized place he'd seen since he had been reborn. It reminded him of his home, but small details kept hinting that he was still stranded in a different world. Somehow this made everything feel subtly wrong, giving Marcus a sense of uneasiness that was almost overwhelming. He shook his head, trying to control his emotions, but Clara noticed. "Is everything all right, Marcus?" she asked. "All is fine," the Hive Queen replied, swallowing his sadness and forcing himself to stay calm. "I am a bit tired. That is all." "Well, why don't you go rest a bit?" Clara suggested. "There are many rooms with real beds here." "I will do that." Marcus excused himself, going to the bedrooms on the upper floor. A few minutes later, Marcus was sitting on a huge canopy bed, inside the biggest room he'd found. This room was clearly the tavern's best, as the decorated walls and luxurious furniture attested. There was the canopy bed with an incredibly soft feather mattress, covered in pure white sheets. A huge, dark wardrobe that would be able to contain at least 6 people. A chest decorated with floral motifs, and even a dressing table with a small, oval mirror. It was the most comfortable and nice-looking place Marcus had been since being born in this world, and yet it somehow felt wrong. Maybe because he'd gotten used to living in the wilderness. Or maybe it was because it was so similar and yet so different from his own home. So far, he somehow maintained the hope that he would be able to go back to his old life, and that all he needed to do was to get out of the forest and get some help from other humans. But now that he had finally reached civilization, he was forced to confront the fact that he was deluding himself. He was truly stuck in this world and in this body. He got up from the bed and walked to the dressing table, checking himself out in the mirror, the reflection of the monster girl that he still struggled to associate with himself stared back. Marcus forced himself to ignore the non-human, unfamiliar bits, and what was left looked like a complete mess. He had ratty hair, and his clothing consisted of just a few dirty, ragged furs that barely covered his private parts. The Vex Queen grimaced. Clara was right. I do look like some kind of wild animal that crawled out of a hole in the ground. Well, if I'm truly stuck in this body, I guess I should take care of it a bit. After all, looking a bit more civilized could help me in my relations with the humans. He rummaged through the drawers of the dressing table and found a small horn comb. He tried to comb his hair, which was easier said than done, since it was incredibly knotty. Every time he moved the comb, he felt as if he was trying to scalp himself. Nevertheless, after a long and strenuous struggle, he managed to give his hair some semblance of order. Now it was time to find some decent clothes. He searched his room but couldn't find anything in there besides a few bed sheets, a blanket, and a bedpan. He then started looking around the building until he found a room that looked different from the others, as it probably belonged to the owner of the tavern, which had a wardrobe half filled with various clothes. Now all the clothes were too large for Marcus, and he didn't feel comfortable stealing things. Nevertheless, he needed something to cover himself, so he picked what looked like the cheapest thing in the wardrobe, a white nightgown with no decorations. He tried it on, and obviously it was far too big, as it dragged on the floor. His tail felt trapped inside the clothing, and the sleeves were too long as well. They even got caught in the chitin armor covering his arms. He easily solved this by cutting the lower half of the nightgown so it would only reach his knees, and made a hole for his tail, and he also removed the sleeves entirely. Marcus took a leather belt from the wardrobe and wore it over the nightgown before going back to his room to check the result. When he looked at himself in the mirror, he blinked in surprise. The changes were impressive. Where once stood a wild, inhuman creature, now was a girl. Not a human girl, obviously, but a girl nonetheless. Marcus felt weird about this. Until now, he hadn't given much thought about the gender of his new body, mostly because it was a minor thing compared to its more alien characteristics, such as the egg-laying. But looking at his current reflection, he couldn't help thinking about it. Don't be stupid. The body doesn't matter. I'm still me. My memories and my mind are still my own. Besides, I have more urgent things than to worry about what's between my legs, like defeating the goblins, finding a place in this world's society, and most importantly, getting a fucking bath. A long, warm bath in a real bathtub with all the soap and bubbles I can find. Maybe a sauna and a visit to the spa afterwards, if they have those things in this godforsaken world. Man, that'd feel nice. He smiled at the thought, but then his expression soured. That'll have to wait, though. Well, looking at the bright side, at least I get to sleep on a real bed tonight. And without further ado, he jumped onto the bed, bouncing a bit, and then lying face down, embracing the sheets and feeling the fluffiness off the mattress. He remained in this position for a good 10 minutes before someone knocked at the door. Marcus immediately got up and opened the door. Clara stood there, pale and with a worried expression. For a moment, the girl looked at Marcus with a hint of surprise, probably because of his refreshed look. But it was only for a moment. Whatever she was worried about took priority. "Hi, Clara," the Hive Queen said. "Is everything all right? You look worried." "I am," the girl replied, her voice full of anxiety. "There's some bad news." "What is it?" Marcus asked, a bit alarmed. "Felix received a message from Bretholtz. The Marquis's army has been defeated." "What? How did it happen?" "The goblin army that raided the village was just bait," Clara explained. "When the Bretholtz army chased them, they were ambushed by the real goblin army. An army more than 10,000 strong. The Marquis managed to escape with the cavalry, and he's back in Bretholtz. He's asking us to join him there as soon as possible, so that we can help defend the city." Marcus processed this information. Oddly enough, he wasn't as shocked as Clara. He had personally fought the goblins for months, and he knew very well what they were capable of. He even tried to warn the Marquis about it, but he didn't listen. Still, Marcus had given his word that he'd help the humans, and he wanted to keep it. "How long before the city is attacked?" he asked. "A couple of days at most, I think," Clara replied. "Maybe less." "And how long will it take for us to get to the city?" "If we keep our current pace, 1 day." Marcus sighed. If that was the case, he needed to hurry, and that meant he would have to give up his well-deserved night of sleep. He didn't like it one bit, but he couldn't see any other solution. "Let's pack our things, then," he said. "We're moving now. To Bretholtz." Chapter 54. Boys are back in town. Azen was sitting in his study, though sitting probably wasn't the right word. Perhaps it was more correct to say he was slumped in his chair, as he lacked the energy necessary to sit properly. The nobleman was pale and unkempt, and he kept staring vacantly at the walls. A feeling of almost palpable desperation radiated from him. It was almost incredible that he actually felt worse than he looked. The Marquis just stared at the void. The last news he received had all but broken him, to the point he couldn't even muster enough energy to get a drink, let alone do something more complex. Not that doing nothing made him feel better. Far from that. It actually made him feel even worse. A pang of shame ate at him at the thought that, while he was sitting here, Luther the bodyguard was busy trying to do whatever he could to boost the defenses of the city and try to soothe the civilians. But even with that, Azen still couldn't force himself to do anything. Then someone knocked at the door. In his apathetic state, it took a few seconds for the Marquis to notice the noise, and even longer to muster the strength to answer. "Come in," he said with a tired voice. A guard entered and saluted. Even in his state, the noble noticed the man had a very worried expression on his face. "Sir, an army is approaching from the south," the guard said. "What?" Azen cried, jumping out of his chair. "The goblins are already here?" The guard hesitated for a moment. "It's not goblins, sir. At least, I don't think so." "What?" The Marquis gave the soldier a perplexed look. "What army is it, then?" "Well, I don't really know." The man stopped again, trying to give a coherent answer. "They are still far away, but they kind of look like bugs. or lizards, and they're at least 1,000 strong. Azen stared at the guard, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. "The Vex!" he cried, his voice now alive with hope. "I forgot about them. Let's go greet them." "Sir," the guard said, his voice worried, "are you sure you want to greet these creatures? They look dangerous. Maybe we should close the gate and prepare for combat." The nobleman took on a more serious expression and shook his head. "I made a deal with these creatures, and they come as allies. We need to show at least some good faith. Besides, at this moment, we need all the help we can get. However, do alert Luther, and tell him to put all of our forces on alert, just to be safe." "So, is this Brettholtz?" Marcus asked. "Yes," Felix confirmed. He, Clara, and Marcus had dismounted from the heavy drones and were currently all walking together, since the road was easy. "Okay," the Hive Queen said, and studied the city before them with a hint of worry. Brettholtz was an average-sized town, sitting in the middle of a plain, surrounded by fields of wheat. A small river coursed right, east of the city, with a small bridge crossing it. What worried Marcus was the almost complete absence of any form of defense. Sure, the town was surrounded by a brick and stone wall, but it was pathetically short, barely 2.5 meters tall at best, and lacking any turret or even a moat. The Hive Queen wasn't really an expert on medieval fortifications, but in his past life he'd seen a lot of castles and ancient cities, and this town looked pathetic in comparison. "Say, Clara," he asked, "are Brettholtz's defenses considered good? Because it doesn't look very defensible to me." "Well, you're right. Brettholtz's defenses are pathetic, but that's to be expected since it's a relatively recent settlement, and it's been centuries since this region has seen any meaningful conflict." Clara smirked sadly, pointing at the city wall. "This wall was made mostly to keep off wild beasts, not armies." "I understand," Marcus replied. "I really hope we won't have to defend this city," he thought. "Though if the Marquis has enough men, we could manage. I'm not an expert, but I'd think that with the help of a few thousand soldiers, my drones should be able to hold the walls for a few days." After a few minutes, the Vex army arrived at the city gates, which were closed and guarded by dozens of archers and crossbowmen, all of whom looked very alarmed and were giving worried looks at the approaching drones. Not that Marcus could blame them, since the army he brought with him looked like something straight out of a horror movie, and the chittering sound that accompanied them was incredibly creepy. Heck, even the Hive Queen himself would have been intimidated by that view, if he didn't perceive the drones as part of himself. Still, he didn't want to be shot down by a jumpy soldier, so as a precaution, he made one of the heavy drones move in front of him to protect himself from eventual arrows. "Halt!" one of the guards on the wall cried. His voice was steady, but he was visibly nervous. "Who goes there? Identify yourself." Marcus turned to Clara, and the girl nodded. She walked in front of the gate and cleared her throat. "I'm Clara Kriegsdotter, part of the exploratory expedition under Sir Dagobert. I'm accompanied by Felix Agner, another member of the same expedition, and by Marcus the Vex and her minions. We are here to help against the goblins." The guard that asked for their identities turned around, nodded, and turned back. "Clara Kriegsdotter, Felix Agner, and Marcus the Vex. You can enter." "But those—" He hesitated for a moment, trying to find a suitable word. "Those minions will have to wait outside." "What?" Marcus cried. "Why?" "We have to make sure they're not a threat to the population before letting them in," the guard replied. "They are not a threat," the Hive Queen said. and I won't let them stay outside. What if the goblins arrive and they have no time to get in?" There was some chatter on the wall, and then the guard said, "The goblins are still a day of marching away from Bretholtz. Your minions are not in danger right now." "How can you be sure of that?" Marcus said sarcastically. "You were also sure that the goblins were just 3,000, and you were wrong. What if you're wrong now, too?" The guard looked nervous and unsure of what to say. He turned away and exchanged a few words with someone on the other side of the wall. Marcus couldn't hear what was being said, but then the man faced them again. "We have to make sure those things you brought with you are not dangerous. We have civilians here. But you have our word that, if the goblins come, we'll let them in." Marcus frowned. He understood the guard's reasons, but right now he wasn't in the mood to comply. He'd marched for a whole week, and he was tired, pissed, and hungry, so his tolerance had grown pretty thin. Also, he had quite literally worked his ass off to create the army of drones to help the humans, suffering like hell to give birth to the brood mothers and the others, so he felt he was entitled to some trust, at least. Besides, apart from spite and pride, there was another reason why he wanted his drones to accompany him. He could easily tell the men guarding the gate were nervous and on the verge of panicking, and they looked like professional soldiers. If they were so on edge, the civilians would be worse, and Marcus knew from experience how violent people could get when they were scared, especially against someone who was different from them. And a weird, small monster girl like the one he was right now would do perfectly as a scapegoat. So yeah, no. He absolutely wouldn't leave his drones outside. He wanted to have a solid wall of muscles and chitin between himself and a mob who could lynch him at any moment. "No," he said, looking up to the guard, face full of defiance. "I came here to help against the goblins. I am ready to risk the lives of my minions to help you, but not if you do not trust me. If you do not want my minions to enter, I will go back to the forest and leave you to defend yourself on your own." Clara and Felix gave him a surprised look, as they had never seen him impose himself like that. Even the guard seemed taken aback, before turning around to exchange a few tense words with the person on the other side of the wall. While the guard was occupied, Clara leaned toward Marcus and smiled. "Well, I'll take it back," she whispered. "You're not as polite as I thought you were." "I just don't want to leave my minions outside," the Hive Queen replied defensively. "Oh, don't worry," Clara said. "I think you're right. Leaving them outside when the goblins can arrive at any moment is idiotic. Besides, they have to trust you at least a little if they want your help in battle." Marcus nodded, a bit relieved to know the girl agreed with him. But then the guard on top of the wall spoke again. "You will be granted permission to enter the city," he announced. "But you'll be held responsible for anything your minions do." "That's fine," the Hive Queen replied with confidence. "My minions obey my orders perfectly." He turned to his army and snapped his fingers. Responding to a mental command, the drones got in an orderly line, standing perfectly still with eerie discipline. The guard appeared surprised. "Open the gates," he ordered, and the city gates slowly opened. Marcus, with his friends at his side, marched in, followed by his army. The gates opened on a rather big cobblestone square, surrounded by rather big two-story buildings, some of which looked like taverns. The place was also crowded with a lot of people staring at the incoming army, but the onlookers were kept on the sides of the square by a few soldiers, while a few people were standing in the middle of the square, apparently waiting for Marcus. Those people were better dressed than the others, some of them donning plate armor, which made them look like knights out of a fantasy novel, while others wore ornate robes and fancy clothing. One man in particular wore a red livery, which looked quite luxurious, if a bit untidy. The man had wavy black hair and was of undefined age. He stood at the center of the group and was clearly the leader, though at the moment he looked very tired and nervous. "Is that the Marquis?" Marcus whispered to Clara, tilting his head toward the man in red. "Yes, that's Azen Brett, Marquis of Bretholtz." The Hive Queen studied the noble, and he didn't like what he saw. The man was pale, stiff, and his eyes were sunken and circled. Marcus had seen the same look of desperate hopelessness in one of his neighbors in his previous life. The man had been up to his armpits in debts, and some unsavory individuals with thick Russian accents were constantly knocking at his door. For this reason, Marcus feared the situation was even worse than he anticipated. But at this point, he was in too deep to get out, so he just marched on toward the nobleman and his retinue. He felt hundreds of people staring at him, and for some reason, despite the mood of the crowd being neutral rather than hostile, he felt exposed and vulnerable. He had the sudden irrational urge to run away and hide in the deepest hole he could find, surrounded by his drones, which would keep him safe. He even stopped walking and started shaking for a moment, and Felix and Clara gave him a worried look. "Marcus?" the boy asked. "Is everything all right?" The monster girl shook his head, and suddenly he slapped himself. He then gave his friends a nervous smile. "It is all right," he said, his voice still a bit shaky. "I just think I am not used to so many people anymore. It's a little funny, too. I spent months looking for people, and now that I found it, I feel scared." "What do you mean?" Felix asked. But before Marcus could reply, Clara interrupted him. "We can talk about it later," she said. "Right now, let's go greet the Marquis." "You're right," the Hive Queen concurred. "Let's go, then." Once they were in front of the nobleman and his retinue, Clara and Felix bowed slightly, and Marcus did the same, trying his best to mimic the local custom. The Marquis responded with a polite nod. "Welcome back to Bretholtz, Felix Agner and Clara Kriegdüter," he announced, speaking so that the crowd around them could hear. "And welcome to you, Marcus. My name is Azen Brett, Marquis of Bretholtz. I thank you for coming to our aid in this hour of need. There are no words to describe how much your help is appreciated, and I, for one, am grateful to have you with us. Together, the citizens of Bretholtz and the Vex will surely vanquish the goblin threat." The crowd cheered at those words, although there were many who just kept staring at the Vex drones, looking a bit worried. Thank you," Marcus said, a bit taken aback by that welcome. "I am Marcus Vitali, and I am grateful to be here." He stopped, unsure about what to say next. "Don't worry," the nobleman said in a low voice, so that only the ones close could hear. "I'm being so pompous to make sure the citizens of Bretholtz know you're not an enemy. They're a bit on edge, and they need to be reassured. Just go along with it, please. We'll be able to talk more freely later." "Oh, okay," Marcus replied. "Well then," the Marquis said in a louder voice, "I'm sure you and your companions are tired from the voyage, Marcus. Let me offer you some refreshments at my residence." He looked around and asked in a whisper, "Do you mind if your minions wait in the garden of my home? I don't have the space to accommodate them all inside." "Sure, it is not a problem," the Hive Queen said. "Very well," Azen said. "Follow me, then. I'll guide you to my home." And he turned, walking toward the center of the city with his retinue. Marcus and the others followed, with the rest of the Vex in tow. Chapter 55. were out of coffee. On his way to the Marquis's place, Marcus studied the city and its inhabitants. Bretthort's looked just like a medieval town from Marcus's world, but there were a few subtle differences. The lampposts, or at least what he assumed were lampposts, were unlike anything he had ever seen before. They resembled crystal balls on top of ornate metal rods, with no lamp visible inside of them. What struck him the most were the people. He wasn't really used to crowds anymore, at least not human ones, and finding himself in the middle of one made him feel rather uncomfortable. Also, not everyone was human. There were a few individuals that looked like anthropomorphic animals. When he asked about them, Felix shrugged and replied they were Thulians. Marcus didn't investigate further, since no one seemed to have a problem with it, and kept studying the people around him, especially their behavior. Everyone was nervous and a fair bit scared, just like he feared, but luckily no one was outright panicking. A few people looked positively terrified of the drones, staring at them wide-eyed and sometimes even locking their doors while they were passing, but no one tried to harm them. In fact, the ones that looked more tense were the soldiers. All things considered, the townspeople were calmer than Marcus would have expected. After all, they were about to be attacked by an army. People in his old world would have rioted for much less. Either the locals had nerves of steel, or there was something amiss. He thought about asking for explanations from the Marquis, but something in his attitude prevented him from doing so. It was like the nobleman wanted to reach his home as soon as possible, and he hadn't uttered a single word, walking as fast as he could. Marcus quietly decided to wait until they reached their destination before asking questions. He didn't have to wait long, as they soon arrived in front of Azen's home. The palace of the Marquis looked as if it used to be a castle. Indeed, the central building was made of entirely raw stone and appeared very sturdy. It also sported a couple of towers. Any martial impression was ruined by the wings of the mansion, which looked more recent and lacked any sort of defense. The palace was surrounded by a small garden, separated from the city by a high, ornate metal fence. The group entered the garden from an equally ornate metal gate, which was closed after the last of the Vex went in. Marcus wondered if he should worry about being trapped inside, but then shrugged. The fence didn't look particularly sturdy, nor was it all that high, and he had no doubt his drones wouldn't have any trouble either jumping over it or tearing it down. It was clearly made more to discourage the occasional trespasser, rather than serve as an actual defense. "Please, come this way," the Marquis said, pointing at the door to the castle. "Your minions can wait here. Is there anything they may need?" "Yes," Marcus replied. "Water, and something to eat, if possible." "Of course. What do they eat, if I may ask?" "Anything," the Vex Queen said. "Meat is better, but they can also eat plants." The Marquis studied the army in his garden, trying to make a mental tally of the food needed to feed them all. He looked slightly worried when he turned to Marcus again. Would some horse mash with added meat be good?" he asked in a worried tone. "Of course, if that isn't good enough, I could prepare something better." "The horse mash with meat is good enough," Marcus reassured him with a smile. "They are not picky." The Marquis looked relieved, surely thinking this would save a lot of expenses for food. "Very well, then. I'll give order to my servants to take care of them. In the meantime, if you, Felix, and Clara could follow me inside, we could discuss our plans in privacy, and maybe you could have some refreshments yourselves." "Of course," Marcus promptly said, and Felix and Clara nodded in agreement. "Follow me, then," the nobleman said, making his way into the house. Marcus, Clara, and Felix went behind him with 2 guards. They passed through various halls, all richly decorated, until they arrived in a big tea room with various sofas. The room also had a lit fireplace that made it pleasantly warm, and on a small table there were jugs of water and beer and various snacks from cookies to cake. "Please, have a seat," the Marquis said, "and feel free to help yourself to anything you want. Also, if you want something more specific, I could order the kitchen staff to prepare it." Clara and Felix thanked the nobleman, and they both took a mug of light beer and sat down. Marcus inspected the table and decided to take up the offer and asked for some coffee. Heavens knew he missed a good cup of coffee. Do you have, coffee?" he asked, using the English word for coffee. When his request was met with confusion, he added, "The hot, dark brown drink? The one that keeps you awake?" "Oh, Kafi!" The Marquis nodded, pronouncing the word differently. "They should have some in the kitchen. I'll have it prepared for you." The nobleman took a silver bell from the table and rung it. Immediately, a maid entered the room. The woman was of an undefined age, looking as nondescript as possible. She was dressed in simple, plain work clothing with a white apron, and was a far shot from how Marcus would have thought a maid would look. But to be fair, he wasn't exactly an expert, as his mental image of a maid mostly came from his old world's erotica. "You wish, my lord?" she asked. "Prepare some coffee for our guest, Marcus, here," Azen ordered. "That's not possible, my lord," she replied a bit nervously. "We're out of coffee beans. We used them all to prepare breakfast for the knights currently residing in the mansion, and with all the ruckus going on, we couldn't get more. We could send someone to the shops in town to see if they have more if you want." "Do not worry," Marcus said. "I will just get some beer." Truth be told, he was a bit bummed about it, since he'd fantasized for months about getting a good cup of coffee, but he didn't want to bother these people too much. He settled for a mug of beer, which he sipped cautiously, since he didn't know how his body would react to it. Luckily, while the taste was a bit off, it was still rather pleasant. Sitting down, however, proved to be more of a challenge than he expected, as his tail kept getting in the way. In the end, he resorted to sitting on the very edge of the sofa. Not a very comfortable position, but it was the best he could do. Then he turned to the Marquis. "So, what do we do now?" he asked, cutting directly to the point. "Do you have a plan?" The nobleman hesitated and collapsed on his sofa, showing all the fatigue he managed to hide so far. "I don't know if it can be called a plan," he replied. "We have to defend Bretholz, and most importantly, the citizens. I've contacted the capital via Twinstone, and they said they're going to send us reinforcements in 2 days, 3 at most. We have to hold until then." Marcus stopped drinking his beer and stared at the man in disbelief. "From what I see, the defenses of Bretholz are not good," he said. "So we need a lot of soldiers to defend the city. More than my minions. How many soldiers do you have?" The Marquis grimaced, as if swallowing something very bitter. "Just about 300 men. 100 knights that escaped the ambush at Piper's Brook, and another 200 between guards and conscripts." Marcus, Clara, and Felix all looked shocked after receiving such news. The human girl was the first to recover. "Wait, we can't possibly defend the city from 20,000 goblins. We should evacuate and escape to the north." "Sadly, that's not an option," the nobleman replied, his expression growing grim. "The goblins have anticipated that we would do this, and sent a detachment of their forces to occupy the roads that go north. They're not enough to attack the city, but they are enough to keep us from escaping, especially with 9,000 civilians to protect." This time it took a good minute for the three to digest this information. Their faces grew increasingly worried, and the silence in the room became so thick it was almost oppressive. "How are the civilians in town so calm, then?" Marcus finally asked. "Shouldn't they be panicking?" A guilty expression flashed on Azen's face. "I have not yet informed the population of this. Though they know our army has been defeated, they don't know how bad the situation really is." The awkward silence once again filled the room. "So, if I understood it right, we are less than 2,000 against 20,000 enemies. The defenses of the city are bad, and there is an army to the north blocking the way. Right?" Marcus asked, to make sure he understood the situation. "Yes," the Marquis replied, looking immensely tired. The monster girl remained silent, but his expression turned sour. Staying in the city under the current circumstances was basically suicide, and he was not going to throw away his life. But at the same time, he didn't like the idea of abandoning the citizens of Bretholtz to their fate. "How big is the army blocking the way north?" he asked. "It's difficult to say. According to our scouts, it's not that big," Azen replied. "About 2,000 or 3,000. "Good," Marcus nodded. "Then we can evacuate to the north. We are enough to defeat 3,000 goblins and protect the civilians." "It's a bit late for that," the Marquis grimaced. "The main goblin army is just a day of march from Bretholtz. We don't have enough time to organize the civilians and make them march north." "Why not?" Marcus asked, narrowing his eyes. "Just pack all the supplies you need together with old people and children on carts and run to the north." "It's not that easy," the nobleman explained. "The civilians will need time to prepare, and I can't just leave those who are too slow behind." "And if they stay here, the goblins will get them all," the Vex Queen stated. "We are not enough to defend the city. My minions can help the slow people. If we go now, we can still escape." "And if your minions help the slow ones, who's going to protect them from the army in front of us and the vanguard coming from behind?" the Marquis replied sarcastically. "My minions are strong," Marcus stated. "We can protect the civilians from a few thousand goblins. Besides, what else can we do?" "The risk is too great," the nobleman insisted. "If the main goblin army catches up with us, they're going to get the civilians." "Is it better to stay here and wait for the goblins to arrive?" the Vex Queen asked sarcastically, as he was getting annoyed at the nobleman's indecisiveness. "Taking the wrong decision right now would spell the doom of my people," the Marquis cried. "I can't take this matter lightly." "You are not taking this matter at all," Marcus replied. "Taking no decision would doom your people anyway." "I am the one responsible for them," Azen shouted. "Not you." "I say that I am responsible for my life and the life of my minions," Marcus said, getting emotional herself as her voice started becoming shriller and alien. "I came here to help you, even if the situation changed and now there is more risk. I came because I felt pity toward the people of Bretholtz. But I will not stay here to die for no reason. If you do not have a plan besides waiting for the goblins to come and kill us, I'll go away, and I'll take my minions with me." The man and the Hive Queen stared angrily at each other, while the guards in the room started getting antsy. Felix, looking very worried, chimed in, trying to calm everyone down. Please calm down, Marcus. And you too, sir, if you please. This is not the time to squabble among ourselves. We need to decide what to do, and bickering like this will not help." The Marquis continued to eye Marcus for a moment. but then he sort of deflated as his anger evaporated. "You're right," he admitted with a tired voice. "Sorry about that. I'm just incredibly tired." "We all are," the Vex Queen conceded, quite a bit mollified himself. "And I am sorry too, but we still cannot defend the city. We are too few, and the city does not have enough defenses." "That's true," Clara said. "But maybe there's a way to fix that." "What?" Marcus and the Marquis asked in unison. "Maybe there's a way to take advantage of Bretholtz's lack of fortifications," she explained. "It's the strategy used during the siege of Corania, during the Zaru Wars. According to the tales, Corania lacked meaningful fortifications, and the defenders were badly outnumbered, so their situation kind of resembled ours. They managed to hold by making a series of barricades inside the city. Whenever the pressure on the barricades was too much, they collapsed the nearby buildings on the attackers and retreated to another line of barricades." A bitter expression came over her face. "Most of Corania was left in ruins after the siege, sadly. But the defenders did manage to hold against all odds." All present remained silent for a bit. Then the Marquis spoke. "That's an interesting plan. But I don't think it'll work. The goblins will be here too soon to prepare those sorts of barricades and rig the buildings so they will fall." "You're wrong, sir," Clara said, and gestured toward Marcus. "Some of Marcus's minions are actually very good at digging and building things. I've seen them, and I am quite sure that with their help, we could make all the preparations with time to spare if we begin now." The nobleman seemed confused, but the Hive Queen nodded. "My minions can do that," he confirmed. "I have 4 diggers and 350 workers and heavies that can help with building and digging." He turned to the Marquis. The Marquis seemed even more baffled at this explanation. "I mean my types of minions. I have different types, and they are each good at one thing. Diggers are good at digging. Workers are good at working." "They need to be very good indeed to prepare such fortifications in less than a day," Azen muttered. "They are, sir," Clara stated. "The diggers, the worm-like Vex with the huge claws, are incredibly fast diggers. I've seen them open tunnels at an incredible pace. As for the workers, they are even better than human laborers. They are incredibly well-coordinated, and they don't get tired." The Marquis remained silent for a minute, lost in his thoughts. "If we do this, what would stop the goblins from just continuously attacking without pause until they overwhelm us?" he asked. "A few barricades wouldn't stop such an army." "The barricades alone surely wouldn't," Clara said. "But coupled with the presence of the buildings and the defenders, they would force the enemy to channel their forces into the relatively narrow streets, thus neutralizing their numerical advantage. If I recall it right, the defenders of Corania also kept archers on the roofs to keep firing on the enemy below. The whole city was turned into a meat grinder for the Zaru forces." As Clara kept talking, the nobleman looked more and more alive and hopeful. Then he jumped to his feet. "By the Lord of Light! This might just work!" He turned to Marcus and exclaimed, "If we follow this plan, we may be able to hold the city until reinforcements arrive." Azen walked right in front of Marcus and kneeled down before him. "Oh, Marcus, Queen of the Vex, I beseech you. I know that I'm asking a lot of you, but please help us. The fate of this city and its inhabitants rests in your hands." Marcus, completely shocked by that attitude, remained speechless. But even when he recovered from the surprise, he still remained silent, thinking before giving his answer. If I stay here, I'll put myself in danger, which is something I never agreed to. I just promised to help them wipe out the goblin survivors, and even that I did mostly out of goodwill. I have no obligation to help them. Nothing would stop me from just gathering my drones and running away. Those who want to come with me are free to do it, while those who remain are free to fight the goblins by themselves. Marcus sighed. Problem is, I'm not enough of a cold bastard to leave people to their fate. And frankly, I've had enough of running away from the goblins. I want to make them pay for destroying my hives and trying to kill me. Guess I'll stay here and give a hand. If the worst comes to pass, I can just have one of the diggers dig a tunnel to escape the city. The Marquis still knelt in front of him. The view made him frown, as he remembered how presumptuous the nobleman had been just a few moments before, and how humble he seemed now. It unpleasantly reminded Marcus of all the times his bosses from his world had taken advantage of his goodwill to make him work unpaid overtime. Sure, Azen had the excuse of being in a really desperate situation, but the Vex Queen still felt bummed about it. Sadly, at this point, he'd already decided to help the people of Bretholtz, and he wasn't about to go back on this decision for such a petty reason. However, he would sure as hell make certain he got something out of it, though this was mostly for the principle of the matter rather than actually wanting anything. I will help you, he said. But since things have changed, we have to change the reward for my help. I want something more. Everyone remained silent for a moment, and the Marquis lifted his head, looking at him with a mix of relief and worry. What exactly do you want? I do not know, Marcus replied, shrugging. It is not important. I just do not like working more than agreed for nothing. I will think about something after the battle. Now it is more important to think about how to defeat the goblins. Felix and Clara let out a chuckle, and the worry on Azen's face turned completely into relief. Very good, the nobleman nodded, getting to his feet. I guess that reality really is different than my books. But it's fine. Your help is greatly appreciated, and I'll make sure to reward you greatly for your services. Good. Then we have a deal, Marcus said, getting up and extending a hand. The nobleman blinked in surprise, but then he smiled and shook the monster girl's hand. We have a deal. Chapter 56. Test your might. Soon enough, Bretholtz was bustling with activity. Heralds ran all over the town, announcing that all carpenters and handymen were required to help in the fortification of the city, while the rest of the population would take refuge in the Marquis's residence and in the nearby buildings. When questioned about the situation, the heralds simply replied that this was just for security. A few people protested, since they didn't want to leave their houses, but they quickly changed their minds when the guards knocked at their doors, usually accompanied by a few Vex drones. Nothing like a 2-meter-tall mantis raptor thingy staring coldly at you from your porch to convince you that it's best to do as you're told. As a result, a constant flux of people streamed toward the center of the city, while the noise of hammering, sawing, and digging echoed in the vacated parts of the town. Meanwhile, Marcus, Felix, and Clara were standing in the Marquis's dining hall, which was being used as an HQ for the time being, as it was the only room big enough to comfortably accommodate so many people. Apart from the trio, the Marquis and his bodyguards, there were also civilian functionaries, telemancers, and the commanders of the Bretholtz army. What was left of it, anyway. On the table at the center of the room was a big map of the city with doodles all over it, which showed the position of the barricades and the defensive positions. Azen and his entourage were discussing the details of the strategy that Clara had come up with. Marcus wasn't really listening, because he was feeling very antsy for some reason. He felt as if the hall was cramped, and the crowd was pushing on him from every direction, which was utterly ridiculous as there was room to spare, and everyone else, save for Clara and Felix, was actually giving him a lot of space. He had resorted to holding Cooper to calm himself down, and indeed, touching his favorite drone helped him relax a bit. Also, the presence of the big, menacing, hound-like beast made everyone else in the room give him even more breathing room, which was positive. "The hell is wrong with me?" he thought angrily. "I never had any problem being in a crowd before. Sure, that was before I was fired, killed, reincarnated as a monster girl, and spent months shitting out eggs in a forest where everything was trying to kill me. Ugh." He groaned as realization flashed in his mind. Well, now that I think about it, it's no surprise I'm a bit off. This is a bit too much, though. I feel as if everyone is dogpiling on me right now. I never had this problem with Clara, Felix, or the drones. Why is this happening? And then there's that bald asshat that keeps staring at me. Marcus angrily turned to the telemancer, Hoggs, who was indeed staring at him. I can literally feel his stare on my skin. I get that I'm some sort of freak right now, but this isn't the zoo. It's a goddamn war council. He should have some fucking decency. Hoggs, realizing that the Hive Queen was now giving him the stink eye, flinched and turned away. Now that he wasn't staring at him anymore, Marcus felt a little better, and he focused on what was being discussed. "We have established 3 different lines of fortifications," the Marquis was explaining, pointing at 3 crooked circles drawn on the map of the city. 4, including the city walls. Our men are already working to build the barricades and rig the nearby buildings to fall on the attackers. For the purpose of maximizing the effectiveness of this tactic, we've chosen the narrowest roads possible to build the barricades on to reduce the enemy numerical advantage. We're also modifying the buildings to create defensive posts from which archers can safely shoot at the enemy. "What about the gargoyles?" one of the men asked. "They can simply ignore the fortifications and attack us from above." "They certainly could," the nobleman admitted. "But that shouldn't be a problem. Gargoyles are pretty rare, and Lady Marcus has told me some of her Vex minions can fly and are capable of fighting off the gargoyles. Between the flying Vex and the archers, we should be able to keep the gargoyles at bay." Marcus frowned at being called lady, but said nothing. He just nodded to confirm what the Marquis just said. "Inside of the city," Azen continued, "the goblins' numerical advantage will be greatly reduced, so we should be able to hold on to each barricade for a while. But since we're talking about barricades and not proper walls, we won't be able to resist indefinitely." He pointed once again at the map. "Which is why we have 3 different lines of fortification. Once our current position is compromised, we will fall back to the next line, collapsing the nearby buildings behind us to cover our retreat." The Marquis paused before turning to the bald telemancer. "Mr. Hoggs here has relayed our plans to Captain Harp in Renhoffen. Has he answered yet?" "Yes, my lord," the old man replied, looking quite nervous. "Captain Harp said the strategy is sound, and that he will be here with reinforcements in 3 days at most. We will have to resist on our own until then. He has also sent the following reports." While Hoggs kept talking, Marcus frowned. For some reason he had trouble understanding what the telemancer was saying. Maybe he has an accent or something, he thought, quite puzzled. Though it must be something subtle, because he doesn't actually sound that different from the others. Then his thoughts were interrupted by a young blonde knight who suddenly jumped up from his seat and started shouting. "That's insane! We can't hold 3 days against 20,000 goblins. We're going to be lucky if we resist 1 hour." An older knight stood up as well, giving the young man a very stern look. "Herbert," the older knight shouted, "stand down. You're disrespecting Marquis Azen." "But we'll just get killed if we stay here," the young man replied, his face red with emotion. "We came here to kill a few goblins as an exercise, not to die in a hopeless battle in the middle of nowhere. There are tens of thousands of goblins out there, and we only have a few dozen knights and a handful of city guards." "You're forgetting the Vex, young Herbert," the Marquis said, pointing at Marcus. "Lady Marcus has brought more than 1,000 of her minions to help defend the city. They should be enough to properly man the barricades." "The Vex? Ah," the young knight sneered. "You mean those creatures out there? How can you expect them to properly fight in a battle, my lord? And if we're going to rely on animals during the battle, why aren't we arming pigs and cows, too?" "Enough!" the older knight shouted, his eyes full of fury. "You will sit down, young Herbert, and you will not interrupt us again. And if you survive the upcoming battle, I'll make sure that you'll get an official misconduct note." Excuse me," Marcus intervened. All eyes turned to him, which made him instantly uncomfortable, but he made himself continue. "I want to reassure Herbert that the Vex will fight well. They are strong, and they can defeat a lot of goblins." The room became silent, as everyone simply stared at the little monster girl. Then the old knight gave him a bright smile. "That's the spirit, young lady," he said. "See, Herbert, you should take an example from her." The rest of the men started smiling and smirking as well, but Marcus's expression turned sour. Not only did he not really appreciate being called a young lady, but there was also something terribly paternalistic and false in the way everyone was smiling. It was clear that for all their bravado, they too doubted the Vex. Not that Herbert's open distrust felt much better, but at least he was honest about it. It's hard to blame him, though, and I can tell many of the others agree with him, even if they said nothing. It's clearly written on their faces that they don't trust my drones further than they can throw a mountain. And to be fair, no one has seen my drones fight, so it's only logical to be skeptical of their capabilities. And then, as soon as he finished this thought, Marcus realized how he could quell the doubts about his drones and at the same time have some satisfaction against them. If the problem is that they haven't seen my drones in action, why not give them a demonstration? A grin slowly appeared on his face. And that punk Herbert here can be the guinea pig, since he's so quick to complain. "I think that Herbert has a point," Marcus said, and the room went silent once again. "Not one of you knows how strong the Vex are, after all. You did not see them fight. It is right to doubt them." Everyone remained silent, just staring at the Vex Queen, who smirked and continued. "So I think it is better if you get a—" Marcus struggled to find the right word. A demonstration of what my warriors can do, just to get an idea of what you can expect from them. What do you say?" "That's an interesting proposition," the Marquis hesitantly said. "What kind of demonstration do you have in mind, exactly?" "How about a fight where they do not try to kill each other? How is it called?" "A sparring match?" a knight suggested. "Yes, that," Marcus said, and he turned to Herbert with a bright smile. "You can fight against one of my warriors, Herbert. This way you will know you can rely on them." The young knight blinked and frowned. "You want me to fight one of those things?" he said, incredulous. "Yes." The grin on Marcus's face turned creepily large, like that of an insectoid Cheshire cat. Unless you are scared. If so, another person can fight instead. I am not scared, the young man cried, his face turning red. I am to become a royal knight, and I fear no beast. Then do you accept the sparring match? Marcus asked. Of course, Herbert replied. Marcus turned to the Marquis. So, Marquis, is it all right if we have a little sparring match outside? This way there won't be any more doubts about the Vex. Azen looked at the little monster girl, who was smiling with confidence, and then at the rest of the room. Then he nodded slowly. Well, we've still got some time before the goblins arrive, and it won't hurt to get an idea of the Vex's combat capabilities. If you want, we can certainly hold your sparring match. Very well, then. Marcus turned to Herbert. Shall we head outside? The courtyard of the Marquis's palace was emptier than it was before, as all of the worker, heavy, and digger drones had left to help fortify the city. However, the number of warriors, hunters, and other drones was still enough to make the place seem rather crowded. At a mental command from their queen, the drones moved to one side, leaving a big, empty space that could serve as the arena for the sparring match. As Herbert was getting ready donning his armor, Marcus randomly chose one of his warriors for the fight. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo! He pointed at one of his drones. It was a young but fully mature warrior drone, one of the new models possessing the improved muscle structure taken from the rock creatures. It was more than 3 meters long from head to tail and completely covered in chitin armor. It possessed 6 limbs, a pair of powerful hind legs and 2 pairs of arms, one pair of which ended in clawed hands and the other in scythe-like appendages. And to top it all off, the creature also had a mouth filled with sharp fangs and a hooked barb at the end of its tail. The drone moved to the center of the improvised arena before stopping and standing tall on its hind legs. In that position, it was more than 2 meters tall and towered over everyone present. The warrior let out a belligerent shriek, just for show, and then waited for its opponent. Meanwhile, Herbert was done donning his armor. He wore a simple chainmail, but he also had plate elements, like pauldrons and gauntlets, and carried a small dagger in a decorated blue sheath at his belt. However, as his main weapon, the young knight had a huge, 2-handed sword almost as tall as he was. The weapon also looked unusually thick and heavy, but Herbert handled it as easily as if it was made of paper. This, combined with the fact that the young man looked completely calm in front of his monstrous opponent, made Marcus wonder about how strong he really was. Either he is one of the most overconfident people I've ever met, or he has some trick up his sleeves. The young man walked calmly until he was in front of the drone. Only a few meters separated them. There, the knight assumed a guard position, raising his sword in front of him, while the drone crouched like a cat ready to jump. "This is just a sparring match," the Marquis cried. "So just show us what you can do and try not to hurt each other. Now begin." As soon as the nobleman gave the order, the Vex warrior darted toward its opponent, trying to disarm him with a sudden blow. The young man moved with equal speed, dodging elegantly to the left before countering with a low sweep with his sword, hitting the Vex right behind the knee and making it fall on the ground. The drone roared in surprise and pain, but immediately stood up, using its legs and hands to gain a better balance, while slashing at Herbert with its scythe arms. The knight easily parried every attack, before retaliating with a blow to the drone's head, which luckily failed to penetrate through the chitin armor, but still made the warrior flinch back from the impact. The drone was simply too tough to let that bother it too much, and with an angry growl, it lunged once again. Herbert simply stepped back, dodging the clawed hands with grace before attacking again, forcing the drone back. Meanwhile, Marcus was completely flabbergasted. Even though he suspected the young knight was hiding something, he would have never imagined he could be this strong. Hell, he had never seen anyone this strong before. The guy moved like some kind of anime character rather than a real-life human. He turned to Felix.
Felix?
He asked under his breath.
How is that guy so strong? Is it normal?
Well, he's an aura user, so yeah, the boy replied in an equally low voice. He pointed at Herbert, who was elegantly dodging another blow. See that dagger in the blue sheath he carries? It's to show he's a blue sheath-ranked aura warrior. Though that's the second lowest rank, it would still make him far stronger than any regular human warrior.
Aura?
The Hive Queen asked.
Isn't it the same thing you said is used for magic?
Yes, but it's used differently. Sorcerers channel their aura through focus instruments, but aura users use their aura to directly enhance their bodies. Compared to sorcery, aura arts are more difficult to perform, but are also better suited for combat.
How do you beat an aura user, then?
Marcus asked. It's quite simple. Felix smiled. You have two options. Either send another aura user to fight them, or send a lot of expendable soldiers against them until they tire out.
Cute,
Marcus replied with a frown, not in the mood for jests.
But what if you are fighting an aura user in a one-on-one duel? How do you beat them?
In that case, you made a very poor decision accepting to fight against an aura user in a duel to begin with, Felix replied with a sardonic smile. More seriously, though, using aura is very tiring and requires a lot of focus. You either drag things out long enough or find a way to take the aura user by surprise.
I do not think Herbert will give my warrior a lot of time,
Marcus whispered bitterly, as he saw the young knight pressing his attack, forcing the drone even farther back.
And I do not know how my warrior can surprise him.
The warrior drone was completely on the defensive now, unable to do anything to change the situation, despite being taller and heavier than its opponent. Meanwhile, the knight was clearly toying with the Vex, dodging and riposting with impeccable grace, and showing off his dominance. Marcus found himself pouting. He felt incredibly frustrated with this outcome. He hoped to teach the young twerp a lesson in manners, while showing everyone else what his drones were capable of. It appeared the only thing he'd done was ridicule himself and his hive. And for some reason, this irked him. It irked him a lot. Well, at least there is nothing really important at stake right now. I don't care what Boy Wonder here and the Tin Pants Brigade think about me. And it's actually a good thing they're this strong. It actually makes me feel we may win this battle yet. But still, it's so damn annoying. That little shit was so quick to dismiss my drones, and now he's gonna walk with a shit-eating grin after the duel. And the other old toads are gonna be even more frigging paternalistic. I really wanted to shut them all up, damn it. He stopped, suddenly realizing something. Wait a second. What I'm trying to show is that my drones are more than beasts, and can be useful in a battle. But any beast can fight a one-on-one duel. What really differentiates a beast from a human soldier is the ability to use strategy. In other words, the ability to cheat. A wide, malicious grin slowly creased Marcus's face. Well, maybe I can still show them all what my drones can do. The warrior drone was clearly on its last leg. It had been hit multiple times, while failing to hit back even once. It was a testament to its toughness that it was even standing at this point. Meanwhile, Herbert still appeared as fresh as a daisy, and was sporting a self-confident grin that could have easily swallowed an entire sewer worth of shit. The young knight raised his sword, ready to finish the fight, and then something charged at him from the Vex lines. It was a hunter drone, one of the new, bigger models. As it ran, it let out a piercing shriek. Herbert, startled, turned to the source of the noise, but the hunter drone stopped its charge a few meters away from the young knight, remaining completely immobile. However, this proved more than enough. Taking advantage of the distraction, the warrior drone pounced the young knight, using its superior weight to make the human lose balance. Before the human could even attempt to get back up, the drone lowered one of its scythe arms, putting it only a few centimeters away from the young man's throat. Everyone stood still, too surprised to move. Then, with slow and deliberate movements, the warrior drone backed off, freeing Herbert from its clutch. "I think that my minion won," Marcus announced, still smiling. "Now you know that they can fight." Everyone remained silent. "You cheated!" Herbert shouted, picking himself up. "You had that other thing distract me during the duel." "It was not a duel," Marcus replied dryly. "It was a sparring match, to show you what my minions can do. The only rule was to not kill or hurt you too bad." He grinned even more. "And I also think if my minion did cheat, it is proof that they are not animals. After all, I do not think pigs and cows can cheat." The last remark caused a general chuckle, while Herbert's face turned red. He looked about to say something else, but the old knight from before stepped in and interrupted him. "Say nothing more, Herbert," the old man said. "As the young lady here said, it was not a duel. It was a sparring match. You only lose if you learnt nothing from it. And I really hope you did learn something." Herbert and the old knight stared at each other for a second. Then the young man lowered his head. "Yes, Master Dorian," he said. "I think I've actually learned something from this." "I hope that's the case," the old man said, and he turned to the Marquis. "I think we all have a pretty clear idea of what the Vex are capable of now. We can carry on with the other matters." "Very well, then," the nobleman said. "Let's get back in, then. We have much to discuss before the goblins arrive." "A moment, if you please, my lord," Hoggs said. "What is it, Hoggs?" the Marquis asked. Everyone else was returning to the mansion. Azen himself was about to go back to the dining hall when the telemancer approached him. "I have something to discuss with you in private," the old sorcerer said. "Do you have a minute to spare?" "Can it wait?" the nobleman asked. "I still have to hold the meeting and discuss the details of our strategy." "It's a rather important and delicate matter, my lord," Hoggs insisted, looking a bit worried. Azen gave him a puzzled look, and then sighed. "Very well, I guess my guests can wait for a minute. Follow me, Hoggs." The Marquis guided the telemancer to another room and closed the door behind them. "Now can you tell me what this is about?" "Well, it's about that creature, Marcus," Hoggs explained. "I have scanned her with my aura, just as precaution, and what I've discovered is quite worrying." "Oh?" Azen looked immediately a bit more interested. "What is it?" "Well, first of all, her aura is incredibly strong. Very few times in my life have I perceived such a powerful aura. She's comparable to a rock tyrant or even a dragon." The Marquis blinked in surprise. "Well, that's surprising," he said. "But I can't see why this should be urgent. It's not like she can learn how to use magic or aura arts in such a brief time." "That's the problem," Hoggs said. "I fear that she may possess some form of innate magic, most likely some form of racial magic." Azen blinked once again in surprise, but this time he seemed a little more worried. "What makes you say that?" he asked. "While scanning her and her minions, I noticed that their aura is linked somehow," the telemancer replied. "This is most likely how she controls them. I've seen something similar with telepathic spells, though nothing of this magnitude." "She controls her minions with her mind?" the Marquis asked. "More than that. Something this strong would be complete dominance, and something more akin to possession. Her minions all share her aura, and seem to be little more than puppets at her command." "Well, no wonder they seem so disciplined, then," the Marquis said after a moment. "This is peculiar. It makes me wonder what kind of creatures these Vex are. I've asked some scholars in the capital, but no one knows anything about them. Still, this seems to be good news for us. The Vex will fight better if they are controlled so well." "Yes, that's true," Hoggs conceded. "But what troubles me the most is that her telepathic powers are not limited to her minions." "What?" Azen asked, a bit alarmed. "Explain." "From what I've seen, she makes a telepathic link with anyone in her vicinity. This link is far weaker than the ones she has with her minions, but it's still certainly present." "So—" the Marquis was starting to look really worried. "You're saying that she's trying to mind control us?" "No." The sorcerer shook his head. "I don't think so, at least. For starters, the link is too weak to really control anyone, and she seems to create it unconsciously. I think she's just using this power to better communicate with us. She clearly had trouble understanding me when I started blocking off her aura. But I'm still worried. With such a powerful aura, if she learns how to control her telepathic powers, she could be a huge threat." This time Azen remained silent for quite a long time, slowly trying to work out the implications of what Hoggs told him. "Well, right now, Marcus and her minions are our only hope to defeat the goblins," the Marquis said. "And besides, she has done nothing to make me doubt of her good intentions so far. But keep an eye on her for now. Better to be safe than sorry." "As you wish, my lord," Hoggs replied while bowing. "Let's go," the nobleman said, opening the door. "We have more urgent business at the moment. Oh, and Hoggs." "Yes, my lord." "Don't tell anyone else about what you've discovered. We don't need to stir up trouble in our own forces." "Of course, my lord." Chapter 57. Failed a diplomacy check. The goblin army arrived in sight of Bretthort's the next morning. More than 20,000 goblins moved in a huge column, slowly approaching the town like a dark river. When they were about 2 kilometers from the walls, they split their force in 4 detachments, each more than 5,000 strong, which proceeded to surround the city. Those armies stood in front of one of the main city gates, in the 4th cardinal direction, completely cutting off any attempt of escape. At the vanguard of each detachment was a solid unit of human hobs, deployed in tight formation and all equipped with shields and polearms. Some of them also carried rudimental ladders, ropes, and grappling hooks, from which it could easily be understood they were the ones selected to assault the walls. Behind them was a huge crowd of base goblins, with a number of orc hobs and chitin armored goblins scattered among them. They were all lightly equipped, but the orc hobs carried huge wooden and stone clubs, while the chitin goblins were naturally armored. A group of the biggest and strongest orc hobs also carried a huge log with them, obviously planning to use it as a battering ram. Finally, scattered all around the army, were the feral goblins, who were just too wild and undisciplined to assault the walls, but would be useful to prevent any attempt at escaping, That neat deployment was a clear sign of strategic prowess that left the defenders baffled. No one had known